Judging by that board.
You can tell us, can we just talk now? Or is the stream on?
The stream's on, but if your audio, yeah, it's all live. If your audio's on, then people can hear you right now.
That's on, but these aren't. I think we've got to see
Wait until we see who's coming out. Well, good morning. Welcome to the Bristol County Ground, our day two of this Gloucestershire Red Ball friendly against Exeter University, and what a pleasure it is to be back here on a sunny day, albeit at the end of March. Most un-March-like weather, but very good news for the second day of this match. Indeed, the forecast is good for tomorrow as well. This is Ian Randall, and Ed Seaborn is here.
Good morning, everyone, and yeah, I must say, I had to do a bit of a double check when you said it was still March, because it does not feel like March at all out here.
No, it's I mean, the last 10 days have been very good for pre-season. Gloucestershire, of course, start their championship campaign on April the 8th here against Surrey, but we're just going to take you through this second day of this Red Ball match. If you were watching the stream yesterday, that was pictures only, without the esteemed thoughts of Mr. Seaborn.
I think people can usually do without that, but yeah.
Today we're going to hopefully describe the play to you. Gloucestershire 386 for 9 at stumps last night. 82 each to Chris Dent and to Ryan Higgins. Higgins had 82 not out against his name last night. He had Matt Taylor for company, and I must confess that I was watching the card during the day, and I wondered whether Gloucestershire might get to a point where they think, tell you what, we'll have half an hour's bowl tonight. But they batted all day, and they're going to bat on this morning, which is a little bit surprising to me. I did think that the university might be sent in first up, but Higgins has 82 not out, and Matt Taylor has 30. The wicket takers yesterday: 3 for George Barlow, 3 for Dominic Morgan, 1 for Oliver Thilo, and in Chris Dent's case, obviously he retired out, having made 82 from 91 balls. But this is, of course, the start of a different kind of season, isn't it, Ed? In many senses, because Gloucestershire will have a new head coach, and we've got a format for this summer which also includes 50 over cricket, which it didn't do last year, and the Bob Willis Trophy is running for a second season, but with a different combination of groups.
Yes, I think it'll be, to a certain extent, a bit of a trial as to how this is going to work, particularly with regards to the red ball competition. I would say overall the reactions to the format change were good. The one thing that I think people are a little bit unsure on is the whole Bob Willis Trophy final versus county championship. I think it's lovely to have a showpiece final for 4-day cricket, I think, personally. But some people were, I think a lot of people, were saying, well, you've already had the championship. What's this trophy going to do? But, you know, I personally think that it's good to have a kind of focal point, and it's also good to have a red ball game where everything rides on that one game, just, you know, for the two sides involved. But, you know, we'll see how it works. We'll probably cast judgment during and after the season, but for now I'm very much looking forward to the new format this year.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, there was quite a bit of tension and quite a good match in a genuine sense when the final was played last year. It was close enough that you really thought there was something going to be riding on it right towards the end when Essex played Somerset. But here, today, 386 for 9, and Gloucestershire are batting on this morning with the last pair together. As has been well detailed, there are some full squads named by both the University from Exeter and Gloucestershire for this match. So as regards Gloucestershire batting wise, Graham Van Buren, James Bracey, Tom Lace, Tom Smith and Harry Hankins have not had a bat, but it's reasonable to think that at least a couple of those will have a bowl at some stage in this match, and it will be Taylor and Higgins, as I say, to start the day. The pitch they're using for this game is quite a long way towards the scoreboard side of the ground, and our umpires are Billy Taylor, who we've seen before on the county circuit, and Chris Watts, who is standing with him in this game. And I say it's very much a lovely scene, particularly given people have been waiting, I think, for this season to come along for the whole of the winter after the restrictions from last year. And Exeter University will bowl the first ball then from the pavilion end, and I think last season, Ed, you tended to take the Ashley Down Road and get all the wickets, so I'm not sure.
Are we going to keep that up this season?
Well, first ball of the day is bowled from the pavilion end to Ryan Higgins, and he just lets it go, and it's outside the off stump. So a couple of slips in place for the University side as they try and chase the last of the 10 wickets. And the boundary rope quite a long way in, away from our commentary position, which is on the opposite side to the scoreboard. Right arm over the wicket, and Higgins plays that straight up to mid-off, and there'll be no run. It's Rory Hipwell is the bowler for the University. Bowled 6 overs yesterday, and none for 34.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a case of trial and error for us today as far as working out who's on the pitch and who's bowling, but we'll try and endeavour to keep up.
Here is Hipwell, and Higgins lets that go, raising the bat well out of the way, through to the keeper, including in the Exeter University side, Dominic Goodman, who of course is actually on the Gloucestershire staff. One of the players about whom Gloucestershire have a lot of promise. Hipwell in once more, not a very long run, and Higgins just glides that away off his legs down towards the boundary at fine leg. First runs of the day, first 4 of the day. It's quite a short boundary down there actually, and a comfortable 4 to take Higgins to 86, 390 for 9.
Yeah, I guess it's quite a nice way for Higgins to get off the mark this morning, just what you want, a ball really too far down the leg side, and they've got, it's pretty much almost deep backward square out there. It's not, certainly not a traditional fine leg, it's more like a long leg, so no chance he was catching that.
Yeah, he'll pull off about 6 paces, that's outside the off stump, and the keeper's got to go quite a long way across to the offside towards the first slip to take it, but no wide signalled. The bowling reasonably shared amongst the university bowlers yesterday, which I think is probably what you'd expect in a game like this.
Yeah, you want to be giving everybody a chance, really, don't you? It's a big thing, really, to get to face a county side, unless I guess you are Dom Goodman and you're hoping to prove that little bit extra to the Gloucestershire staff.
Hipwell in right arm over the wicket, and that's worked away into the onside this time, fielded at sort of a short mid-wicket, I suppose. There's no single there, and the first over of the morning is complete. Very light cloud overhead, but very, very pleasant conditions, and Gloucestershire batting on this second morning. 386 for 9 overnight, and I just wonder whether those a little bit further down the order yesterday might have been a bit disappointed that they didn't get more of a run at things. Tom Smith and Jack Taylor out reasonably cheaply, but I say this is all about building up to the game against Surrey here on Thursday week.
Yeah, and I think so far the pre-season's gone pretty much as well as Gloucestershire could have hoped, particularly with regards to the batting. So first over of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end, a full delivery, which is pushed down to mid-off by Matt Taylor, and there's no run. So really, just about every batsman from the Gloucestershire end has scored runs so far, whether it's here or whether it's against Somerset, and that's a drive which has come off the inside half of the bat and gone towards mid-wicket. Dominic Morgan bowling the first over of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end, so 3 for 71 his figures yesterday, and claimed the wickets of Hankins, Taylor and Smith. George Hankins, that is. Here's Morgan bowls, and full delivery pushed to backward point, and in the end fielded comfortably there, so no runs yet this morning for Matt Taylor, who was pretty brisk about things yesterday evening. 6 boundaries in his 30, and he does tend to like to deal in boundaries when he bats, Matt Taylor, so not too much of a surprise to see those kind of numbers, as he'll leave this one alone outside the off stump. But I guess we probably won't see too many flashy shots for him this morning, because albeit friendly, seeing as Gloucestershire have decided to bat on, you'd think Ryan Higgins aiming for 3 figures, it's a good sort of, well, I guess a bit of a test for Matt Taylor to stay in and see if he can see Higgins to that milestone. Drive from Taylor, but he can't beat mid-off, so still no runs yet from the Ashley Down Road end.
It kind of says something about Higgins' competitive nature, doesn't it? That even in a game like this, when he's got himself in, he still wants to reach that milestone, which, you know, all batsmen just really have a real desire to get to.
Morgan bowls, and that's a bit of a leading edge there from Matt Taylor, but it lands safely back up the pitch, and that's the end of the first over from the Ashley Down Road end. 390 for 9, and Matt Taylor still 30. Higgins 4 runs, the only 4 runs this morning, has moved his total onto 86.
And this is obviously just sort of a pipe opener, I suppose you might say, for the season, us being with you today, but just to confirm that the streaming service will be across all formats this summer. And here is Hipwell in again, and Higgins goes back into his crease and plays that out just onto the onside. There's no run. So all 3 formats will be covered, And it will continue even when crowds return. So that's the important thing. Obviously, it was set up last year when you couldn't get into the ground, and obviously crowds still not with us until at least the 17th of May. Hopefully, that will be the point at which we'll have some crowds in. Here is Hipwell again, and that's cut by Higgins. That's chopped away down towards the boundary at the Ashley Down Road, and that'll take him to 90. Quite an aggressive shot, almost a firm cut, but the shot was there certainly to be played that way. Actually, the bat was quite a long way from his body actually, but the pace of the bowler meant that he was able to play that with some conviction. 394 for 9.
Yeah, it made a real thud off his bat, so I thought it was going to be clattering away to the cover boundary, and I was a bit surprised to see it head down as fine as it did. I'm not exactly sure how he managed that, but hope his bat's all right.
Hipwell again to Higgins, who's pulled that off was straight down the ground. It was quite an odd shot. They're going to come back for the second, and Matt Taylor's making sure that he's getting to the bowler's end. The fielder just slipped a touch, but it was almost a straight batted swat down to where the man at mid-on had a chase. And just to prove there is a little bit of moisture in the outfield, that slide has given him a big mark on his trousers, right at left knee and left thigh, rather muddied. Here is Hipwell again. That's pulled once more. It's a bit short, and he'd go out towards the boundary on the scoreboard side of the ground, and Higgins gets one more up to 93.
Yeah, the previous one almost sounded better somehow than that one, but I guess it was less timing and more power, and it didn't really go anywhere, whereas that one was timed better but straight to the fielder. But you don't really want to be bowling short to Ryan Higgins, whether it's at his body or outside the off stump.
Hipwell again to Taylor. That's a nice shot. He's got that away for 4. He's timed that very well. That's gone racing away to the longer of the two boundaries, and Gloucestershire to 401 for 9. And is that the indication to come off? Yes, it is. That was the target then. They wanted to get 400 in their first innings, and as a result, Matt Taylor and Ryan Higgins then walk off, and the Gloucestershire first innings has been declared at 401 for 9, and perhaps that's why Taylor was being aggressive last night. He wanted to try and get to the 400 figure by the close. They couldn't do so. They left 14 short, and therefore they've gone out this morning for less than 3 overs, and it means that the university will now shortly resume their first innings. So that was a very clear target then from Chris Dent, wasn't it, in terms of how many runs he wanted?
Yes, and well, I mean, this is easy work, isn't it? We do a couple of overs, we get a break, we might do another couple of overs, might get another break. No, I don't know. Anyway, it does show you that in pre-season anything goes, and we're, I guess, reliant on whatever Gloucestershire want to do, and they will have their goals, they'll have their targets. So they've reached 400 here, they reached 400 against Somerset as well, and that's a good thing to have under their belts, you'd have to think, especially given, I mean, last season, the pre-season was, you almost had to be in mid-season form for the pre-season, because there was that, you know, that one game basically where you had the game against Somerset, both here and at Taunton, and you were so close to a shortened sprint season where you had to be absolutely getting off the mark with wins, or you could forget about the Bob Willis Trophy. This year, there can actually be a pre-season, so, you know, it's difficult to know what to take from it, but it's certainly better to have 2 scores of 400 on the board than it is not to. I think it's difficult to argue with that.
Absolutely, and particularly bear in mind that you know, Gloucestershire, and with respect to some of the other teams who they might have played in the second division in many recent years, to start with Surrey here in a 4-day game is right into it straight away, isn't it? You're not playing, and I've got to be careful here because of reputations of other counties, but you're not playing Leicestershire or Derbyshire at home in the first game. You know, Surrey will field a very strong side, and that will be a real sample, I suspect, for the strength of that group, because you've got Middlesex in there too. Dear old Somerset, who, as we know, four-day cricket is their real thing. Hampshire, who are no mugs, and Leicestershire, who you would have thought in that company would have found that group pretty hard.
Yeah, and I think it boils down to the fact that, yes, I did say that last season there was the imperative to hit the ground running immediately, but you can look at this season and say exactly the same thing. You start with Surrey and Somerset. If you've lost both of those, then all of a sudden even second place in the group is starting to look a long way away, and you're going to have to string together a lot of wins later on in the competition. And really that first game against Surrey at home, if you're going to be progressing to Division 1 from the group stage, that's the sort of game that you have to be at least winning on points, even if you don't win it full stop. But you'd have to say that it is a game which, if Gloucestershire do have designs on being in that Division 1 when they reshake things after the first stage of the competition, that's the sort of game that Gloucestershire do have to be winning. And
just to absolutely clear up, I'm sure if you're with us on the stream today, you're probably a keen enough follower to know that the tournament, once it gets to round 10, the divisions are then split, with the top two teams in each of the pools going into Division 1, the middle two teams into Division 2, and the bottom two teams into Division 3 for effectively the second phase, which comes at the end of August. And I read at least two, two is not a huge sample, I accept that, but at least two previews that suggested that, if Gloucestershire could get into Division 2 out of that group, that would be kind of par for them for this season. Bearing in mind, as we mentioned just at the top of the broadcast, it is a season with Ian Harvey running the coaching team for the first time, without the brains of Richard Dawson with him. And I suppose we may find out how big Ian's contribution has been over the last 5 years, because he's now the person carrying the can.
Well, for me, the interesting thing will be to see whether the character of the four-day side changes this year. Whether we see a kind of, particularly with regards to the batting, whether we see a difference in maybe an attitude, or whether it would just be a difference in execution. Obviously, Gloucestershire need a difference in the execution of the batting, because that was just such a huge problem last year, and it will be interesting to see whether the approach changes, or whether it's just a case of, what you've got to do, you've just got to go out and do it.
There are so many questions about that sort of thing. Is that Gloucestershire have picked quite a big squad for this game, including some players who haven't played a lot of red ball cricket under Richard Dawson. So, does Ian Cobain come back into the red ball thinking? Does Tom Smith play more red ball cricket this year? For example, those are probably the most striking two who have been very successful in the white ball game, but by and large have been very lightly used in red ball cricket. Certain parts of the batting order you could certainly juggle with. You could write in 3 or 4 names in positions that you think they would bat. You might have a view about the bowling attack and how it might be made up, but certain elements of the batting, Ian Harvey may have a very different view about how that will be constructed.
Yes, you're exactly right. It may not just be about attitude, it may be about composition as well. But certainly when you look at the numbers from Gloucestershire last season, there were only 2 batsmen who managed more than 150. Yes, admittedly, a lot of them didn't play in all 5 games, but no centuries, and only Dent and Van Buren managed multiple 50s, and there were just so many single-figure scores in there, even from batsmen who did manage to pass the 50 mark. And then you look at, not a massive fan of looking at strike rate in 4-day cricket, but I think it does outline a point that you've only got one strike rate of everybody over 50 there. So you've only got one player, who by the way is Matt Taylor, scoring at more than 3 and over, which, yes, Gloucestershire were under the pump a lot and they felt like probably they had to batten down the hatches, but at the same time, does Ian Harvey say to them, if you find yourself in a situation like this, I want you to go out and counter-attack rather than trying, to bat time and waiting for a good ball to get you. That's for me what I will be interested to see in the Gloucestershire batting come the start of the season. Is there a concerted effort maybe to say you've just got to try and score your way out of it and force some more bad balls? Because it felt as though Gloucestershire barely had a bad ball bowled at them last year, but there might well have been a reason for that.
The screeching you can hear is the light roller coming back off the pitch, and Gloucestershire on their way out, having declared their first innings at 401 for 9. They batted on this morning just to tip past the 400. Ryan Higgins and Matt Taylor 93 and 34 respectively when the players came in the third over. The sun has just gone in actually temporarily, but Gloucestershire are out there now, and the university openers are also out there. And just seeing David Payne out there in that number 14 shirt, which he has worn for so much of the career that he's had here at the club. He did a Zoom call with a cricket society I'm a member of during the winter, and we did actually talk about what Richard Dawson used to call the long game. In other words, you bat it, you just take a 4-day game, let it unravel naturally until you get to probably lunch on the last day or even tea on the last day, and then you decide whether it's actually worth going for the result or not. And that, to come back to your point about attitude, it'll be interesting to see whether Ian Harvey's line is to play the long game or to play it in a very different sense.
Well, it will be David Payne from the Ashley Down Road end. He bowled, I'd say, the bulk of his overs from the other end last season. It tended to be Higgins that got that particular end, so we'll see whether Higgins opens the bowling from the other end or whether Gloucestershire are going to give the new ball to somebody else. It may well be the case that that's what they decide to do, but only time will tell on that front.
James Bracey keeping wicket, by the way. I mean, obviously Tom Lace is on the staff as probably the second keeper if Bracey was away with England, but as Bracey's been named as vice captain, unsurprising that he's out there, even though he didn't bat in this match, keeping wicket.
So Payne is at the end of his run-up, and he'll bowl the first ball of the second innings of the match, and he does that now, and struck on the pad. First ball just rolls harmlessly out into the leg side, and at the moment we are relying on scoreboards, etc. We've got two of the same name up on the board at the moment, and the reason for that is that they do have the same name, they're just spelt differently. So we've got George Reed with an I and Charlie Reed with a double E. So George Reed on strike as Payne bowls to him and beats him. And well, maybe I would say maybe he played inside the line a bit, because from our angle it's not the easiest to tell whether it was a genuine play and miss or whether it was a play inside the line of the ball, because as if you were listening last year you will know, we're currently from the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, we're currently at deep backward point for the left-hander. Here's Payne, he's in and bowls, and that's a nick and gone. So David Payne's taken 3 balls to strike, a good low catch taken behind the stumps, And, well, David Payne doesn't waste too much time. There looked to be, even from our angle, a bit of shape on it, and Bracey tumbling away to his left. Low down, grabs it, and Exeter University are 0 for 1.
George Reed is the player out. George Reed and Charlie Reed, the two openers, not spelt the same way, and an easy catch for James Bracey. I gather that Payne's already looked in very good rhythm in the match against Somerset in particular. I should actually say that how I say this, to go back to this Zoom call that he did with the Cricket Society I was a member of, he's actually he's a father to be at the moment. His wife is expecting at the end of April, so he's got quite a lot. He's got a busy life at the moment with his new season starting and his first child very, very close to arriving as well. So certainly he looks in a pretty happy place, and he did a very good evening with us. He was extremely eloquent and talked a lot about the way the side is, trying to build towards the season with, I say, a new voice in the dressing room, and that often changes things, doesn't it? Ben Wells in at number 3.
Here's Payne, bowls, and that's a solid-ish. It's not a solid defensive shot. I thought it had gone out towards the covers. This is the thing. You've got to get used to the viewpoint again, as it squirted out behind the stumps in the end, but safely done in the end. But Payne already causing problems, as you would expect, and we were talking a lot about maybe changes that need to be made from last season. David Payne certainly doesn't need to change things. 14 wickets at an average of 14 last season in his 4 matches, as Payne bowls that squirted away backward a square on the leg side. We'll see what the signal is from the umpire, and there's no signal other than to put a pair of sunglasses on, so I'm assuming that's not in the official Association of Cricket Officials signal book. No. Not that exists, I've just made that up. 1 for 1.
Just looking down towards us, George Scott is the fielder down towards our right at long leg. Batted at 3 yesterday.
Payne is long way towards the sight screen as he comes in and delivers. Oh, and another batsman caused to, well, not play the ball particularly convincingly, but gets away with it. So 1 run off the first over in less than convincing fashion, but, well, it is a real test to come up against a bowler of David Payne's ability, and we referenced the stats from last year, and David Payne is going to cause problems for county batsmen, so they have to attempt not to feel too bad about playing and missing it a few out there, because it's going to happen.
He's north of 250 first class wickets, and just a correction, it's Luke Maslin who's come in at number 3 for Exeter University. So 1 for 1 after the first over, in reply to 401 for 9, and the sun has returned, I'm pleased to say. And Ryan Higgins is going to have 4 slips for his first bowl of this match. Comes in from the pavilion end. I mean, had a good knock with the bat yesterday. That's down the leg side and taken by the sweatered figure of James Bracey. There are 1 or 2 without sweaters on.
I suspect it'll be all 11 by the end of the day.
Well, if the forecast is right, it certainly might be. But if all cricketers want when you're a week ahead of the season is a day like this, where there's really no issue over the weather, and you can really get on and play some proper competitive stuff outdoors. Higgins in once more, and just pushed out on the offside by the right-handed figure of Maslin. Fielded again, this time by Matt Taylor. And so just to come back to our point about composition of the team, Jack Taylor didn't play a lot of red ball cricket last year either. So again, he's somebody else who, the middle order in particular, fascinating pick, I think.
Yes, I mean, Jack Taylor played a couple of games and really tried to grind it out with the bat.
Higgins in once more, and Maslin lets that go. That's out the off stump, straight through to James Bracey.
I'll probably talk more about strike rate in the first few overs of this match than I will all season, but Jack Taylor's strike rate was 23.43 in the 2 games that he played, and I seem to remember even in the pre-season game against Somerset he had an innings of about sort of 11 off 80 balls going in that one too.
Higgins past the umpire over the wicket, and Maslin works that away on the onside wall. Think about a single, it's a sharp one, and Bracey doesn't take the ball cleanly out onto the onside. It was a tight single. Got to be careful of the university side that you've got better fielders, more accurate throwing, people getting to the ball faster. Those runs you would take at university level might not be quite so straightforward here. 2 for 1 as Charlie Reid has to face Higgins. He gets hit on the pad. There was a strangled attempt at an appeal, but no interest there, and it will remain at 2 for 1.
Yeah, so both the umpire and me were making the same signal of pointing upwards with the hand. It certainly looked too high. That is the one thing that we are able to see quite clearly from our angle here, is the height of the ball.
Higgins in again, and again that's let go with Reid raising the bat outside the off stump, getting the right across, not playing a shot but didn't need to. So 2 for 1. We've had play since 11 o'clock here, but we've already had a declaration. Gloucestershire batting on this morning, adding 15 to the overnight score to take them past 400, then 401 for 9 declared, and David Payne with a wicket in his first over. George Reid caught behind without scoring. University are 2 for 1 in reply at the moment.
So it'll be Luke Maslin on strike, 2 runs to his name, and David Payne continuing from over the wicket and starts his run up now as he comes in and bowls, and that's rather extravagantly getting the bat and gloves out of the way of that one as it headed down the leg side of Luke Maslin. And just briefly going back to Jack Taylor, he certainly did not bat like that against Somerset, but it was poor Lewis Goldsworthy and Roelof van der Merwe, we do feel so sorry for them, but they were bowling to a very short boundary on the offside, and Jack Taylor kept clearing the front leg out of the way and just chipping them for 6 over extra cover, as that's left alone by Maslin outside the off stump this time. And also, of course, he had that flamboyant finish against Somerset in the T20s as well, so he's clearly striking the ball well. The question is whether you look at that and think, does he make the 4-day side, I guess?
Well, that's the conundrum that Ian Harvey's got. And then when you come back to the first select, the first squad, if he might name 16 or 17, but the first 11 will be a really interesting pick.
Here's Payne, he bowls. It's turned away confidently by Maslin down to fine leg, where it's fielded by George Scott, and the score is 3 for 1. Luke Maslin's got all 3, and yeah, I mean it's difficult to know with that friendly against Somerset. It was very different from the cricket that will be played come, April the 15th, I think. That match at Taunton starts, the second game of the season against Somerset. But at the same time, confidence is an important thing. So Charlie Reid on strike as Payne bowls to him, and a big thud as the ball hits the pad, but out into the offside, probably, I would guess, pitched outside leg stump without being able to see. You would imagine that with David Payne bowling over the wicket, unless he's swinging the ball prodigiously, that it was rather leg side-ish, and it was.
Interesting, that chat that David had with us during the earlier, right at the start of this month actually. He's talking about his formative years as a cricketer. Come back to that in a sec.
Payne bowls. This is a little more of a convinced shout from Payne, but everybody else rather strangled theirs, so not sure if there was inside edge involved there or whether it was pitching outside leg stump as well. We'll be able to see in a moment, and yes, leg side-ish again, I think.
Yeah, he was talking about, I asked him whether he was bowling sort of with control or he was bowling as fast as he could.
He bowls now, and up onto his toes is Reed, and dropping that one right at his feet. And that ends the over. 3 for 1. Maslin has all 3, and he'll be on strike for the next over.
And whether he was encouraged as a younger bowler to try and just maintain accuracy, or whether to bowl as fast as he could and the accuracy would come later. And he said that no one had ever talked to him really about pace, in a sense. So he's got to where he's got to in terms of his speed, just as a natural evolution.
I think that's quite a common theme, personally, just from what you hear, in that I think it's something that's changing quite a bit now, especially as pace becomes so important in the international game, whatever the format.
Ryan Higgins to bowl his second over, and there's a strong appeal for an LBW with Ben Maslin coming sort of partly forward, not with any great conviction though. Those 4 steps still in place. Just watching a replay again. Or again, he's sort of half forward and not very far across either, but umpire wasn't interested.
It almost looked like he couldn't wait for the ball to get to him.
3 for 1 it remains. Higgins in, and that's a little bit more soundly off the middle, but it's just played defensively out on the offside. I know when you and I got to the ground this morning, we did wonder how the university side would bat against a first-class team, bearing in mind that they probably wouldn't have the resources of a Durham or a Cardiff, yes, or the other ones who tend to be involved in these kind of games. Be a big challenge for them. Higgins in, and another LBW appeal. George Hankins was about the most enthusiastic appealer, I think, at second slip.
Well, Ryan Higgins is bringing out the mid-season body language after an appeal being turned down, standing there with a look towards the umpire.
Again, it's almost in the same place. He's bowling pretty close to the stumps and just trying to nip the ball in off the seam to the right-hander. That's straighter this time, and Maslin plays it back up on the onside. There's the view across the ground.
I think he was probably welcoming Luke Maslin to Bristol whilst he was standing there, I reckon. Nice to have him here, and great to be out in the middle with you today, and all that sort of thing. He doesn't hold back, Ryan Higgins, does
No,
he?
he's a very competitive cricketer, that's for sure. And Maslin this time gets one that you can hear right out of the middle, but again it's only a defensive shot. And even for these young Exeter batsmen at the top of the order, there's an element of survival out there, isn't there?
Yeah, and I think that the prime example of, speaking of Higgins' competitiveness, was that Warwickshire match, which there was a lot going on out in the middle, as we kind of learned after the game.
Higgins again, staying over the wicket, and Maslin just plays that out on the onside to the man at short mid wicket. There's no run. In fact, he's fielded that off his own bowling. In fact, that's a deceptive angle, because that looked to go out on the onside from to the naked eye, but in fact it was fielded by the bowler. 3 for 1 then after 4 overs. There's the detail of the wicket. George Reed caught by Bracey off Payne without scoring, and this is the second day of this 3-day friendly, and the general pattern of these games, assuming that Gloucestershire have won the toss, which they have a happy knack of doing in recent seasons, is Gloucestershire bat the students, and that basically gives us a genuine 4 innings match.
Payne continuing, bowls to Reed, and that's a defensive shot back up the pitch off the middle of the bat. That should make Charlie Reed feel a lot better. And well, yeah, I mean, just going back to that competitiveness of Higgins, I think we were talking during the game about that he may well really want to prove against the first division opponent that Warwickshire were, that he, that he can take wickets at first division level. But I think it was even more than that, really. There was a lot of chat apparently going between the two teams as Payne bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Charlie Reid. And the fact that Higgins is the sort of player that thrives on that has to be a good thing for Gloucestershire, and is a good thing, because when you get into games against the likes of Surrey and Somerset to start the season, you're going to get some chat from both those two teams, that's for sure.
Yes, yeah, sort of high-level chat, I would suspect, too.
Indeed, yes. I think they were described as an angry team, Surrey, not so long ago. I think they may have changed their character a little bit, but not too much, as that's a leave well outside off from Charlie Reid, but particularly when Surrey were captained by Gareth Batty, the level of anger even towards his own team, and that was reflected, throughout from characters such as Jay Dernbach, and they were certainly an entertaining watch, I think, and hopefully they will be again this season, but they certainly demand high standards from themselves out there, and they'll let you know if they don't think you're up to scratch, as Payne bowls, and solid defensive. Well, this is again deceptive. I thought they were setting out towards point, but it's gone more behind square on the offside, but a solid enough piece of bat on it from Charlie Reid. 3 for 1, the score remains.
Yeah. Chris Dent is at first slip, and I think his hair's long enough now that you could probably... Yeah, he's tried to tie it up at the back. He had it underneath his hat, and the hat came off I think two balls ago, and he thought, this is ridiculous. I haven't got an Alice band. I'm going to have to tie it up.
It's Payne bowls and beats Reid, and well, cover your stumps and hope the ball misses the bat, I think, really, with that one. But yes, well, I'm certainly nobody to talk as far as lockdown hair is concerned, and I know the plight of the likes of Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth out there. It's constantly having to wipe hair out of the field of vision as well. But yes, I think a lot of people looking forward to when barbers can reopen. I'm certainly one of them, as Payne bowls, and that strikes Reid high up on the knee roll. Nobody even bothering to appeal for that one, and that ends the over. 4 overs gone, and Exeter University are 3 for 1.
Yes, so Payne and Higgins, the opening attack. We have been told, of course, that the squad will be used fully. Matt Taylor is out there, George Scott is out there. Plenty of options for Chris Dent. I'm sure, as it was for the university side, logically he would give everybody a reasonable bowl, you would have thought, depending on how long the innings last, of course. Here is Higgins, though, from the pavilion end in hazy sunshine, but very bright conditions to be playing in. And that's played out by Maslin into the offside again, no run.
And you'd think that Harry Hankins will get a bowl at some point as well. He didn't get a bat, but you'd imagine that they'll be wanting to use him. And thinking ahead to the Royal London Cup, he may be the sort of player that gets a bigger role for that and might be almost auditioning for it.
Higgins in once more, and again safely played out, and again with no aggression, just constant defence really from the university side at the moment here at the Bristol County Ground. If you've joined us for this test stream today, we're just doing commentary on this second day, but we will be at full throttle, we hope, for the Surrey game on the 8th of April, and Ed and I will be hopefully guiding you through some interesting and exciting matches in the Bob Willis Trophy and the Royal London Cup through the season. With this big block of 8 rounds of Championship cricket to start the season with, and then the rounds 9 and 10 before the groups are split are at Cheltenham, hopefully at the beginning of July. Here is Higgins once more, and again Maslin 3 parts forward with that shot. It wasn't a very big defensive stride, but he got pretty much everything behind it. Dent at first slip, Hankins at second. I think that is Tom Lace at third, and Jack Taylor and George Scott completing the cordon. Higgins hunting wickets even at the start of this red ball friendly, and that's let go this time by Maslin. Higgins, a bit of a yelp there. Well, that was moving a long way, but I'm sure nice for him to have a new ball in his hands, because when Dan Moore arrives, that may change. I mean, that's a you know, you can list probably 50 questions that Ian Harvey's got to try and come up with the answers to, and that his new ball pairing would be one of them. Higgins in, and that's played up but missed by Maslin, as Higgins still strives for his first success of this match. 3 for 1. Maslin has all 3 runs. George Reid out without scoring, and Charlie Reid has actually faced rather less of the strike. He's only faced 12 balls, but he's also yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think going back to the opening bowler question, you can't, and as I said, we had just a brief chat before the day's play about this, and you have to have Worrell opening the bowling, as Payne bowls to Reid, and I think that strikes him on the pad and goes out fine of square on the leg side, and the signal of leg bye is made eventually 5 for 1. But you know, Dan Worrell's great strength, I think, it has to be the ability to swing the ball both ways. So you can't not have him opening the bowling when the ball is the most receptive to that. However, he's also got a bit of extra pace about him, so he theoretically could bowl first change, but I don't think you can have him do that, as Maslin is struck on the pad and a little high up to be shouting for leg before.
Just a reminder that throughout the season we will have the email open, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. So if you are by a screen and have a chance to send us a note, be it a question or a comment, we'd be delighted to hear from you.
Payne continuing, he bowls, and that's flicked away by Maslin. They might think about a couple here, but they're not going to do so, as Scott's got across quickly and got the throw off as fast as he could to prevent the second run. 5 for 1. Maslin's got 4 now, and yeah, I mean, if you've got thoughts on the format for this year, perhaps if there's something in particular that you're looking forward to, if there's one player perhaps in particular you're looking forward to seeing. I think several players who I'm particularly going to be watching out for this year, as Payne will continue to Charlie Reid, and that's pushed into the leg side quick single, which they make quite comfortably in the end, and so Charlie Reid is off the mark. 6 for 1.
That is Harry Hankins.
That is Harry Hankins, yeah.
Actually, and you can tell it's him, not because he hasn't got a number on his back, and that's normal for a squad player, but he walks just like George. He just carries himself in very much the same way that his brother does.
So he's at square leg, still 4 slips in place as Payne bowls outside the off stump. Maslin does not offer a shot, but I mean, I would say particularly I'm going to be watching the batting, because I think the bowling is more of a known commodity, really. I think you know what you're going to get from Worrell when he's fit. You know what you're going to get from the likes of Higgins, Payne and Matt Taylor, so there's already 4 seamers. And
Jared Warner is a little bit of an unknown quantity.
And exactly, I suppose if you were to pick somebody from the bowling side of things, as Payne delivers and Maslin plays it up towards short mid-on, ends the over. 6 for 1, and looked as though we were going to have
sanitisation break, I think.
indeed, and maybe a drink or two.
We've had 7 overs, and umpire just signalled that there would be a brief sanitisation break.
But yeah, I've been speaking a little bit about Jared Warner. I've seen him probably in 1 or 2 white ball matches back when he played for Yorkshire, but he kind of, when you haven't got Worrell, assuming that happens in Championship or in 50 over cricket, I mean, it may be that Worrell doesn't play all the matches because Gloucestershire need him fit. Warner provides that height and that bounce and that's you know, that little bit of something extra which, you know, Josh Shaw can provide at times, but I think, you know, he's a very tall chap, is Jared Warner, and you know, he could really develop into that necessary cog in Gloucestershire's bowling attack. They've got swing, and you know, Dan Worrell was bowling at 90 miles an hour in the Big Bash, but he provides something that the others don't have.
Higgins to continue after that brief sanitisation break. 6 for 1 is the score here. The University replying to 401 for 9. An extra have lost George Reed so far in this innings. Caught behind in David Payne's first over without scoring. Charlie Reed on strike, no relation. When he's squirted that away down through the slip cordon again. Scott is on the chase. They'll come back for a couple. It's reasonably long boundary down towards the apartments at the Ashley Down Road end, because the pitch quite a long way across towards the scoreboard, and they pick up a couple more. 8 for 1.
Yeah, kind of a shot that really, if you're going to bat in the top order in English conditions, you need to be able to get runs in that kind of area. You need to be able to just run the ball off the outside edge in a controlled fashion for runs behind square on the offside.
Higgins in once more, and that was again a pretty big appeal. Hankins is certainly the chief shouter at the moment, and Higgins has had a handful of these in the first half an hour or so of this innings, and they've all been similar appeals, with the batsman apparently, or he would say, playing down the wrong line. It says something for Higgins' accuracy, that they're trying to play pretty straight. He's bowling to his field, but also to, I'm sure, the plan that he's trying to pitch it almost on a sixpence, and managing to do so. He's giving nothing away here and making the batsman play all the time, which is what he wants to do, I'm sure. Higgins in again. That's a little bit easier for Reed. Just runs that up to mid-on when there's no run.
There certainly hasn't been a lot of leaves from Higgins' end in particular. There have been a few more from David Payne, but despite having the 4 slips in place, it looks as though Higgins is more looking for bowls and LBWs than, which I think is probably the right way to go, and then the slips are there in case of the nick, but he's attacking the stumps.
That's always the way he tends to play his cricket. The word attack is he's probably his middle name, isn't it? Because that's very much his modus operandi. 8 for 1. Exeter University have had 8 overs of their innings. Higgins has had 4, Payne's had 4, and I think reasonable expectation that we will see the full range of the Gloucestershire attack during this innings, unless there's a real skittling spell from somebody. Scott again has come down towards us, and Payne's to continue.
So Payne staying over as you'd expect, and leaves and bowls him. So Maslin's off stump is uprooted and Payne gets a second wicket, and Luke Maslin has been bowled for 4, and judging by the amount that off stump was pulled out of the ground by, it wasn't too close to missing off stump either, so that's been, I guess, the plan of attack from Payne. He's pushed a lot of balls across. There's been a lot of deliveries which could have been left. That certainly wasn't one of them.
No, and just looking at the replay, that appeared to be one that didn't actually swing very much. It was just literally very well angled, and Maslin got his geography wrong, and the off stump knocked back with some venom. So 8 for 2, and University already finding things pretty difficult out there, and it will be Ben Wells who is in at number 4.
Yeah, so
and
a tough task.
Yeah, I did say to you, didn't I? I think when we arrived today that it might be that the University would do well to bat for half the day, and I'm not being disparaging to them there in any sense, but it's the gap between the level they usually play at and the level they're being asked to play at, and at the moment 8 for 2 in 8 overs would tell you they're not finding it very easy out there.
Well, particularly early on against a new ball, with Gloucestershire not holding back in their new ball pairing either, as that's delivery which has risen a little bit further back of a length than most of the balls that Payne's been bowling, and that allows Wells the easy shoulder arms this time. But yeah, I guess maybe he wasn't watching Maslin before that, because he left it very confidently. I mean, I guess he could leave it on length, but at the same time, if you've just seen the guy before you shoulder arms to a ball ripping out off stump, you might be a little less inclined to leave the ball. But Wells watching the ball, playing it on its merits, and is beaten this time though. That one, you'd have to say he felt he had to play at, and didn't get the nick this time. But David Payne is causing plenty of problems out there, and as you say, not all of them are moving, but such is Payne's experience and skill, he doesn't necessarily have to have the ball moving and doing all sorts, as he comes in and bowls, and that's a confident defensive push back up the pitch, and there's no run.
There's the view from the camera at the pavilion end. The pitch actually is deceptive from our angle. I think it's quite a long way across on the square. It looks rather greener than it actually is.
Well, I saw a rather amusing comment on the Gloucestershire Twitter feed with somebody had taken, I'm guessing either James or Shane had taken a picture of some stumps on the outfield in front of the James is waving, so it was him, full delivery, defended out into the covers for no run. James is waving, so the picture had a set of stumps, I think, and the Bristol Pavilion in the background, and somebody had commented, pitch looks a bit green. Of course it was the outfield, but it does happen, because there was a game, I think it was a Hamilton this winter between New Zealand and the West Indies. I have never seen a pitch look as green as that before. It really did look the same colour as the outfield without any exaggeration at all. Most extraordinary pitch. Payne bowls, back of a length left alone by Wells outside the off stump. That ends the over. 8 for 2 after 9 overs. It's tough going, as you would expect. And I think we're going to have another look at the second wicket to fall here.
It was quite an extravagant leave. That's from obviously from the camera at the top of the pavilion. The better shot is from the other end, actually, because it just gives you the idea that the ball, it wasn't one that was, you know, pitching on off stump and straightening a long way. It was basically just the good use of the angle, and Payne has 2 for 4 in 5 overs. And Higgins to continue from the pavilion end, and that's the ball that Reed just plays the clothesline shot to, effectively just inside the line. Matt Taylor having a bit of a limber up.
Yes, that certainly seems to be his preferred method of leaving the ball from what we've seen of Reed so far. He doesn't kind of do the extravagant removal of the bat from the ball's path, rather prefers to play inside the line.
Four slips still in, and that was half forward, not very convincingly. Again, the yelp from the cordon. Ryan Higgins just had a brief exchange with the umpire as he walks back. I'm sure that it might be something about, you know, you're going to give me one of those in a minute.
I've had an over full of LBWs here this morning.
That was the tone of the conversation, I'm sure. Higgins right arm over the wicket, and just played not very convincingly with the bottom hand there from Reed. Shot from the camera on the scoreboard side with the clear shadow of the floodlight pylon. So you couldn't wish for a better day. I mean, if
in July.
well, at any point, one would argue, and certainly for a pre-season game. Higgins in once more over the wicket, and that's taken by Bracey. We briefly talked about Bracey not being first choice to keep, but Tom Lace being there, if you like, in the background as a second keeper. Again, at one publication I saw picking out a Gloucestershire player to watch this season, and Lace was the player that they picked out. Here is Higgins once more, out on the onside. Obviously, his parent club originally was Middlesex. He'd done well on a loan at Derbyshire, and then he decided to go down that well-trodden route that Higgins and Scott had previously taken to come from Lords to Bristol.
Yeah, and I think it's very difficult to take anything from the stats last season, because moving clubs at the best of times is difficult, but during COVID...
Higgins in, and on this occasion Reed goes backward again, plays inside the line by taking the bat away, and it's the end of Higgins' over. Matt Taylor, I think, is going to have a bowl shortly, because he's certainly given his cap to one of the other fielders. In fact, he's going to have a bowl now from the Ashley Down Road, and so the left arm attack will continue from that end. Sorry, Lace, you're going to say?
Yeah, well, it must have been so tough to come here after, you know, a little bit, and to try and get settled in. Never mind in a frame of mind where you're going out and performing at your best immediately. It must have been very tough, and I think he's a player which Gloucestershire will need plenty of runs from, but I think there were definitely some rather different circumstances for him last year which won't be present this year, so very much looking forward to seeing what he will do. He certainly batted nicely at Taunton as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's a drive, or rather more like a clip through mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2 runs, and Wells gets off the mark with a couple, and Exeter 10 for 2. And
would you have an idea about where Lace might bat? I mean, I have a number in my head, but again, it comes back to the composition of the rest of the order.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you probably are looking at 5.
5 is where I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it were 4 as well. I don't think that he's a player that you'd be looking to bat lower than that, as Matt Taylor bowls, left alone by Wells. You know, he's not a lower order player.
No.
He's somebody that will want to bat time and has the technique to bat time. So whilst you probably wouldn't want to be having him at 3, I guess then who do you put at 3? But that's another question which you haven't asked me. So
no,
and
hopefully we know who was at 3 last year.
Well, exactly,
and that was a slightly left field thought.
That's clipped away by Wells. A couple of confident scoring shots for him, as the throw is a nasty one for Bracey to deal with. Low down on the half volley, and
think of a few club keepers who would have been having a word with the man.
I was going to say, there wasn't even half a stare from Bracey there. I don't think he even looked at Scott. Maybe that's the most dangerous thing, though, when the keeper doesn't look at you. It's 11 for 2, and Charlie Reid is on strike. Wells has already caught him up on 3 as Matt Taylor bowls. And that's worked away through square leg. There'll be at least 2 here. I think that's all it will be as Scott moves across from the fine leg boundary to do the fielding and score 13 now for 2. But yes, I mean, you'd certainly have to say with the bat in red ball cricket, Graham van Buren was the standout, and in that position as well, which he hadn't batted for whatever 5 years or so, and he looked, regardless of the output, he looked the most confident batsman last season as Matt Taylor bowls a Yorker and it's squeezed out fine behind square on the leg side. They'll come through for a single. 14 for 2.
Reid did very well there.
That is I mean, it's a pacey enough Yorker, let's just say that. And you just got to try and get bat on it, really, that's all.
That would have probably cleaned out the leg stump, I would have thought, if he hadn't have got the bat down on that.
Yes, it's almost unfair, isn't it, really? It's difficult enough playing line and length, then all of a sudden they bowl a Yorker at you. You've got to try and deal with. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's left alone by Wells outside the off stump. So a productive over that for Exeter University. 14 for 2 is the score. 11 overs have been bowled, and Wells and Reid finding the middle of the bat a couple of times during that over, which will please them.
Yeah, so Higgins is going to at least have one more, and then we expect to see possibly a change. Chris Dent last season, and this is not absolutely formative, but 6 overs tended to be the limit for most spells, for most of his cricket bowlers. Here is Higgins in his 6th, and that's through to Bracey as Reid again plays slightly inside the line.
So I wonder if the original plan was for Higgins to bowl 6, or whether Higgins has said, I want a wicket here, and he's been granted an extra over or 2.
He'll bowl it until he gets one.
Exactly.
Well, he's had enough near things in this spell, that's for sure. Right arm over the wicket again, and that's worked. He's conceded a run, that's been a rarity. In fact, it's more than that, because it's going to be 4. All the way to the boundary at mid-wicket. That's the first time he's given away anything loose at all.
And it is the first boundary.
Reid has dismissed it with competence away to the covers in front of the main stand on the scoreboard side of the ground, the mound stand. And 18 for 2 is the Exeter University reply to 401 for 9 declared. Gloucestershire batting on for just under 3 overs this morning, just to get to that psychological figure. And here is Higgins again, and again slightly forward, not very far from Reid, and again playing inside the line through to Bracey.
I just got a beautiful waft of summer there, Ian. Almost, it's hard to describe, really, isn't it? It was just the sort of the smell of a cricket ground on a hot summer's day. A little bit of freshly cut grass, and gosh, yes, that was nice.
Higgins in once more. I mean, we made mention last summer. We were very fortunate to be, here bringing you cricket, and it will be no different on the 8th of April. It's nice just to sort of blow the cobwebs away a bit today and make sure that all the kit is as it should be, and that's the main reason for today. We just check that the technicals will be fine for you when we get to the 8th of April. And Higgins in once more, and that's looking to play that through the onside, and it's squirted out to short cover, so he got that really in the wrong place, did Charlie Reid, but he's still there, still surviving. George Scott fancies a bolt. He's limbering up, and it might be that he will be first change at the pavilion end, we'll see. Higgins in very, very nice conditions indeed, in once more, and again Reid batting in a maroon helmet, Just plays that out quietly on the offside. 18 for 2, both wickets to David Payne in his opening spell, which was 5 overs long. And just a reminder of I'm sure the regulations today are lunch at 1 and tea at 3:40, and close of players at 6 o'clock. So 3 2-hour sessions for this match. If you're looking to catch some cricket but are around doing other things, it's very much a did I call it an old-fashioned hours of play? Can I call it that?
You probably, yes. So there's Matt Taylor bowls, and that's not worked away into the leg side as was hoped for by Wells, but he's certainly come out looking to put away anything that he thinks is too straight, and Reed's got the work away into the leg side going as well. So Gloucestershire going to have to decide whether they want to try and bowl a ball that looks as if it's going to be workable through the leg side, and then perhaps with Payne on the angle just continue, or whether they're going to bowl a little bit further outside off stump, or rather Matt Taylor I should say, rather than Payne, as that's driven. Lovely shot down the ground. That's going to race away down towards the flats for 4. That is a beautiful drive from Wells, and the score moves to 22 for 2, shot of the morning.
Yeah, that was nicely played. Didn't try and hit it too hard. That was just a little punch,
check,
wasn't
yeah,
it?
check punch kind of drive, really, yeah.
And I know that's not the longest boundary, but he clearly got that right out of the sweet spot.
Yeah, I must say it somehow it looks even quicker down there than it has been. I mean, the outfield is beautiful, particularly heading down towards there, but downhill, short boundary. But even so, ball seemed to race away. Matt Taylor in bowls, and there's the ball that he's looking for, but he doesn't get the decision as far as the LBW is concerned, and that's where I'm not going to say overconfidence, because that's not the right thing, but as the batsmen start to feel they can play some more shots, as we have a look at the replay, well, it was still quite leg-sideish, but he just didn't get the bat on it. It wasn't the ball that I thought Taylor might be aiming for, which is on a sort of a middle and off type line, but still quite full. He just didn't lay the bat on that one. There's Matt Taylor bowls, and Wells does try to work leg side, and doesn't lay bat on it this time either. 22 for 2, but yes, almost you can start to feel too comfortable out there, and then something will come along and catch you out. That's the difficulty, and obviously they'll want to get runs on the board, they'll want to keep the board ticking over, but the danger is that you play a shot that isn't there, very full and driven down to mid-on, and fielded by David Payne there, no run.
I think, yeah, so Payne at mid-on. Now Benny Howell, I think, at mid-off, and Tom Lace is in on the onside, just that little potential clip off the leg, straight to short mid-wicket. Not had anything go his way yet, but he's crouching there now.
Matt Taylor bowls, and that's a good drop and run from Wells. That's very good batting into the vacant cover region, knew where his gap was, positive defensive shot, and sets off for the single and gets it. 23 for 2, that is in fact the end of the over, and that's 13 now that have been bowled. And remind you again of our email address, even though it is pre-season, our emails are open. We'd like to hear from you on whatever it is you would like to get in touch with us about, whether it's county championship format, whether it's individual performances you're hoping for this season, or whether it's just a note to say that you're looking forward to getting to the ground at some point this season. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk is the address.
And you're going to see Josh Shaw come on for Ryan Higgins, but you were talking about, made the sort of kind of slightly glib comment about hours of play. A lot of complaints I saw on sort of various platforms about the length of time it was taking to bowl the overs in the 50 over matches between India and England in particular.
Yes, and a lot of people saying that they want 40 overs rather than 50 overs. I'm a big fan of 50 over cricket personally. I must say I wouldn't like to see that.
Here is Shaw in and almost starts with almost a Yorker, certainly a very, very full ball to Wells, and it's just dug out and a loosener from Josh Shaw.
Yeah, I just think that the danger is that 50 over cricket becomes so much like T20 that you've just got effectively an extended T20 for 40 overs.
Got a couple of emails which we'll get to in a second. Jeff Leonard asks, afternoon, is it afternoon yet, by the way? Is it?
Yeah,
Yes,
it is, yeah.
yes. Jeff Leonard says, who would you like to see open with Chris Dent? Wow. Personally, I think that's probably Ben Charlesworth's job. But we've seen Benny Howell open in this game. Miles Hammond must also be a contender to do that. Here is Shaw in once more, and solidly forward goes Wells, and just played out quietly on the offside to Jack Taylor.
We've had a tweet as well, by the way, whilst we're talking about batting lineups. James Young has sent a tweet in with his ideal lineup for this season, so maybe after this ball I'll read you out his thoughts.
23 for 2 is Shaw back at the end of his run, comes briskly in once more, and that's let go by Wells through to James Bracey. I'd say for me, I think I'd start with Charlesworth.
You agree with James Young then?
Do I?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's a dangerous thing to do. So should we go on with his selection then, and we'll...
Yeah, so he would like Bracey at 3. He would like Lace at 4, Higgins 5, Van Buren 6, and then Scott 7 would be his ideal batting lineup.
Shaw in once more, and again that's not played at by Wells. So I would so who's at 8 then?
8 Smith.
Right, and so you're genuinely playing, dare I say, you're playing 2 spinners in that team. You're playing two genuine slow bowlers in that team rather than one, which has generally been the way of it under Richard Dawson, would be generally to pick either Van Buren or Smith, but not both. Shaw in once more, and once again no run to Wells. This is Shaw's first over. They've got his former Yorkshire teammate Jared Warner with him, of course, this season, but it might be that they're playing for one place, those two, particularly in red ball cricket. And his 3-man attack?
Well, you'd have Higgins, Worrell, Payne, Shaw as your seamers, and then you would have 2...
So his bottom 3 in the order then are Payne, Shaw and Worrell?
Indeed, yeah. And Worrell, his batting seems to have come on a lot from... he was, he could obviously more than hold a bat when he was at Gloucestershire last, but I think his batting has got even better, certainly in white ball cricket. I think overall Worrell's white ball game was especially impressive during the winter in the Big Bash, because I hadn't had him down so much as a white ball bowler, and whilst his strength still was up front with a new ball when it was swinging, he was able to bowl really at any point in the innings that he was asked to, as Matt Taylor continues, bowls to Reed and Reed leaves. And that was what I was meaning about. I was talking a little bit earlier about Worrell's versatility, and for me now he's got so many more strings to his bow than he even did when he was here last, only a couple of seasons ago. He really seems to have worked very hard on that, and also in terms of the batting, he'll elongate the batting order a little bit.
Well, he got a 50 when he was here before.
He did.
Having not got one at any stage previously, I think.
Worked away, or attempted to be worked away through the leg side, but picked up by... Who's that there at short middle wicket?
That's Lace there, I think.
That is Lace.
Yeah.
I thought it was Lace, and then he was in the slips earlier on, so I was a bit hesitant there. But there are 3 slips now, so Lace is the one that's come out of there.
So James is with Charlesworth with me for Dent's opening partner. Are you
Indeed.
are you with him as well?
Give me a sec. Matt Taylor bowls to Reed. Reed's solid defensive shot to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I would say this, although I'm with Charlesworth, it's not a done deal, that slot.
I think it's almost where you have to say yes, but you know, you could equally say, well, this is the opportunity to look at him as a middle order player. It's a tough one for me. I hum and haw about it, but I think overall I would have to say yes at the moment. As here's Matt Taylor bowls round the wicket, and there's a back foot drive attempted here by Reed, but hit straight to Jack Taylor at backward point, and there's no run.
We should say, but Tom Lace is, as you say, is out there at short mid wicket. His squad number is 8 and will be 8 for the summer. And Jared Warner, who is not playing in this match, his squad number will be 4. And of course, whose squad number was 4 previously?
Oh, don't do that to me. I'm
Sorry.
terrible with squad numbers.
APR Gidman.
Of course.
Was the 4 previously.
Matt
I
Taylor
think.
bowls around the wicket, and it's played.
Actually, he might have been 5. Actually, I think.
Yes, 5 sounds better to me.
5, not 4.
Yes. But as I say, numbers, I never remembered the numbers, because in those days, of course, I was just watching on TV. You didn't need the numbers.
No, actually, Gibbon was 5, not 4. The other question was from Adrian Thomas, and that is that if you were playing only one spinner, would you choose either Tom Smith or Graham Van... Who would you choose out of Tom Smith or Graham Van Buren?
Well, I think it probably boils down to the fact that, are you looking at Van Buren as just a spinner, as Taylor continues the round-the-wicket attack to the right-handed Reed, and that's another solid defensive shot back up the pitch. That ends over number 15, 23 for 2. In fact, yes, it is over number 15. Scoreboard just ticks over. But yeah, I think if you were looking at just one, then you'd have to say Van Buren, you'd think, would do the job, and then you could potentially play an extra batsman instead of Smith. But at the same time, you know, how do you read the pitch, I think might be the question.
Neither, I would say, are big spinners of the ball, so therefore their job is really probably one more of containment than anything else.
Yeah.
Certainly in red ball cricket, Tom might get a bit more bounce out of a pitch like a Cheltenham pitch, whereas Graham would skid it through a little bit more. It may even depend as much on the venue as anything else. There's not a lot, as Shaw continues. That's punched away nicely by Wells. He'll get certainly 2, and the chase by Lace allows them no more than that. Graham obviously has a greater pedigree as a batsman, but Tom Smith's batting is not to be discounted.
No, exactly.
In a sense that he is a very competent and determined batsman, knows his limits, but has scored very valuable runs, and that's almost a position where he's got his feet planted firmly to the floor, not much foot movement from Wells, and he's squeezed that off a thickish outside edge through the slip cordon offshore and away for 4. That was past the 3rd slip with that shot, and he's added 4 more to the total, but it would not be one that would be in any cricket textbook. 29 for 2.
Yes, there was a bit of a swishing attempted drive there, and the dangers, as we've pointed out ad nauseum last season, and will do, I'm sure, this season as well, of going too hard at the ball at Bristol.
Short bustles in once more, And that's down the leg side, and Bracey, does he take that?
That's heading towards fine leg.
Yeah, he's got a hand on that, but nothing. He couldn't stop it completely, and Chris Dent completes the fielding. That was a bit of a wayward one from Josh Shaw. Thanks to Jeff and Adrian for their questions on this second day of this red ball match between Gloucestershire and Exeter University. The Van Buren Smith one, it's both bring different things depending on what you want out of the game, and indeed where the game is being played. I mean, there could be occasions where they actually both do play, where Graham is needed far more for his batting.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You need Van Buren's batting regardless of spin choice. So that was why I didn't know whether the question was just if you took them both as bowlers, which would you play, or
it was worded if there was only one spinner.
Right. In which case you would have to say Van Buren because of the batting.
Short in once more, and that's placed quite pleasantly in the gap by Reed. Again, he'll pick up 2. Lace has got some mud on his trousers now, having made a diving stop or 2 in this first session of the day. 32 for 2, Exeter University.
But if the question is, if you needed one of those 2 spinners to take your wicket, which of the 2 do you throw the ball to? Then that becomes a difficult question indeed.
Yeah, Tom Smith obviously has a very, very good record in white ball cricket, but I think his first class average is something like 50. Graham's, I suspect, is less, but it'd be interesting to know what his average in England was.
Exactly, because that's what you would have to look at, because there'll be no comparison if you just look at the pure numbers. So Tom Smith's first class average 49.58, and Van Buren's is 32.63. So if you were just looking at that, you would say, well, you've got to throw the ball to Van Buren. But I think his average was below 20, and quite a bit below 20 when he came over to England, because as I mentioned last year, Van Buren was playing more provincial cricket than franchise cricket in South Africa before he came over. He obviously played a lot of franchise cricket as well, but often those players that have the numbers from the provincial level, as was, because of course it's gone back to the provincial level now for next season, but that's another story which is not particularly interesting, but that's where those numbers have come from anyway, as Matt Taylor bowls around the wicket and it's dropped into the offside. Wells thought about another quick single, but not there this time. And
if I know Adrian, he will have Van Buren's England figures either in his head or somewhere on a spreadsheet.
Well, yes, so we would very much welcome that, Adrian, if you're able to provide us with that, because...
So, I suspect that he hasn't taken that great batch of wickets in England, certainly.
That's pushed confidently up towards mid-on by Wells, who's beginning to look a little more set out there. But yeah, I mean, 32.63, if Van Buren were averaging that in English conditions, he would be among the better spinners in the country, really, wouldn't he? I mean, there can't be too many spinners who are consistently able to take wickets at under 30 as Matt Taylor bowls, and Wells confidently on the front foot playing out towards cover where Graham Van Buren is and does the fielding. But, you know, it's just not that easy to bowl spin here, and the usual case is that you're looking, as you say, for containment rather than for attack and wicket taking. So, you know, if very numbers held up in England, then that would be something very different.
88 wickets in red ball.
Oh, is that a nick? Yes, he is. Bracey tosses the ball up in the air, but not too much celebration other than that. Obviously just a little fine nick. I certainly didn't hear it with my headphones on, but that's wicket number 3, first of the innings for Matt Taylor. He absolutely had to play at that ball, and this time the edge was found. 32 for 3, Exeter University.
And just again, that's round the wicket. The angle, just asking a different question of the batsman, where he was, as you say, forced to play, and the first wicket for Matt Taylor. 32 for 3. Just to complete that Van Buren chat, 88 wickets in red ball cricket in his career. But as you say, at 32.63 is his overall average. But the important thing is to split away the cricket in South Africa and the cricket over here to give you a truer comparison with Tom Smith, who, for example, has 78 wickets, but at nearly 50 runs apiece.
Yeah, because really, Graham Van Buren was too good for provincial level. If you look at his numbers with the bat and with the ball, they will tell you that Van Buren was far too good a cricketer to be playing at provincial level. His problem almost was he was playing in the region of one of the best franchise teams, certainly as far as red ball cricket goes, in the world. He was trying to get into a side with, well, apart from anybody else, you've got Roelof van der Merwe down at Somerset, who is at the same franchise level as him, and then you're playing at Supersport Park in Centurion, which is not a place where spin is traditionally bowled, for obvious reasons, that the pitches are fast and bouncy, so why would you need to bowl spin there?
Matt Doran has come out for the University at number 5.
So Taylor will shift back over the wicket for him and bowl a very full delivery. I don't know if he was trying to york him or whether he was just over pitching it, but either way it was left alone. So a left-hander for Taylor to bowl at, and the one previous left-hander was the first victim of the day, George Reed, who nicked one through to Bracey, took a good catch low down to his left. And Matt Taylor, at the end of his run, he comes in and bowls, and that's left again by Doran to end the over. 32 for 3 is the score. 17 overs have been bowled, and I thought that was a fire alarm for a moment there. It was a very strange noise. You picked that up on the effects microphone. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, somebody's doing a bit of strimming of their pot plants, perhaps in the flats.
Maybe. I should say, anybody out on the flats watching the cricket today? Yes, there are some on the top floor of the block closest to us. 32 for 3. George Reed for 0, Maslin for 4, and Wells for 14 are the men out. And here is Shaw to continue his stint from the pavilion, still looking for his first success of the day, and the right-handed figure of Reed, who's been in since the start of this innings. We're in the 18th over now. He has 12, but he's been pretty patient. Hasn't had a vast amount of the strike at 43 balls. And he sets himself now right-handed. And Shaw to bowl to him again, goes back into his crease, but that sort of clothesline, I think, defensive shot. It's a sort of it's kind of a half leave, really.
He certainly looked confident doing it, which is, the important thing for an opening batsman. He's, I think it's a strategy where you can almost give yourself a bit more margin for error. When you look at Luke Maslin shouldering arms to a ball, it maybe you could have got it squirted off an inside edge if he'd been playing that way.
Sure. In again, and that's played into the ground this time by Reed.
At the very least, I suppose, you forced the umpire to make an LBW decision against you.
Yeah, there was Tom Smith doing the fielding there, and he's now out on the field.
Marcus Trescothick always used to do that, didn't he? He was sort of I guess recently the greatest exponent of the play inside the line, and you think he's played a miss, but the ball's actually nowhere near him.
Shaw once more, and the sort of the acceptance, or it wasn't a cheer, but the encouragement from the cordon. They like the shape of that delivery from Josh Shaw. Now very much settled here after, I think it was either 3 or 4 loans.
Yeah, something like
from
that.
Yorkshire.
Well, he's certainly a bowler that you feel can produce a wicket out of nowhere when there's not much happening.
Shaw in again, and that's squirted between 3rd and 4th slip. Tom Smith slides away to do the fielding. No chance of a catch. We've had a couple of nicks taken by James Bracey so far in this innings.
He certainly had a couple of candidates for ball of the season, Josh Shaw, and I think when you look at his value to the side, it's not necessarily just in terms of the pure wickets taken, because when it's doing all sorts, Higgins is going to be bowling a long spell probably, as is David Payne, so he's not going to get necessarily as many overs with the ball hooping about.
Here he is now to the left-handed Buren, and the batsman just asking the fielder if he can pick the ball up. I think hit him on the body. I think that last delivery in Shaw's over. The bowling figures, you see them on the screen. There are 2 wickets so far for David Payne, 1 for Matt Taylor. Higgins gave very little away in his opening spell, and I'm sure we will see in due course the spinners turn their arm over to it, unless the quicker bowlers can run through this Exeter University side. They've got 3 wickets already, and Van Buren's just being moved into a slightly squarer position.
So Matt Taylor will continue round the wicket to the right-hander, and that's a drive off the back foot, which is not timed, but he'll pick up a single as backward point moves across to do the fielding, and the score 34 now for 3. It didn't time it perfectly, but important to find those gaps and keep the strike rotating, even if you don't necessarily get boundaries for it. I'm just kind of thinking, with 25 minutes left until lunch, Matt Taylor, especially given that fact, if somebody else is going to have, a few overs worth of a spell, then you probably are going to want to get them on soon, as Buren offers no shot at that one. But if they're going to get any kind of a spell in, then that probably, you'd imagine this will be Matt Taylor's last over.
George Scott might be a thought, perhaps. I say, although Smith and Van Buren are both out on the field. Van Buren didn't have a bat in the Gloucestershire innings, but as has been well publicised, the squads are being used fully throughout this game.
Here comes Matt Taylor. He bowls, and that's driven away off the back foot, past backward point, and it will head to the boundary. That was 4 from the moment it left his bat. So Buren's off the mark in fine style, 38 for 3. Tom
Smith doing the chasing, but in vain. The advertising boards aren't yet up around the ground.
I suppose we could be the advertising boards almost.
Well, yes, I've had a couple of interesting instances during the winter about discussions about the placement of advertising boards at football matches, which I won't bore you with here, but the board's not up, just the old-fashioned rope. That's left alone by Buren as Taylor hunts for his 2nd wicket. But you would imagine, going back to who's going to bowl, that there'd be another, I guess, partnership with Scott and Harry Hankins at some point, unless they start after lunch with one of them. But you'd imagine that they will both get a bowl, and then the question is Van Buren or Smith to turn their arm over as well, as Buren tries to work that one away into the leg side. It was back of a length, hit him more on the thigh pad really than the pad itself, but there's no run as the ball squirts away harmlessly. That's the one thing about the Gloucestershire squad, either in red ball or white ball cricket, is that the bowling options are, if they're not quite endless, they are certainly extensive.
Yeah, definitely. And as you say, regardless of when the 50 overs comes along, as a straight delivery and a nice full face of the bat presented by Buren ends that particular over. 38 for 3 after 19 are Exeter University, and whilst it's been fairly slow this morning, it's been still, you know, perfectly intriguing. There's been wickets to fall and chances and shouts. It's still been a good morning's cricket despite the scoring rate not being express.
Now, and actually probably more interesting when Gloucestershire are in the field than when Gloucestershire are batting necessarily, because the difference in the level is perhaps more accentuated when Gloucestershire are batting. Here is short. Oh, that was very close to an LBW. There could be a run out here if a good direct hit, and that's a very good bit of work from George Scott. Reid attempted to turn the ball onto the onside, but Scott only had one stump to aim at. Reid sent off for a single. He was sent back, and Scott absolutely knocked the stump out of the ground that was closest to him. It wasn't that far away, but it was a very, very good bit of work, and shows actually what we saw in the limited amount of red ball cricket that he played last year, was that he's just a handy player in all facets of the game. He doesn't really have a real weakness in that sense. He can contribute with the ball. He showed he can contribute with the bat, and he's certainly a good fielder.
Yeah, well, they've had him in important positions. He wasn't in the T20 side for the entire competition, but when he was there, he would often be at backward points, so they certainly trust his fielding to be of a high level, and we've seen that so far. And yeah, gunning the stumps down there was not a single there, and
in fact the stump was so badly damaged we need another one. One of the ground staff is walking out with a new stump, so that the one that
Bill sent to Mr. Scott, please.
Yeah, the one that Scott hit is not sufficiently solid to continue, and I think that's Billy Taylor, the umpire, coming towards us and swapping the damaged one for a new one.
They didn't bring him out sort of a selection of stumps to choose from, you know, like when they bring out the new bat. So I was hoping there'd be a sort of, you know, a gradual inspection of each stump to determine which was the best condition. But no, I'm afraid I don't think that Charlie Reid has anybody to blame other than himself for that run out. I think he just committed too far for the run. I think Buren sent him back really as quickly as he could, and unfortunately he'd just gone down too far, and we could have, well, we did give him out from here straight away. You could see that the bat wasn't, I don't think, even on the ground, never mind near the crease.
Well, so Dominic Goodman has come out at number 6, and he of course is on the Gloucestershire staff, so he'll be keen to try and do something with the bat here. Josh Shaw in his 4th over, bowls to Goodman. There's a big appeal for an LBW, and he's gone straight away. Well, Goodman, a big, tall figure, quite imposing physically actually, but here, batting at number 6, Shaw right on over the wicket, and he was certainly fired pretty quickly by the umpire. The question for me was whether he might have been outside the line, but the umpire was pretty convinced, and the 5th wicket goes down, and we're just having another look from a different angle at George Scott's run out. You can see where the ball is played, goes to his right hand. He's made a lot of ground actually to get to it, but it's his stronger side, and I think unfortunately for Charlie Reid, as you said, Ed, he committed to the run without really perhaps thinking about either Buren's chances of getting to the other end, or is he indeed his own of getting back. 38 for 5. And actually that card, with Reed and Wells having just steadied things a little bit and occupied some time, that card has changed quite a bit very quickly.
Yeah, it has, and a shame really, because it would have been rather nice to see Dom Goodman bat for a length of time and show, I guess, show us what he's got with a bat, but unfortunately he's not lasted too long, and I'll have to take your word for it on the LBW, because unfortunately the sun's glaring off the monitor over there, so I couldn't see it. But
well, Alex Turner's come out at number 7, and Shaw to continue comes in and bowls, and that's out the off stump, and that's let go. And there are 5 slips now in for Josh Shaw, although actually they haven't had anything go their way at all. They had 1 or 2 streaky shots through the slips all along the floor, but nothing going their way in terms of an edge as yet.
Mike Turner says, tell Ian you think Will Tavare might have been number 4.
He was. Well done, Mike. Here's Shaw in, and that hits the pad, and it's out on the offside, but no LBW decision upheld, and not really an appeal, just an ooh. Mike Turner sometimes keeps us company at Cheltenham on the electronic boards, so good spot that Will Tavare was the last squad number 4.
I think he was trying to make me look good there, by the way, so I thank Mike for that, because especially the way he phrased it, but unfortunately I was too slow to pick up that he was trying to make me look good. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for that.
Yeah, nice for you to be with us on this this day, for just to, as we've said, just to make sure that all the technicals are right for next Thursday. And nice to also get some of you on the emails as well, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. The emails will be open, of course, throughout the whole season.
Yes, and in fact you can even bombard them after the day's play, and they can be sitting there waiting for James to read before the start of the season. I'm sure he'd love to to thumb through those.
Sure. Past the umpire at the pavilion end, and again they're going to go for a single this time. They're a more comfortable single though, and apologies to Harry Fisher, who has actually come in to bat at number 7. So Turner, Barlow, Morgan and Buckingham are the remainder of the batting order for Exeter University. 39 for 5 they are, having not started at the 11 o'clock today. 401 for 9 was the Gloucestershire total. They batted on for just 3 overs, just to get from 386 for 9 to 401 for 9. Higgins 93 and Matt Taylor 34 when Chris Dent called them in. And we are going to have a bowling change, I think, at the Ashley Down Road end. Or is, yeah, looks like Scott to me, Ed.
It does, and that's because it is. So George Scott to continue, and well, I say continue. Start a new spell. We'll take over.
5 overs, 1 for 16 for Matt Taylor.
Yeah, I would say it was a tidy spell from Matt Taylor. There were a few more deliveries which the Exeter batsman managed to get away to score off him, but at the same time the ball's getting a little bit older now, and you'd expect to see that as Scott starts off with a delivery gently outside the off stump, and Fisher has nothing to do with that one.
Starts with a no ball as well. That was
so he did. Yes, he bowled a couple of no balls last season as well, I think, which I think perhaps even in the 220, which is a bit of a criminal thing to do. As here's Scott bowls, and that's left alone by Fisher. And Ryan Higgins has been known to bowl the occasional no ball as well, which you'd say for bowlers not sending it down at express pace would be something that you would expect not to happen, but then it does, and even spinners overstepping. Seen plenty of that this winter, the likes of Embaldenia for Sri Lanka overstepping numerous times as Fisher leaves that one alone.
There really is no excuse for a spinner ball with no ball, is there?
No, really there isn't. And we had a brief discussion about the gain that you get from doing it, and really it's hard to see any reason why you should be at all close as a spinner, particularly. So yeah, a bit of a head scratcher, that one, really.
I'll come back to that in a second.
Here's Scott. He bowls to Fisher, back of a length, dropped into the cover point area, but not able to take off for a quick single. There is Fisher.
So this is perhaps showing my age a bit here, and I for those of you listening who we've been so much dominated by COVID over the last 12 months, I am old enough to have had my first jab. I'm pleased to say, in a way, but I'm also old enough to remember one David Ackfield playing for Essex.
Left alone, no run.
And he used to bowl, literally, his delivery stride was between the stumps and the front. His back foot was in front of the stumps, and his front foot was not bowling a no ball most of the time. So one of the shortest delivery strides you can imagine for a spinner. And I thought, if he can not bowl a no ball with his back foot in front of the stumps, then you know, really, what is the excuse for anybody bowling a no ball?
Here's George Scott bowls, and well, he's clearly made up his mind he's going to try to tempt Fisher outside the off stump, but having nothing of it, and you'd expect him not to, really, with 10 minutes to go until lunch. But yeah, Scott's bowling, I guess, it's hard in a way for him to get overs when you think back to that kind of ideal lineup, and well, there's going to be several seamers ahead of him, never mind one or potentially two spinners, as that one's off a leading edge, but drops well short of Scott, who's completed his first over, 41 for 5 after 21 overs.
I've had a note from Adrian. Are Gloucestershire playing an in-house friendly over Easter? And I think the answer I understand to that is that if there is one, there isn't at the moment, it will be announced on the website and through the club's social media channels. And should also say that if you've been on the website this morning, you'll know that the new one-day kit was the 50 over kit was launched earlier today, and if you want to have a look at it, that will be visible as the players go off at lunchtime. Here's Shaw to continue in the left-handed figure of Buren, plays that away to Smith, who's already increased the cleaning bill with a big grass stain on his right knee. Going to make a fielding change here, and Lace is coming over to square leg, and Smith is going into, well, he's not wearing a helmet, but he's almost at short forward square, but just for the clip, which this doesn't go there because Shaw comes forward with a delivery that the batsman Buren doesn't play with any great conviction, and again the half appeal is turned down. Actually, it's more than half an appeal from the bowler, a bit more enthusiastic than I thought it was.
Yes, well, the I guess the fielders behind the stumps had decided it may be pitched outside, and Shaw had not.
Buren this time. That's a more expansive shot away, looking to the boundary on the man stand side. It's gone all the way for 4. Well, we haven't had many boundaries in this Exeter University innings, but that was probably the most flamboyant of them.
Yes, certainly the most flamboyant, and well, is a long-levered lefty, and those shots tend to look rather pleasing on the eye when they come off, but I guess when he times them well, you'd imagine, judging by his build apart from anything else, that they will race away when he does do that.
And Shaw in his 5th over, 1 wicket and a run out during this spell from the pavilion end.
I'm not really a big believer in team hat tricks. I didn't actually mention it, but I don't really consider a team hat trick as a thing. But
who devised that then?
I don't know. You see, well, actually, there's no official definition of what a hat trick is. Some people will tell you wide still counts, and some tell you that it doesn't.
Sure. In once more, and Doran up to mid-off, 45 for 5.
I think most people will say that if you bowl a wide, it doesn't count, but then I think there are a few people who say that it's 3 deliveries, and a wide isn't a delivery really, it's not a legal delivery, so hence the confusion.
No, a team hat trick, I don't get that, I must confess. Jeff also asks about sort of the commentaries during the season, just to say, as Shaw comes in and Doran again plays that up to mid-off. T20 format and indeed commentary team not yet sorted out, but I think as Gloucestershire have said, Ed and I will be doing the Royal London Cup as well as the red ball cricket.
Yes, and the T20 depends on
many things,
several things exactly.
Yeah.
So, but what we can say is that the matches that aren't televised by Sky will be
on the stream. Yeah.
Assuming Sky come down here, so we'll see what happens as far as that's concerned. Anyway,
yeah,
you will have the cricket brought to you.
Yeah, and that will not depend on crowds being in, whether the crowds are in or not. It will be available on all formats.
So George Scott to continue, and he bowls to Fisher, who leaves that one. So I mentioned with Higgins that there was barely a ball that the Exeter batsman could leave alone. With George Scott, there's probably been about 1 in the 7 that he's bowled so far that they've had to play at. But whether that's a deliberate ploy or not, there is a man at extra cover as Scott bowls, and that's come off the pad, I believe, out into the slip area.
Dribbled along the ground at no great pace.
Yes, I'm not sure, maybe did it come off the bottom of the thigh pad? Perhaps it can do that sometimes if it hits that. I'm not exactly sure what it came off. It didn't really make a thudding noise, but anyhow, no harm as far as Exeter's concerned. And Scott, well, bowled a straighter one that time as he comes in again and bowls. That's carved away backward of point. There'll be no stopping that one as it crosses the boundary rope already. So the first boundary for Fisher, 49 for 5, and well, width and length on offer there from George Scott. And yeah, didn't try to hit it too hard, just a controlled shot backward of point and away for 4.
So 6 boundaries we've had in this Exeter University reply to that 401 for 9. Six boundaries in 23 overs, so it's been quite a struggle for them.
Scott bowls fuller, it's still quite wide, and no shot needed by Fisher. Will probably just be the one more over after this one before the lunch break, unless Gloucestershire decide to bowl a spinner for 1 over and try and rattle through one to give Scott another over's worth of his spell. But I have a job getting that in now, I think, even with a spinner bowling, as Scott delivers back at a length, and Fisher leaves it alone. From what I've seen of Scott, his natural length seems to be a little bit further back than you'd expect from what we were able to see of him last season, and already we're seeing it again in this spell. He can actually get a little bit of surprising extra bounce because he's bowling that length, and you wouldn't necessarily think that as he comes at you that would be something you'd have to worry about, as that one's left alone. And Scott's disappointed, so I don't think he's really meaning to bowl there, but most of his deliveries are going over the top of the stumps as well as wide of them at the moment. So 49 for 5, 23 overs have been bowled.
I mean, he's got the height that might get you that little bit of extra lift. And interesting too that James Bracey is standing a good distance back, which indicates that there is a bit of sharpness there. And Shaw is going to bowl what might be the last over before lunch, with Buren on 8 and Fisher on 5, as you can see on the card at the bottom of the screen. And Shaw to the left-handed Buren, who gets that pleasantly up to mid-off, and there's going to be a chase round for Matt Taylor, just the 1 run, and the 50 is up for Exeter, and there's little couple of the players who maybe have already been out, just applauding the 2 who are out there in the middle.
Yeah, nice punchy shot from Buren. As I say, when he gets it right, he can play some very nice shots from what we've seen so far. It's only 9 runs, so can't claim to know any greater detail than that, but he's played that one and the really flowing drive through extra cover. And pleasing to watch.
It's going to be a big learning curve for these young lads. There's Shaw in once more. There's like half a call of a single, but Shaw was following through, and there's never really a run there.
Would have been another quarter run, that one, I think.
Well, there certainly wasn't a run earlier on when Scott ran out Charlie Reid. It was it would have been a gamble to expect Scott not to hit the stumps from where he was, but he made the ground quickly and literally broke the stump in every sense. Shaw in once more, and that's through to Bracey again, the batsman not playing a shot.
We did have a broken stump here last year as well. I forget which game it was in, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the situation is with the stumps. I mean, normally the stump, if it gets put in very hard, that can be when they break. I've seen a stump get broken very much vertically in half like that because of the stump being in hard ground.
Shaw over the wicket, and batsman Fisher just sways inside the line. That's taken by Bracey once more. Dent and Hankins have been at first and second slip all morning. Nothing going their way in terms of an edge. And the ground staff just getting ready to do some essential sweeping and such like, sweeping and marking it during the lunch interval. Shaw races in once more, and again on the pad this time of Fisher, but no appeal, not interested in that. And so far Josh Shaw just has the 1 wicket. Very much a very sort of a willing and enthusiastic cricketer. Whenever you throw him the ball, and whatever kind of situation, you think, well, he'll always fully commit to trying to split a partnership if that's what he's being asked to do. Showing again, and that's clipped away nicely off his pads down to deep backwards square, but there's a shortish boundary down there, so there's only 1 run for Fisher. He will keep the strike on the basis that there might be 1 more over. Will there be 1 more over? It's the question.
There shouldn't be. It's 101 on
the clock, I think, has ticked round, and the players, in fact, will make their way to their respective areas of the pavilion for lunch. 51 for 5 is the Exeter University score. They've been batting for 24 overs, wickets to fall. George Reed without scoring, Charlie Reed for 14, Maslin for 4, Wells for 14, and Goodman on a ground where he would want to do well, bearing in mind he's on the Gloucestershire staff. First ball for naught. Doran has 9 and Fisher has 6, and Gloucestershire having this morning batted on for just to get to the 401 for 9. They were 386 for 9 overnight. But in terms of 2 hours of cricket, the first 2 hours of cricket we've brought you on the stream this season, with hopefully everything working as it should, just to make sure that that's the case. Interesting morning of cricket. Interesting to watch Gloucestershire in the field trying to get wickets rather than batting, when against a university attack you would expect them to score reasonably freely.
Yeah, and it's nice to see what the university players are made of, and I think the disappointing thing, I think the most disappointing thing that they would say is that there was a run out, because at that point things had possibly just become a little bit easier for Charlie Reid. He'd done a lot of the hard work and seen off a very tough new ball spell from Payne and Higgins, and then to be run out, that I think that would be a little disappointing. But you know, they would have known they were up against it, and you know, Gloucestershire I think have got what they would want from the morning, and we'll see what the Exeter lower order can muster in the afternoon.
Yes, 51 for 5 at lunch then. The bowling figures in short form at lunchtime. Payne 2 for 4 in 5 overs. Higgins no wicket for 7. Matt Taylor 1 for 16 in 5. Josh Shaw 1 for 16 in 6. And George Scott 2 overs for 6 runs. There's the shot from the man's stand across towards the pavilion on a bright Tuesday afternoon on this pre-season friendly. A reminder that the 50 over shirt was launched this morning, and a reminder of what it looks like as we leave you briefly for lunch, and we'll join you again at 20 to 2.
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. I think it's great to have something fresh for the new season.
New sponsors on board, and lovely to have a little nod to what was a difficult last year.
It's going to be great to play 50 over cricket this year. We missed it last year, and we're looking forward to getting stuck back in.
It's awesome to have all the old Gloucester legends on this kit.
Can't wait to get in it in the summer and be the men in black.
the sound of the strimmer still there. Welcome back. If you've had lunch, or maybe you're taking lunch with us here at the Bristol County Ground, 20 to 2, and the players are on their way for the afternoon session. 51 for 5 is the Exeter University score, after Gloucester made 401 for 9 declared, adding a further 15 this morning before the declaration came. I think Ed and I both slightly surprised that Gloucester didn't declare overnight, but they clearly wanted the psychological figure of 400. Thanks for a couple of bits of information about the Exeter University team. Charlie Reid, who in this morning's session was the young man who was run out by George Scott, second-year student, first outdoor match for the university, didn't get any games last year, so he'd been pleased to have got 14, got a start, but then disappointed to have got out. And Ben Wells, second-year physics student as well, so he, I'm sure, would hope to get some runs in the second innings. 51 for 5, George Scott to continue from the Ashley Down Road into
David Payne.
It is Payne, sorry, I do apologise, it's Payne to start after lunch.
So David Payne over the wicket, and bowls the first ball of the afternoon to Fisher, and that struck him, I think, on the thigh pad, and goes fine for 1 leg by. And yeah, the other note, which I'm sure you're going to get to, was as a whole, the first 11 have only been training for the last 3 weeks, and have been confined to playing on sand Astros due to the regulations. So this is their first game on a grass wicket this year, so yeah, underlines the already tough task was made even tougher for them. Buren on strike to Payne, and Payne, well, yeah, I think he may have been playing inside the line of that one. The bat certainly didn't go away from his body at any rate. But Matt Buren, 9 to his name, and played a couple of really nice shots before the lunch break.
Yeah, thank you to our correspondent who was able to give us some information on that, on the Exeter side. Certainly I looked on the Exeter University website ahead of this match, and there was no details about the squad. It was very much kept under wraps.
Payne bowls, and that one is through to the keeper, as once more looked as though Buren playing inside the line. But, as mentioned in the morning session, not the easiest thing to judge as to whether there's a genuine play and a miss or playing inside the line from here. Ian's a bit closer to the replay monitor than I am, but I suspect even for Ian it's not the easiest to see. Yeah,
the full kit will be available for the Surrey game, we're told.
Indeed.
Reliably.
Payne bowls, and that's edged and dropped.
Tom Lace, I think.
I think it is Tom Lace, and I hope he's okay, because he's stretching things out a bit there. But I'll get a look at a replay now.
Went to his right at second slip. Could have been one of those ones where it might have been first or second. So certainly carrying well enough.
Yes, the difficult thing, isn't it, when you're moving to the side that you're not necessarily expecting to move to. It's Payne bowls, that's left by Buren. And there weren't many dropped catches last year that I can think of. The catching was very good from Gloucestershire when they got their chances, but yeah, you certainly don't want to be getting the slip yips, because it can be a bit contagious when you start dropping slip catches. As here comes Payne, he bowls, and that's clipped away hard, but straight back to Payne. There's a lot of bottom hand in that shot there. I think it looked as if he was shaping up to whip that one through mid-wicket and ended up going quite straight. But Payne fielding off his own bowling, 52 for 5. And first over is done after the lunch break, and we'll see whether it's both openers after lunch or just the one.
Just chatting with Sean Williams at lunch, head groundsman here obviously at the Bristol County Ground, said in general terms, we're going to see Harry Hankins have his first bowl, by the way, from the pavilion end. Just said it, as a whole the winter was very wet. He said they did overseed to try and make sure that the grass cover was good enough, and actually hopeful that this weather this week will give the ground cover just a general burst of growth before we actually head into the season proper. And of course, as that helicopter goes overhead, here's Hankins. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Hankins right on over the wicket. Bowls, and that's clipped comfortably off his legs by Fisher, down quite fine, and there's a tumbling stop just in front of the Ashley Down wicket fence, and there'll just be 2 to Fisher. Goes
leg buys.
Leg buys off, not off the bat.
Yes, I think you could describe that one as a loosener.
Yeah.
A full toss down the leg side, and Fisher will be disappointed he didn't get 4 for it.
Hankins again. That's a bit better. That's let go by the batsman outside the off stump through to James Bracey. Yeah, Sean was saying that obviously Gloucestershire have the home game against Surrey and then 2 away matches. So really all the focus is on that Surrey, getting things right for that Surrey game, and then a little bit of a breathing space before Gloucestershire come back here for the game across the May Day bank holiday weekend, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday that weekend. Hankins in once more and played away by Fisher, 54 for 5. A couple of points to raise also over lunch. Russell Gardner's been on the email. Any thoughts or inside knowledge on a second overseas player for 2021? My preference, says Russell, would be for a seasoned batsman. I think the moment the word is that there is no news on any front of an overseas beyond Dan Worrell, and the point to say about Worrell, obviously his commitments in Australia are not yet over, so a precise date for his arrival to be confirmed, but I think it will be a reasonable call that he probably won't be here for the Surrey match. I wouldn't think. That seems to be the feeling.
Yes, there is currently a 50 over state competition going on in Australia at the moment.
54 for 5, and that's outside the off stump again. Hankins in his first over. They've had a bowl in one first class game last year, I think.
No, maybe it's the warm-up game that you were thinking of, I think. Yeah.
So another year on, another year stronger. Hankins in his first over sees the last ball just clipped away into the onside to mid-on, and there is again no run. There's the wide-angle shot from the scoreboard side of the ground right across to the marquee. That's where our commentary position is, and there's the card of the Exeter University reply to Gloucestershire's 401 for 9. So overseas no news yet, and also I was conscious this morning that people have seen Oliver Dowden's statement yesterday about test events, and we understand that there is no plan at this stage from the top down, from the government down, to include cricket in any test events. So as things stand, there will still be no supporters at cricket until the 17th of May.
Payne to continue, and he'll be bowling to Buren, who plays a very solid looking defensive shot up to mid-on, and there's no run.
So the test events were, I think, either one of or both of the FA Cup semi-finals, which are in the middle of April, and the World Championship snooker. So you've got one outdoor event and one indoor event.
I'll take your word for it on the snooker, because I follow many sports, but snooker is...
And obviously the thing with both those events, and it's equally with the ground here at Bristol, is that they are all-seater events. You've got no standing there.
Paintball short, and very short really. It was on the verge of being over Doran's head if he'd been standing up there.
And just to complete that loop, there has been no mention yet about how many people will be at those test events. So it could be that you could have Wembley Stadium with an FA Cup semi-final and maybe 5,000 people in a 90,000 capacity stadium.
Yep.
It's literally just the first stage, isn't it? To opening the door. That's all it's doing.
Paintballs drives, does Doran shot, cry the balcony. It's not quite going to get to the boundary, I don't think. They'll have to run them up, and I think they'll manage to make it back for 3 if they hurry, which they do. So Doran gets into double figures, onto 12.57 for 5, and I think the other half of crowds at cricket update, or reminder really rather than update I guess, is that members aren't going to just be able to turn up on the day and be allowed entry, so the ticket ballot is where you need to head. Yeah, there will be a fixed number of spaces and people will need to apply for one of them. 57 for 5 as Payne bowls to Fisher, who's hit. No, he's not hit. He's bowled. I can't see the bails come off, but that's what's happened. He's been bowled, and that's the 6th wicket down for Exeter. And he tried to... It's almost like he lost sight of that. There wasn't really a full shot, was there? No, it was neither a full-blooded leave, nor a full-blooded shot. It was almost like he lost it. I'm not sure what happened there, really. Yeah, it is a leave, I think. It is a leave. It's certainly more a leave than a play, but then he's not got into a position where he's sort of got everything out of the way of it, like the number 3, Luke Maslin. But in any case, it's another wicket for Payne, so he's now got 3 for 7 from his 6 overs. In fact, our colleague Chris Oliver, who's doing the Optus stats, has given that out as an LBW. So the decision may be that it's hit the pad and he hasn't played a shot. I'm afraid I can't see the replay, and I didn't see exactly what had happened live, unfortunately. Well, the Chris Oliver has given it out as an LBW, and he is up behind the bowler's arm, so he probably has a slightly better view in terms of... I mean, my initial thought was that I didn't see any stump. There was certainly no I couldn't see the bails.
Stumps for sure. Anyway, 6 down. Alex Turner is in at number 8. So he'll be facing Payne with his tail very much up here, and that's a leave as Bracey goes tumbling away. Yeah, given us a wide, actually. That was a bit overcompensation from Payne, having got the wicket at the previous delivery. Almost a bit of a shock to see that, really, isn't it, with David Payne? His control is so good normally. It's really the first bad ball of any kind that he's bowled, I think. And see how he follows it up. Can't imagine that Alex Turner was expecting that to happen. And there's a leave in the end, but there was just a little thought at the last moment of playing that one from Turner, and he jabbed towards it, but then withdrew in time. Obviously Gloucestershire playing Exeter University in this match. Some of the other counties are playing each other in pre-season games, aren't they? I think, did I see I want to say Essex and Leicestershire or something, and there was certainly a couple of all county pre-season games as opposed to having a university fixture like this one.
Well, yes, so Somerset are playing
Worcestershire,
at the moment, and then I think, as you say, yes, there was Essex versus maybe Lancashire was before. I think they played them, and I remember thinking that's a sort of slightly odd matchup, but I guess it's just what the counties could arrange. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure how these things get done, but Payne bowls. It's a drive completely clothed by Turner to cover, and there's no run. So I was just thinking, I was wondering whether Essex were in the same championship group as Lancashire and Leicestershire, but they're not. So yeah, not exactly sure, but counties certainly seem to be going their different ways with regards to how many warm-up matches they're doing. And
here's the, I think the Payne wicket. Oh yes, actually yes, there is
delayed very long before putting his finger up.
And I think that's because it didn't look to be a shot, did there? He was right in his crease, and Harry Hankins just now asking for a bit of a change in the field.
It was interesting because it looked as though everybody assumed, that's why I thought that he'd been bowled and I'd missed the bails coming off, because I'd assumed that everybody seemed to think that it was out, including the batsman, and yet the finger went up so late that I wasn't looking at the umpire at that point.
Yeah, one of the non-playing players just sauntering around the ground. And here is Harry Hankins in his second over to the left-handed Buren, who has 12, and again, doesn't get too interested in an attacking shot. That's so the occupation of the crease can be just as valuable for these Exeter University players.
I think they have to know that there will be scoring opportunities coming, possibly more so from Hankins you'd expect than the likes of David Payne, so I don't think they want to be doing anything too flash, certainly to the good balls that are bowled from this end. The opportunities will come.
Another field change, and Higgins has gone across now to third slip for Harry Hankins, and Van Buren's come in at short mid-wicket.
Probably worth also pointing out that this season there will be second 11 fixtures as well, so that's a big difference from last year, where if you weren't in the first team then unfortunately you just had to sit on the sidelines.
Hankins in again. That's driven straight though to mid-off. It's Payne doing the fielding.
Lovely shot for
yes,
no runs.
Yeah, it was. Or I suppose chance you could have played some club cricket. I suppose was there some?
Yes, there would have been some, wouldn't there?
Western League or the equivalent.
I'm not sure about the exact.
I would have thought, decent standard club cricket would have been your best option.
Yeah.
Hankins again to Buren, and punch straight to Payne. Whips in his throw from almost extra cover really, but he's moved around from mid-off to get there. So 6 bowlers used by Chris Dent, and he haven't had either of the spinners having a bowl yet. They might need to get on pretty quickly, otherwise they won't get much of a bowl at all. If the steady flow of wickets continues, Buren with a flashing shot off Hankins, that'll be 4, down to behind point, down towards the floodlight pylon on the far side of the ground, just by the scoreboard, closest one to the scoreboard, and it's a reasonably short boundary there, so if Buren does beat the infield, it's probably going to race away.
Yeah, and that's kind of illustrating the point really. You don't have to do anything too special at this point. He got a delivery which was short and wide and just timed it away to the boundary, and yeah, as mentioned before the lunch break, he's got long levers as Doran, and the ball travels off his bat.
He's now the top scorer, and that again pleasantly away on the offside, fielded by Payne. If Harry Hankins is going to have some sort of an impact, you would have thought that against a university side he would be expecting or thinking that, all right, I've got to show here what I'm going to do against a side that, as you said, Ed, has only been playing outside on grass wickets for 3 weeks, only training as a whole for 3 weeks. If he's going to make an impact in the Royal London, when, as you suggested, some of the other players might be away, that may be his avenue into the team, then he's got to show against a university side, less experienced, more of his peers, not quite his peers, but more of his kind of age group and experience, that he's got the talent to split the gap between that and first class.
Oh, it's struck him close to the uncomfortable area there, I would suggest, from Payne as he starts his 8th over of the innings, and yeah, struck high up above the pad was Turner there, who's not yet off the mark. But I think it underlines the importance of second 11 cricket, because, you know, if you're waiting until...
I was always in the second 11.
It's Payne and Bowles. Oh, and Turner leaves in the end. He does have a... This is the second time he's done that. He's had a little jab with the bat, but it doesn't go too far towards... So it doesn't go towards the ball at all, but it doesn't go too far down. But, you know, if the Royal London Cup is your kind of goal, focal point, then that's not until the 25th of July. So the fact that you can have second 11 experience and be able to prove yourself at that level before that competition comes along, then it's huge, as that's full. Turner plays well, he looked like he wanted to have a real go at it, and then probably wisely decided just to check his shot. Played it straight to Graham van Buren at cover.
Looks a very summery shot, doesn't it? Here we are, you know, still in March, but that's a lovely sight to look across the ground. You know, a sunny scene, and a square with just a couple of strips really used so far. We get a lot barer than that as we head through the summer.
Payne bowls, and that's drive which has not been timed at all, and it rolls slowly out towards Van Buren at cover. But the kind of, I guess the difference between now and later on in the season is the speed that the ball will travel across the square. That's one of the things where, particularly if we get a hot summer, you can see a vast difference in the totals that can be achieved, because the ball's just travelling like lightning across the square in both directions, as Turner leaves alone this time. And well, there's certainly plenty of cricket lined up at Bristol, not just Gloucestershire first and second 11. There's some Western Storm matches to be held here, and of course the
ODI
one-day international between England and Sri Lanka.
That's 4th of July, I think, from memory.
Here comes Payne and Bowles, and ooh, that's a wishy-washy looking half-cut, half-drive, indeterminate shot outside off stump, and he, as so many batsmen do, rehearses the leave, which he knows that he should have done to that ball. That ends that particular over. Payne 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10, but did... Well, he's been far too expensive since tea's going at 2 and over. Since lunch.
Yeah, since lunch.
Oh dear.
It's the sun.
Yes. Not used to seeing it.
No. I just a couple of other things that obviously all sorts of talking points at this stage of the season. Again, a conversation I had with head groundsman Sean over lunch was about the likely atmosphere with crowds in. Here is Hankins to continue to Doran, plays that up to mid-on, fielded by Matt Taylor, and the perception obviously is if Gloucester get to the 17th of May and there's everything travels COVID-wise as we want, then the rule is 25% capacity is going to be the limit. But even 25% capacity is going to feel like a cup final in here. Here is Hankins in, and again Doran lets that go. Because we've had no crowds for 18 months, even 1,500 in here is going to feel absolutely packed.
Yeah,
and it's going to be it's going to be a very vibrant atmosphere, yes, for us, but also for the players.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you, I'm sure, just can't wait for that first moment when the bell is rung and there are people in the ground to welcome out the players. That will be kind of a goosebumps moment, I think you'd say.
Hankins in, and Doran has a big swish at that outside the off stump, and it's taken by Bracey. Could easily have got a nick, and you know, I have to feel a bit for Mark, the ticket office manager, who, when that ballot is organised, and hopefully he's got 1,500 or maybe a few more seats to look at, you know, you've got to sell them in the right way, allocate them, perhaps not rather than sell them, allocate them, so that we've got social distancing in all the right areas. 4 more to Doran. That's played comfortably out through extra cover, and I say that is a shortish boundary out there, so he knows he'll get full value for anything where he can pierce the field. Again, that's standing quite tall and getting that away at a nice angle, and the chaser no chance of cutting it off. 68 for 6. Doran has 20 of those. The other thing too about this whole COVID scenario is that when the fixtures were announced, there were certain games that were at outground. So Gloucestershire were going to play Surrey at Guildford, for example. That's now been reverted to the Oval, and in the Royal London they were going to play at South Northumberland Cricket Club in Gateshead against Durham, and that game is now at Scarborough.
Scarborough, yes, which would be a very strange experience to play Durham at Scarborough. But you know, I don't know. Presumably you've been to the Scarborough Festival.
Do you know, I've not been to North Marine Road. No, that's one of the things I still need to do.
Right.
Here is Hankins again, and Doran lets that go, and it's gone through to James Bracey.
Well, it was probably one of the last matches that I went to before all this started in terms of championship cricket, because I think it was maybe it was the year before. Anyway, it is just the most wonderful cricket atmosphere, because you know you've got a passionate Yorkshire crowd supporting Yorkshire, packed to the hilt. It's just a tremendous experience for a cricket fan.
Hankins again, and Doran not interested in that, lets it go. End of the over, 68 for 6, and of course Yorkshire have just signed a new 10-year deal to play at Scarborough, and I think the line I read from it might have been either from the Scarborough chairman or from the Yorkshire club was that, you know, they are confident, they remain confident of getting crowds of 6,000 at Scarborough for Yorkshire cricket there, which is and they've got to invest in the ground to that end.
I was going to say, because I think there's only one entrance at Scarborough for everybody. I think everybody goes in. I'm not sure what the road is, but everybody goes in the same entrance, and you're queuing basically along the road to get in, and then you receive an old-fashioned little paper ticket. I'm not sure if they'll still do that, but very different from the sort of large, you know, professionally printed tickets as Payne delivers, and that's a solid forward defensive out into the cover point area. But yeah, it's just a sort of a nice, almost just a nice little touch, really. It's almost like getting a sort of a raffle ticket. It feels special.
Yeah, and I think the point though the Yorkshire club were making was, I think they're going to look at seriously refurbishing 2 of the stands to make sure that they're, you know, for the next 10 years they've got the facilities that people would expect.
Here's Payne, he's in bowls, and there's a cut shot, and that's racing away well fine of square on the offside, and it's 4 runs. So Alex Turner gets off the mark, which should make him feel a great deal better. 72 for 6. He's got 4, and Buren 20 at the other end.
A bit of bounce there too. I mean, he is not as tall as Buren, and to that end, able to get into a position to cut that away, but no changes you would expect in the slip cordon. Although the man at first slip now is he fielding in a helmet at first slip, or is that just a?
I think it's an illusion with the blue seats behind, possibly.
Just in a cap, just a cap perhaps. Yeah, I think it's cap and glasses. That's the thing. So where you think there's a grill there, it's not actually a grill at all. Is that Benny Howell at first slip? I think.
Here's Payne bowls, and that is where Payne wants to bowl it if he wants to bowl a bouncer, and Turner has to duck underneath that one. But really, the ball that was put away was too short, really, to be kind of troubling him, but equally not short enough as that one. Just a easy length to put away, whereas had to fear for his safety for that delivery. He's certainly not a tall chap, is Turner. Payne bowls to him, and that's a decent looking forward defence out to point, and no run there.
Ryan Higgins just doing some limbering up. He's had one spell. Whether he'll get another one remains to be seen. This is the 31st over of this Exeter University innings, and the work, unsurprisingly, spread around the Gloucestershire attack.
Yeah, George Scott got 2 overs before lunch, that was all. So that's glanced nicely off the controlled open face of the bat. I'll come back for an easy 2. The boundary's pretty short out there. I thought for one moment that it may race away, but it was just hauled in by a combination of Scott and Lace, I believe.
Yeah, that is Lace, and say it is Benny Howell at first slip at the moment.
So Turner on to 6, 74 for 6 as Payne at the end of his run, and has to shield his eyes from the sun, which is continuing to glare down, and that's a great take from Bracey, who's got at it one-handed and plucked it out of the air. I'll get a second look at that.
Coming round the wicket there, as you can see.
Look what I found.
Yeah, the angle from Payne was a bit sort of fired in, not as you would have expected.
Yes, it started leg side and then got further leg side.
What he wanted, that's for sure.
And when he bowls round the wicket, he comes in from a very different angle from Matt Taylor, who will come almost from behind the umpire and then come out the other side, whereas Payne delivered that one from, well, starting wider rather than sort of nearer as far as the stumps go.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us on our email throughout the commentary, not only today, but during the season as well. Ed and I will be here for the Championship and or the Bob Willis Trophy, we should call it, and the Royal London Cup. And the email address is commentators@glossccc.co.uk, as you see in the top right-hand corner of the screen here. Here is Harry Hankins to continue, and Buren to continue to attack him as well, and that's again another pleasant shot, but only get him a single, fielded at mid-off. 74 for 6. Buren has 20. He's the top scorer, only 2 others in double figures, Charlie Reid 14 and Ben Wells, brackets physics, Exeter 14.
When he kind of controls that shot, it's a very nice shot. Just
Hankins again almost comes to a standstill when he gets to the crease. Harry Hankins, the momentum of his run doesn't always carry through, and a leg by as Buren and Turner change ends. Buren has taken quite a bit of Hankins in the last few overs, and now a chance for Turner to have a look at him, right-hander to right-hander.
I think what Hankins is probably looking for is the ball that Buren thinks he can drive, but is just not quite that full. It would be the ideal kind of length for him to be bowling.
Hankins to the right-handed Turner. He gets, as his name would imply, turned round a bit by that. And James Bracey does the necessary. He's going to have a busy summer. I know that, last year he only played one first-class game, and he was in the England bubble. He's been in the bubble for a lot of the winter, but he's going to be certainly demanded a lot of. That's a nice shot, not timed though, out to Van Buren by Turner. If he's going to be playing in all the first-class matches and batting high up the order as well, it's not as if he's somebody who can bat at 7, who is batting at 7 or 8. To bat at maybe at 4, maybe higher, is an important role in the team, let alone what he's doing constantly to every ball behind the stumps.
And the vice-captaincy as well, so yeah, it's a huge summer for him after, as you say, 1 innings last year really.
Hankins in, and again that's down leg side, taken by Bracey. Bracey, of course, keeping because Gareth Roderick has gone to Worcestershire, and Gloucestershire putting, actually, and you might say quite rightly given what he has shown, a lot of trust, belief, responsibility, all those sort of coaching buzzwords into James Bracey.
Yep, and he deserves it because he's a tremendous individual as well as cricketer.
And he's got a catch here too, and Turner's gone. Hankins has a wicket, and Bracey with a low two-handed catch. The 7th wicket goes down, 75 for 7, and for Bracey it's a 3rd catch of the innings. This is Turner's dismissal, and it's a pretty routine one actually. It might have carried the first slip, but with the gloves, Bracey said firmly, "That's mine," and Turner has to go for 6, 75 for 6.
Yeah, pretty decent edge, and really that's the kind of length, I think, that I was talking about Hankins bowling to Buren rather than to Turner, but it's proven fruitful for him bowling to the newer batsman, and yeah, that's the problem. If you go too hard at the ball, and the nick can so often be found, especially here, so Hankins will get a wicket that will, I think, like you say, he would have been wanting to show, perhaps, in some ways, if he wanted to show more than the other bowlers in this game, and getting a first breakthrough is good for him, and I suspect he'll probably be wanting to take the scalp of the upper order batsman as well. In an ideal world would be what he'd be looking to do.
Wasn't brought on at that point though, so he's got to do what he can now.
We've still got a chance to get out the number 5, I guess.
Yeah, the lower middle. George Barlow is in at number 9, so Dominic Morgan and Billy Buckingham will be the last 2. Exeter would want to get into 3 figures from here, wouldn't they? They wouldn't want to be short of that.
Yeah, I think from the position they're in currently, that would probably be the mark that they'd be looking at.
And the question I suppose then is, what does Chris Dent do in terms of getting the right amount of practice for his players out of this game? Here is Payne to continue.
And swaying out of the way of that one was Buren, making sure he got gloves well away from potentially taking a clip of those and going to the keeper or the slips. I suppose the question is, if Gloucestershire did come out and bat again after this, what sort of time would they bat? Who would bat? You'd imagine they'd probably want to give the players that didn't get a go in the first innings a knockabout. Oh, that's a nasty delivery really from Payne, as Buren had been so used to playing him off the front foot, and all of a sudden he's asked a question on the back foot, and we'll see the replay. He's played a long way away from his body there, But David Payne will get you playing at those sorts of deliveries. Just a little change of angle really of the ball as Payne bowls, and that's a hard, firm drive straight down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs, and it crosses the rope. No, it doesn't cross the rope. I thought I was going to race away. It's managed to be pulled in inches from the boundary line, and they've done well to come back for 3 because it is not a long way down there, and the ball was travelling very quickly. 78 for 7.
It looks like Van Buren and Scott, I think, who have Van Buren and Matt Taylor rather, who have hauled that in. A combination of the two of them.
Didn't think there was a chance that was being cut off.
Must have to go back to that point that Sean made. I wonder if that, and actually just down in front of us, it does look as if there is certainly moisture still in the ground, so maybe it doesn't run away quite as fast at that as that top end.
Yeah, no, it could be different towards mid-off as well as to mid-on, as that's dropped right at the feet of Barlow, and well, didn't really go anywhere. But Payne back to his line and length, and I'm sure he'll enjoy the possibility of picking up further scalps. 3 for 19 so far, as of course it's not a first-class game, but if Payne has the opportunity to take a 5-foot, he'll take it as he bowls, and there's a big shout gone. You could tell they thought that one was out, and there is wicket number 4 for David Payne, as George Barlow has to depart for a duck, and that just, it had the sound of a side that knew the finger was going to be raised, and it's straight as you like, really.
Yeah, I think Barlow knew. It's that step up in level, isn't it, for these Exeter University boys who have got to try and take what they can out of this game, however it rolls forward over the next day and a half, in terms of the difference in the batting, the difference in the pace of the bowling, the accuracy, and to see if any of them can bridge that gap themselves, maybe to go on and play. So maybe first class, maybe 1 or 2 of them might get picked up or asked for trials at counties because they've seen some potential. Clearly, to say Dominic Goodman is in the Gloucestershire system and he's in the Exeter team today, but unfortunately for George Barlow, it's a naught against his name, and Dominic Morgan out to join Buren, who came in at number 5 and he's still there on 23. He's batted for an hour and a quarter.
Got Billy Buckingham up on me.
Oh, they've changed it now. It was Morgan originally, but actually Buckingham has come in ahead of his colleague.
So David Payne to bowl, searching for the bag of 5 as he bowls to him, and Buckingham's allowed a fairly comfortable leave outside the off stump to end the over. So 33 have been bowled, 78 for 8, and as for Barlow, I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the way that he bowled. Very tidy figures of 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 47. So even if he didn't make any runs, at least he was impressive with the ball. I didn't unfortunately manage to see all of the first day, but I did see him bowl a little bit, and he was getting the ball to move about a bit. It looked like he had some good skill with the ball, so certainly something for him to take away from the game. And I suspect, you know, as you get lower down the order, the difference between the county bowling attack and the university batting lineup is going to be more marked.
Here's Hankins to continue. He's got 1 wicket at the moment, and Matt Taylor fancies a bowl to try and wrap this first innings up. And I come back to your point about, will Gloucestershire ask the university to bat again? Will they bat again themselves? Latter more likely, I suspect. it will be, I'm sure, a different group, a different batting group that goes in. So, for example, Bracey didn't bat, Van Buren didn't bat, Lace didn't bat. That's 3 people you definitely want to have a knock. Here's Hankins in. It's a bit of a swish from Doran. He's got that away, down for 4, behind Sky to fine leg. That was quite an odd shot. I'm not sure where the trajectory of the ball actually went. Here's the wide-angle view from the pavilion end. And it's gone. It's a Harrow drive, really.
It is very much a Harrow drive, and he's almost ended up looking towards mid-wicket as he's finished that drive off. He sort of made up his mind, I think, when the ball was going to get to him, and it didn't.
82 for 8, of which his share is 27.
He's almost got no choice, though, really, doesn't he, at this point?
Hankins to bowl 2, and again, pleasant shot up to Matt Taylor at mid-off. Some of the Gloucestershire boys just wandering around the outfield. Jack Taylor, Chris Dent among them. So I had 2 hours in the field this morning, and Dent had 82 in the first innings, so it would remain to be seen whether he would get a bat second time around. Hankins again to Doran, who works that straight to Tom Smith. Now, not in a sweater, I don't think. There's no evidence of a sweater for the spinner. We're talking also about the batting order before lunch. Of course, Tom Smith used not extensively, but on occasion, higher up the Tom the Wall Smith.
Indeed.
To try and give that top order a little bit more solidity when it was, perhaps it was fracturing a bit, and did an excellent job. Hankins round the wicket, and Doran's got, well, he's got a bottom edge on that. He's dribbled away onto the onside with no power, but not a lot of control either.
Yeah, well, you can see he's just going to go after it now, really, and he's got a chance to make a little bit of hay while there's still the number 11 to come. But opportunity certainly for Hankins to get his second wicket. And then just on Smith, on the other side of things, he bowled 5 overs last year in 2 games. So, you know, we had the discussion about who do you play for the spin option versus the batting. Well,
Doran again finding Matt Taylor at mid-off, but with no run, and Taylor in fact has taken his cap, so he is, I think, going to perhaps come on at the Ashley Down Road end. He's going to hand it to the umpire. In fact, he'll hand it to one of the players who's trotting off the field to the boundary, Benny Howell, I think that is. That's Cobain, in fact. And it will be a chance for Matt Taylor perhaps to try and mop up this innings.
I guess just to complete the point about Smith, and you said it as well earlier on, you are having to look at Smith as...
How many overs did Van Buren bowl last season? That's
Van Buren bowled 21 in his... he only bowled 3 times in the 5 matches. That's 3 innings.
Almost
3 innings.
So the wider debate will be, do you actually need a spinner at all?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If in most conditions you're going to be using mostly seam, as Taylor bowls and he's gone. Buckingham's gone LBW, and whooshes the bat above his head in disappointment. So it's a duck. 9 down are Exeter University, and once again, just like the previous one, as we take a look at the LBW, it was the sound of a side that we're very confident that the finger was going to be raised.
And again, we hesitate to say it, and we're not trying to draw too graphic or damaging comparisons. It's just the difference in pace, I suspect, as much as anything else. You made the point that the margin between Gloucestershire's new ball attack and the University's tail enders
So that's where you're going to see the difference at its most stark. And when you get to university level, a lot of these cricketers will have been, probably the best cricketer in their school, or certainly one of the best cricketers in their schools. And at school level, you see somebody who's only just about medium pace at county level, and they look really fast for school level. But now all of a sudden you're going, most of these players will probably be not in their first years, but still, you're coming from a world where you are maybe the fastest bowler or the best batsman in a team, and here you are facing a completely different level, in the space of only possibly a couple of years of development. So Matt Taylor to continue, and Morgan, the last man, digs that one out. He too picked up 3 wickets in the Gloucestershire innings, 3 for 71 for him with his left arm seam. And Matt Taylor will be looking to finish things off rapidly here. He didn't waste any time getting rid of Buckingham, as a few of the Gloucestershire players not currently fielding come in front of us, and Morgan leaves alone outside the off stump. I didn't think I would see a left-handed Morgan playing this afternoon.
No, he hasn't got a hand injury, clearly.
Yes, the webbing has clearly healed.
But he wouldn't be coming in at number 11 if he was...
Well, maybe it's because of the webbing that he is coming in at number... No. Enough of that. Here comes Matt Taylor and bowls, left alone, watchfully. And really, for Morgan, it's a matter of getting through the rest of this over now, you suspect, and then... Not that Buren was holding too much back before. I suspect he'll be holding even less back when presumably Hankins continues from the Bristol Pavilion end. But for now, number 11's got to do his job and hold his end up as Taylor prepares to bowl. Does so now, and once more Morgan's not having to offer a shot at it, so Taylor, I suspect, will be thinking about straightening up his line as he walks back to his mark.
Yeah, so Payne 4 for 19, Matt Taylor 2 for 16, Josh Shaw 1 for 16, Harry Hankins 1 for 12.
Just wonder whether there's anybody out there sort of thinking, if only I could have had a few more overs. Taylor bowls, Morgan does have to play at this one, and does so pretty solidly.
And it may be that, clearly in a pre-season game, we're trying to get as much usage out of the time as you can. There doesn't look to be any weather issue for the rest of this match, either today or tomorrow. So it really is in Chris Dent's thinking that he's got to just manage the time, and he might think, okay, we can bat until lunch tomorrow, and we'll give ourselves 2 sessions to bowl the university outside out a second time, and in that time we will use some of the bowlers who haven't had as much of a run first time round, or even bat till close the play, or even an hour after lunch tomorrow, if they felt they wanted to just open the window a little bit. But here's Hankins to try and get the last wicket. Comes round the wicket to Buren. He's still bowling with 3 slips and no edge on that occasion.
I suppose it boils down to something which only the coaching staff themselves will know, in terms of how ready the bowlers feel. If they feel as though they're raring to go for the start of the season, they're confident that their lines and lengths will be right.
Yes, Payne, I think, bowled well in the red ball game at Taunton, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So it may be that they just feel just a little bit of topping up is necessary. Here's Hankins, and Buren tries, but will stop by the bowler off his own bowling. And 82 for 9 is the Exeter University score. So as and when their innings does come to an end, they will be a long way behind.
I'm sure professional cricketers don't have this problem, but early on in the season that would be one where I would be looking to get my hand out of the way of that one, I think.
Hankins in, and Buren drives, and that's a nice shot. That's going to go all the way out to the boundary and extra cover for 4. So Buren has looked the one player who's, when there's been a bit of room offered, has been capable of putting bat to ball with a bit of a flourish. There wasn't much foot movement there, to be truthful, but Hankins offered him some width and he dispatched it away to the boundary in front of the mound stand.
And from what I could peer through the darkness on the screen, it looks as if it was driven on the up as well, which I guess, I mean, you can do when you're 9 wickets down, really.
Hankins again round the wicket to Doran. Oh, and he's got a thin edge on that, and that's going to go all the way for 4 more. In fact, he hasn't got an edge on it at all. It's 4 byes, and I wonder where the trajectory of this was for James Bracey. And around the wicket, and he's gone straight on.
Gosh, it seemed to take well, I suppose from the ball's point of view, a left turn when it passed the batsman.
Just running his fingers over the top of the ball, I wonder, Harry Hankins here. Comes in again, and Doran again cuts, but nothing on that really, into the ground, and just about dribbles out about to 10 yards on the offside, fielded by Scott, who again is in that position with the scoreboard behind him. 90 for 9 our Exeter University.
Edging towards that 100 mark. Will they get there? Question is, can Doran get a single or a 3 anywhere to try and keep the strike?
Hankins past the umpire, and Doran drives pleasantly but straight to the man at mid-off. And again, there is no run. I think that's looks like the tread of Josh Shaw in the sweater there. Chris Dent comes sprinting back onto the field. I wonder if that means that he's come to get a cap. He's having a bit of a breather at the moment, and letting James Bracey no doubt lead the team. He's been, as you may have seen in the last few days, named as vice captain for the season.
Got the club captain carrying the hats in pre-season. There's Matt Taylor continuing, bowling to Morgan, who goes onto the back foot and drops it down to safety out into the cover region, and once more it becomes a battle of, almost a battle of wills really. Morgan looking to try and block out another 6 for his partner at the other end.
6 was generally too many for me.
Yes, and for me too. You won't be surprised from my comment about getting the hand out of the way of the ball earlier. Ooh, Morgan's had a little bit of a waft, but no edge there. I mean, you know, early in the season, you got a ball whacked straight back at you. Hands not really in, you know, in great shape to be stopping a ball hit that hard.
Do you think?
No, thank you. Don't miss that.
You don't miss that. Sorry.
I don't miss that. No, but then you know, these professional cricketers will be doing so much fielding practice over the winter that their hands will never get to that point. Taylor bowls and beats Morgan there. I say beats, I'm assuming it did from the angle we have. Difficult to say how close it was. We'll to rely on the replay for that, which we'll see. Yes,
pretty close.
Did not miss by much.
He's playing just inside it.
I mean, really, said it before, but you just have to hope to miss those ones, because there's not too much more that you can do about it. There's Matt Taylor bowls, and he's going to get runs here is Morgan as it flashes away down towards third man. It won't get there, as Scott hurls the ball into the slips and they've come back for 2 runs, 92 for 9. Morgan off the mark. Sort of steered to safety, I think you might say, with that shot. It wasn't, well, wasn't a sort of tremendous piece of timing, but at the same time, just using the pace of the ball there, really. 8 runs to get to the 3-figure mark as Matt Taylor prepares to deliver, does so. And that's heading towards the same gap. There could be another run out for Scott here. No, I think he would have been safe even if he'd managed to hit the stumps. It was a tight single, but a good one, and Scott, he was as quick as he could be to that ball.
He's been quite a lot of fielding to do actually in this.
Actually, it was closer than I thought,
Yeah.
looking at that angle.
This sort of quite short innings, really. I mean, we're in the 37th over.
93 for 9, so Doran's going to get a look at the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, which he hasn't done much. It's dropped into the short square leg region, but they're not going to be able to sprint a single, so Morgan will now have the strike. And the score 93 for 9, and it looks as though Ryan Higgins might be coming back.
Yeah, either someone's decided, right, I've had enough of this. But looking at those bowling figures, you've got Higgins with 6 overs, Matt Taylor with 7, Josh Shaw's bowled 6, Harry Hankins has now bowled 6. So Payne is the only one who's really had 2 stints, and Higgins might finish this, fancy his chances of finishing this off pretty smartly. 93 for 9, Doran has 31, but he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. And it is Morgan, the number 11, who's facing Higgins, who comes round the wicket to bowl his first ball, and that's let go by the number 11 through to keeper Bracey. I hesitate to say that we're kind of right all the time, but we did actually float the idea of the university batting for half a day, didn't we, before play started? And
You did.
That may be that may be where we end up.
Yep.
In this situation. We've had an hour's play since lunch, and the last pair are together, but maybe not for much longer if Higgins can get his radar right.
You know what that reminded me of? The last ball of that Warwickshire versus Gloucestershire game. Higgins round the wicket, from the other end admittedly, but Higgins round the wicket to the left-handed number 11, and the result not quite the same.
Hammond Dalby.
Oliver Hammond Dalby, yeah.
Higgins though trying to wrap up this innings, and again inside the line goes Morgan. I think I might give him the credit there. I think he did take the bat away, and again it's through to James Bracey. And that might have just been a brief exchange of words there from Ryan Higgins, or maybe it was more exchange, more a one-way conversation.
Yes, I think that's how Ryan Higgins likes them out there when he's bowling.
Round the wicket, and this time Morgan lets it go. There's a view across the ground from that's from the club office actually, I think, right across towards the apartments.
You know, there's certainly no thoughts of, let's say, Smith or Van Buren coming on to bowl an over or two with the last wicket to be taken. Gloucestershire are really treating this as, you know, as hard an innings as can be, whilst making sure that enough of the seamers get a bowl.
Higgins once more, and into the ground, this time from Morgan, who bowls left arm, bats left-handed, and had, was it 3 wickets in the Gloucestershire first innings? 3 for 71.
So yeah, middle order wickets. George Hankins, Jack Taylor, Tom Smith.
Higgins again, and well, He survived, and Jack Taylor's just coming out onto the field once again to take it. A cap off with him. I'm not sure. We had some sanitisation breaks in the pre-lunch session. Maybe they've fitted them in with wickets in this afternoon, because I haven't noticed a specific one, but we have had a range of stoppages of batsmen coming and going, so maybe it's fitted in neatly with that. 93 for 9 though is the Exeter University score.
Matt Taylor will continue. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19. His figures, and we're bowling to the established batsman Buren, who punches off the back foot but straight to Scott, who's now fielding at cover, and there's no run. And he certainly, that seems to be his strongest shot. He's driven off the front foot to effect sometimes, but also had a couple of harrow drives as well as full-blooded drives through the covers. But when he plays off the back foot through the offside, he does look a fine player, does Buren. Here comes Matt Taylor, bowls to him, and there is a front foot drive, not timed perfectly. Scott will chase it towards the boundary and haul it in, and I think they may just be able to manage 2, and that's all there. As the ball did nearly travel to the boundary. It beat the dive of Smith, but the second line of defence got it. 95 for 9.
Scott's been something of a magnet in the field to the ball.
He has. He seems to be everywhere.
It's following one of those days where it's following him around.
He seems to have fielded everywhere apart from slip as well. Perhaps there's time. Could have an extra couple of slips in, I don't know. Certainly not content with just allowing Buren the drive through the covers. Plenty of men saving the single as that strikes Buren quite high up on the pad. It made a clunk rather than a thud as it hit possibly the thigh pad.
There's been quite a strong slip cordon in for much of this innings. 3 catches for James Bracey. Tom Lace dropped one in the slips, didn't he? But nothing else has gone their way, really.
No, and I think we touched on it this morning, particularly with Higgins attacking the stumps, and I think that's, you know, when there is that level difference. That's a drive straight to mid-off though from Buren, the bottom hand getting rather involved in that shot there, sending it straight down the ground, and no run for that. But I think when you see that kind of difference in the level, you are more likely, I think, to get bowls and LBWs than you are, in general speaking. You know, obviously exceptions, but in general you're better off bringing every mode of dismissal into play rather than trying to tempt batsmen outside the off stump. As a short ball, and Buren's livid with himself that he's missed out on that one, but it goes harmlessly through.
So the Exeter boys just behind, actually there, the keeper's got his pads on already, and he's doing some gentle taking of deliveries from 2 of their bowlers, I guess 2 of the bowlers. So
yeah, I guess Chris Dent's probably already given him the word.
Yeah, the indication that they're going to have another bat.
Drive straight to Scott, who has a shy at the non-strikers end just to see whether Morgan was napping, which he wasn't, and well, that would almost have done it for the 3 figures if that had ricocheted off the stumps and gone away to the boundary, but it didn't. 95 for 9, and that's the end of the 39th over, and Buren's got 33, so 5 more required for the 100, and then, well, how long can Morgan survive with Buren looking relatively comfortable out there when he doesn't go for full-blooded attacking shots, but you know, with the number 11 in, you certainly can't blame him for doing that.
No, indeed not. And Higgins to try for this last wicket, coming around the wickets to Morgan, pleasantly played out on the offside, fielded by Van Buren in his sun hat. Will Brown and Mark Thorburn were just wandering around. So that's bowling coach and CEO in deep in conversation around the boundary. I'm sure Mark Thorburn would be again somebody else with increased responsibility this year, following Richard Dawson's move to the ECB, which I think is beginning of May. No, beginning of. When does that?
I couldn't tell you when it began, I'm afraid.
I think it's. I think it's not quite yet. It's obviously it is imminent, but I don't think it's quite right at the start of the season. But in principle, obviously he is no longer Gloucestershire's head coach, and Ian Harvey has got the reins for this summer in all formats, and he's got people like Owen Dawkins and Mark Thorburn to help him.
Yep, Richard Dawson, of course, gone on to become the Elite Performance Pathway Coach. I was just looking that up to make sure I got all the words in, but I think it basically means that he's bridging the gap between
the 19,
the England group and the next level.
The 19s, yeah. Again, Higgins around the wicket again, drawing Morgan forward, but no edge.
And you know, I mean, just to talk a little bit more about Richard Dawson, as we see the replay, was wasn't far off again, but far enough.
Just got far enough across, didn't he? To make sure everything was covered. Higgins round the wicket and clipped all the way along the ground to Matt Taylor at mid-on.
I'm sure it would have been very heartwarming for him to hear all the nothing but positive comments from Gloucestershire members and fans. You know, he will be missed. His work for this team was tremendous across all formats, and the achievements speak for themselves on their own, never mind the way that he went about it.
Higgins again, and defended once more by Morgan, who's happy just to hang around at the moment with Doran on 33. His number 11 partner has 3 from 21 balls, but he's still there, and he's extended this Exeter University innings now into the 41st over. 40 overs gone, and 95 for 9 is the score. Yeah, and also a lot of people have said, you know, it's been 5 years of graft, 6 years of graft actually, 6 seasons of graft, which has earned him, Richard Dawson, the opportunity, and I think nobody could deny him that.
Matt Taylor bowls full, driven off the inside half of the bat down to mid-on in the end, not where it was originally intended to go, but perfectly safe all on the ground. And I think, yeah, those sentiments were very much echoed, I think, by the club, saying, you know, we knew that he was going to be asked to move on at some point. He was just too good to keep, in a way. And yeah, obviously, personally, I'm sure we wish him the best, as does the club, for his role as Taylor bowls. And there's a nice looking drive from Doran, but picking out the fielders at the moment, and Gloucestershire's decision to have that extra fielder in the covers saving the single looks to be the right one. As you can imagine, the pressure just beginning to rise a little bit in Doran's head to try and get the board moving whilst he still has the chance to do so.
Tom Smith just doing some loosening up. Whether he will get a bowl or not remains to be seen.
Well, you'd think if ever there were a day for spin in March, this would be it. So a little bit of
So just
deliberation
asking
here.
about the field, I think.
Sending deep point out to the boundary by the looks of things. So
They're going to try and give Doran a single. That's to try and have a go at Morgan, I wonder.
deep square leg out as well. Is he going to bang it in short? He's certainly not. He's going to bowl it full, and he's going to get driven through it, wide extra cover, and that one is going to race away to that boundary for 4 runs. So whatever the plan was, I'm not certain that it was that. And Buren gets another boundary to move to 37, 99 for 9, and that's the 7th 4 for Matt Buren.
Certainly, in terms of the boundaries, dominated this Exeter University innings. Remember the double bluff from Taylor?
Here's Taylor. Bowls and bowls him! There goes the stump. That's the end of the innings, and well, it's a bit sad really that it's fallen 1 short of 3 figures. Exeter University are bowled out for 99, that is the 3rd wicket for Matt Taylor. 7 wickets between the 2 left armers for Gloucestershire, and Buren's promising innings, which was sadly curtailed mostly by his partners, is over on 37, and yes, Exeter University all out for 99.
Well, Gloucestershire will have, I think, felt that that's the sort of number of overs they would have hoped to have dismissed a university, an inexperienced university side, for the 2 batsmen getting applause from their teammates as they go off, but particularly Matt Buren, left-hander, as we've said. He's occupied the crease during the Exeter University innings there for an hour and 50 minutes, so he's done pretty well to get to that point. 63 balls, 7 fours for his 37, and he probably the one player who got in and showed that he might be able to bridge the gap between the level they've been used to playing at and the level this is forcing them to play at. So 99 all out, and we'll just give you the brief details of the card. It's not on the screen in full at the moment, but Buren 37, only 2 other batsmen in double figures, Charlie Reid and Ben Wells, both of whom made 14. Actually there were 15 extras, to be fair, so they contributed. There's the card in full, with Buren last out for 37, but not a huge amount else to really truly worry the Gloucestershire bowlers. The bowling figures with an attack that was shared across those 40 overs among the quicker bowlers. We didn't see Van Buren, we didn't see Smith, but Payne 4 for 19, Matt Taylor 3 for 25, Josh Shaw 1 for 16, Harry Hankins 1 for 16, and 1 run out. So we'll just take a brief breather for 5 minutes, and when we come back, the Exeter University side will have to hunt some wickets in the Gloucestershire second innings. They trail by 302 on the first innings, and in terms of the day's play, we've got just about 40 minutes to go until tea, and then the whole of the evening session for Gloucestershire to build on with what is already a position of huge strength. Here's the last wicket. David Payne getting 4 wickets, but the last one to Matt Taylor, 3 for 25 he finished with, and Buren last out for 37. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes time for the resumption of the Gloucestershire second innings with a lead of 302. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. 35 minutes to go until tea, and Gloucestershire about to start their second innings against Exeter University. Benny Howell and James Bracey will open the batting, and that'll be the first innings for Bracey in the match. He didn't bat in the first innings. Howell got 51, and they're batting because Exeter University bowled out for 99 either side of lunch. Top scorer Matt Doran with 37. 4 wickets for David Payne and 3 for Matt Taylor. I'm sure that Gloucestershire may mix up the batting order depending on how it goes in this second innings. First ball, and of the reply with a lead of 302, goes immediately 4-4. So straight away James Bracey off the mark. Opening delivery of this second innings, it was very much an easy one for him, just on the hip, worked away comfortably down to the rope. So
I believe it's George Barlow.
Yeah, the board has Barlow as the opening bowler, and here he is, right arm over the wicket again. Bracey able to play that onto the leg side, and one more to him. Benny Howell, of course, who has batted in red ball cricket as an opener for Gloucester before, notably in that, dare I say, dullest of dull draws at Glamorgan, when it was 600 plays 600 right at the end of the 2018 season, I'm thinking, when he got a big 100 in that game. That was probably the flattest and most docile wicket at Safari Gardens for some time. Barlow in, and Howell punches this away onto the offside, goes for a sharp single and gets it to extra cover. There was a throw at the bowler's end, but it didn't hit. And Barlow it is who's opening the attack. So at least these Exeter bowlers, one would assume, will have the opening pair until the tea interval, and then a chance for them to look at what they might do in the 2 hours after tea. Bearing in mind, in a sense, they always have to forget the scoreboard, I think. They have to almost eradicate the position of the game, where they are clearly a long way behind, and just, as John Bracewell loved to say, go through the processes. They're just trying to, get their disciplines right, aren't they? They always have to forget who the batsman is, and just take the view that he is a batsman who you have to try and contain and then ultimately get out. Barlow, right arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Bracey again forward, comfortably forward, and pushes it out to mid-off.
It's got a nice, comfortable action, I would say, does Barlow. You can see he's not having to strain there. He obviously not express pace, but he's happy with not being express pace, if you see what I mean. He's, just content to be the pace that he is and try and nibble the ball about a bit if he can.
About 12 strides to get to the wicket. George Barlow, and that's let go by the left-handed Bracey. 6 for no loss. Gloucestershire, remember the lead on the first innings is 302, so the overall advantage is considerable. This is the second day of the 3, and it's what we'll call our commentary stream test day ahead of the championship.
And I failed already.
In what sense have you failed already?
I failed my test. No, I don't know. I'm only being silly. So you'd imagine it'll be Dom Goodman to open from the Ashley Down Road end, and it certainly looks as though that's going to be the case, and I'm sure he will be desperate might not be quite the right word, but
keen.
Yes, something like that, to pick up a wicket this time around. And I think it seemed from, as I said, I did not watch the entire day, but it seemed to be more an issue of length than anything else. So he'll bowl to Howell, who'll leave alone. Just from what I did manage to catch, it looked as if he was just that little bit too short to cause a problem on this pitch, and I think that's, you could say it's kind of the difference in level perhaps, where if you're playing perhaps even second 11, if you've got height and you've got a bit of pace about you, bowling back of a length might scare those batsmen, but as Howell will leave comfortably, and it kind of, the first two balls illustrate the point really. If you're bowling that length here, especially at Bristol, it's just going to allow the batsman so much time to see what's going to happen and be able to play it accordingly.
Yeah, for a young man who's clearly got quite a big height advantage, his approach to the wicket, the strides don't look that long. It is quite a sort of a high stepping run.
And well, it's rinse and repeat really for the first three balls. Outside the off stump, comfortable leave for Howell, and it is almost at that point where he can leave on length as well as on line. So Goodman getting into his work still, so don't mean to criticise too much. Here he comes and bowls, and that is Fuller, but Howell is able to leave for a fourth time in a row.
Interesting, you just mentioned about the word Fuller. Is
flashed through my mind as well as yours then.
Is he still at Hampshire?
I believe so. I haven't seen anything to the effect that he isn't. So keep an eye on the county ins and outs page, but I haven't seen anything to suggest that he's not still there.
So possibility of him facing his old team in maybe in the Red Bull game this year.
Full driven by Howell, it's beaten cover, heading towards the boundary rope, and it may just get there. It does just. It was a last ditch attempt out at deep extra cover to stop it, but Howell gets his first boundary, but I would say that better off to be there than in a way be too harmless and too far back of a length, despite the fact that that was the one that got hit for 4. 10 without loss as Goodman bowls to Howell and shouldering arms. So that ends the first over from the Ashley Down Road end. 10 after 2 overs. You'd imagine Gloucestershire will be fairly positive here. You wouldn't expect there to be too much in the way of extravagant movement out there on an afternoon like this, and even though it is March, I can't imagine there's going to be too much in the way of, well, massive sideways movement to trouble the opening batsman.
No, just a sprinkling of people out on the balconies of the apartments.
I saw a very nice picture that somebody had taken during the T20 warm-ups from one of those flats. I was very jealous.
Here's Barlow in from the pavilion end. Encouragement coming from his teammates in the outfield. Got an aggressive field being set by Exeter University. Still got 3 slips. I feel with the new ball might present their best opportunity, although Gloucestershire had a good start yesterday at Denton Howell, until Howell dragged on a ball when he just got to his half century. Bracey adds a further single, and there's the view from the camera just to the right of our mark here. It's looking across the ground from the club office. Gives you the widest view in terms of distance across the ground, and now Howell will face Barlow. shirt flapping as he comes into bowl. Howell lets that go, raises the bat, doesn't play a shot, it goes through to the keeper.
Are you suggesting he should tuck his shirt in?
Well, I don't know whether some players prefer to have shirt tucked in. He's not wearing a jumper, so that's not the excuse, but it's just one of those rather more loose-fitting ones, I think we'd say.
Well, I think genuinely, though, some bowlers do prefer to have it untucked,
Yeah,
I think.
they do. I'm sure they do. Barlow in, and Howell, oh, he just plays forward at that. That was a little sort of prod. And Barlow perhaps getting almost if not a big moral victory, then at least one that might encourage him a little bit.
Does have plenty of second 11 experience.
I think Howell
Barlow
did probably just take the bat inside the line a little bit. A second 11 experience?
Yeah, with Surrey. Born in Windsor.
Barlow again past the umpire from the pavilion end, and Howell gets that firmly in the middle. And out to sort of pretty orthodox cover, really. He's not really that close, but just comfortably saving the single.
But I think when you look at the ability that he's got and the rhythm that he's got with his action, you can see, I think, that you can imagine that that would be somebody who would have plenty of second 11 experience.
Howell, whose red ball position in the side is not certain after, well, really missing part of the tail end of the 2019 season, and then a large slice of 2020 with the same injury, funnily enough, picked up at the Oval. So he's almost starting from, well, he's starting from the same position as everybody else, but he has missed quite a bit of red ball cricket, and therefore perhaps under a new head coach, under a new interim head coach in Ian Harvey, has the opportunity to force his way in, and maybe not in what you might consider to be his orthodox position, which would be somewhere down the middle order. Actually, to use him as an opener would be an aggressive selection, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would change things, I think, as Goodman bowling to Bracey, who leaves, but I think you would have the, I suppose, added advantage of the right hand, left hand combination at the top of the order. I mean, I'm personally not really one for thinking too much about that. I know perhaps more so in T20 that's become a real thing that people like to do, but I think for the championship you've really just got to be selecting your best players for each position and not really worrying too much about being too dominant as Goodman bowls. And there's a strangled shout there. I'm not sure whether it flicked Bracey's jumper or whether it just missed everything, but either way it was given not out. And, Exeter sounding in good voice out there. But, he looked to have got everything really out of the way of it. I'm not sure, maybe it did just clip something on the way through leading to the shout. As Goodman bowls full, Bracey on the front foot, driving fairly confidently but straight to extra cover, and they've got that fielder at, well, wide of extra cover really, sort of a wide mid-off, kind of a halfway house between stopping the extra cover drive and the straight drive, but he was in the perfect spot to stop that one. And, 3 slips and a gully as Goodman bowls, and it's full. Bracey has nothing to do with it. But yeah, I would say he seems to be settling into his work now, Goodman, in this over.
Yeah, it looks as though he's blown the cobwebs out. I think when you consider the stage that this is for these young Exeter University boys, there would have been a bit of tension, anxiety, nerves, call it what you will, yesterday at the thought of bowling on a ground like this.
Goodman bowls, and Bracey turns it straight back to him, and a throw back to the wicketkeeper.
Playing here would be the equivalent for some players of playing at Lord's, wouldn't it? For them, because they wouldn't have played on many of them wouldn't have played on a first-class ground like this before, as was illustrated by our correspondent earlier, who said, you know, that one of them is a second-year physics student, and it's quite a thing to be playing on a first-class HQ.
Goodman bowls. Bracey turns that one away down to fine leg. It'll just be the 1. 12 without loss. Bracey on to 7, and I think possibly just due to the circumstances surrounding this game, as we mentioned, first game on a grass pitch, and in some ways maybe that would have shaken off some of the nerves and just be pure excitement to get out there and play.
Oh, I'm sure. 12 for no wicket, so the Gloucestershire lead is 314, and don't forget you can contact us during the commentary if you're inclined to send an email. We'd be more than happy to get it. Gloucestershire commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Here is Barlow in his 3rd over, and Howell and Bracey just quietly going about their business at the moment. There was some loose deliveries in Barlow's first over. Gloucestershire capitalised on that. Both of the players got off the mark, and now they're just, I suspect, just 18 minutes to go until tea. Not thinking of that yet, but just making sure they get some kind of a base, and they're there again at the resumption. And Barlow to Bracey, who lets that go, raises the bat a long way out of the way, and these two new ball bowlers for Exeter University just striving for that extra little bit of movement or pace above their norm, perhaps, to try and hurry their first-class opponents. Barlow quite an upright approach, and Barlow sees Bracey just run that into the onside again, straight to the field and no run.
I'm wondering, in terms of, you know, I talked a little bit earlier about the approach of Gloucestershire this season, whether they will continue to seemingly kind of tough it out, or whether it's difficult to draw conclusions from the pre-season, because the opposition that they've been facing have, you know, not necessarily been the kind of opposition that they will be facing come the season, but there has certainly been positive intent.
Barlow in, and Bracey again to the man at mid-wicket, to the left-hander, and again no run.
And you know, it's difficult to say really whether it's just because they've had more loose balls bowled at them, or whether there has been a kind of a chat about how they want to go about things. And you know, for me, of all the things that I'm looking forward to about this red ball season for Gloucestershire, it really is that. I mean, you can't kind of continue to do things the same way when you've been bowled out for the scores Gloucestershire were, in the way.
Bracey flashes at that, and he's caught behind. He's not happy with the shot he played, and Bracey is out, and Barlow has his man. Bracey goes for 7, and it's 12 for 1, and nick to the keeper. You probably heard the quite loud appeal, and Bracey rips off the left glove. He's not happy about the shot he played to that, and Barlow gets a wicket in his 3rd over and the 5th over of the innings. It's Gloucestershire are 12 for 1, and
looks like Van Buren, is it, coming out at 3?
Let's see who's coming out at number 3. That might be Lace, I think, actually.
Yes, I think you might be right.
But Bracey, having only had, I'll say, 1 innings in first-class cricket last season, for reasons that obviously we we know well because he was away a lot with England. Just has a sheepish dismissal out for 7, and it is Tom Lace who's come in at number 3.
Yeah, I mean, from this vantage point, it did look as though the ball was, well, it certainly wasn't anywhere near a half volley, and he tried to drive it quite extravagantly through the covers, and well, you know, yes, there's positivity, but there's also selecting the wrong shot for the ball. But I don't know, to a certain extent, I think if you're going to sit down and say we're going to take a more positive approach, you can't be too hard on things when they don't go to plan.
Barlow to Lace, who bats right-handed, of course, and he will squeeze away a boundary off his first ball, but that was not a very convincing stroke. First up, he will get 4 for it though, and Gloucestershire are 16 for 1. I think you are right, Ed, in that it was always likely to be a positive response to a big lead. There was the card fleetingly on the screen with the details of Bracey's wicket. And here is how he got out. Barlow is the bowler. Seems to be quite close to the stumps, but actually there wasn't much foot movement there. That's where Bracey probably got it wrong.
First ball of the next over might have been inside edge onto pad, was it? We'll wait to see what the umpire thought. And yeah, runs. I think I heard 2 noises there. So inside edge onto pad and trickling away fine for a single.
I think James will look at the gap between bat and pad on that dismissal and say that his front foot wasn't far enough across.
Goodman bowls to Howell, and Howell turns that one away fine to Fineleg, who comes across to do the fielding. So another run to the Gloucestershire total, 19 for 1. But I think, just to complete the point on, if you are going to say we're going to be more positive, you have to then allow the players, and never mind what the fans think, the players have to have the freedom to know that if they get out playing a shot that they think is on, as that's left alone by Lace, they have the environment to know that that's supported. It's a bit like when England changed their 50-over approach after the World Cup. Morgan knew that England were going to get rolled over a few times playing the way that they did, but they set out with the brand, use that word, or style of cricket that they wanted to play, and they committed to it. And he had to answer some very tough questions at times. Goodman bowls down the leg side, and Lace think about flicking at that and didn't get anything on
And the
it.
positivity you mentioned, it is kind of a different approach to the sort of stay in the game, stay in the game, stay in the game, and then if we can kind of chisel out a win, we will do, and if not, well, we'll take the draw.
Yeah.
I think if you adopt the positivity approach, we might find there are more wins and losses.
Yep. Here's Goodman bowls, and Lace leaves alone, and you know, it may be that they still look at Bristol and say, we've got to get results at Bristol. We don't kind of, you know, we can't afford to go throwing away games at Bristol by changing the approach when we know that we can, even if they are draws, we know that we can get results at Bristol. Well, you know, those are the conversations that I guess you have to have. But Goodman bowls to Lace, no shot.
Although, as the numbers say, Gloucestershire have won more matches away from home than they have here. So is the challenge to actually get the number of wins at home up. Therefore, does that mean you have to change the approach?
And then do you risk dropping draw points, which then drops
There
you?
you
That's the conundrum, really, isn't it? I suppose. And I'm sure everybody has their own armchair opinion, including us, as to the right way to go, but ultimately it's just a question of what the team decide and what they think is best, and that's what's going to count.
Here's Barlow to continue from the pavilion end. 19 for 1. Howell has 8 and Lace has 4, as you can see on your screen. That's the view from the camera on the man stand side, looking across towards the marquee. We're in that building on the extreme left as you look at it. And Barlow right arm over the wicket. Bowles, and Howell just plays that solidly.
So we've got a few more details about George Barlow. Described by the correspondent as a historian who dabbles in archaeology. Which I quite like the sound of.
Spent time with Surrey in the past, as Ed pointed out. Howell plays that off the bottom edge of the bat. He hasn't taken the bat away in time, and it's been caught. Very sharp chance. And Howell also has to go. A second wicket for Barlow. You see how low this was. He tried to take the bat away, and it's taken at second slip. And Gloucestershire are 19 for 2. And Barlow has done well here to get both the openers out. And with Tom Lace in at number 3, Gloucestershire have some flexibility in the batting order because they're using the whole squad, of course, for this match.
And this is Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, I was going to say this looks like the walk of Van Buren out at number 4. But when Gloucester walked out at the start of this second innings, they would not have expected and not have hoped to have lost 2 wickets in this little session before tea. The overall lead obviously is still pretty big, but it's just the manner in which those wickets have gone down. Matt Doran, left-hander of course, who also bowls left arm spin, plays for Belhus Cricket Club, that's the correct, in the Essex League apparently, so I think he'd be pretty handy at that level.
Yeah, you would have thought so, and I had just done a bit of research during the innings break, which I'll come back to.
Here is Barlow again to Van Buren, who gets solidly behind that for his first delivery, and the score remains at 19 for 2.
He has actually faced Harry Hankins before. Saw in his Cricinfo profile that he's got one, I mean maybe it's just recent game, so I couldn't say whether it's his only second 11 game, but he did have a second 11 game for Middlesex, opening the batting against Gloucestershire, and Harry Hankins was opening the bowling in that game, so he's seen him before.
Barlow, that's a decent delivery too. That's Van Buren, I think, beaten by that. Here's the view from the camera right at the top of the pavilion. As you can see, they're still looking for wickets with 3 slips in. Barlow's got a couple already, and he certainly prodded at that, Graham Van Buren. And last word about Rory Hipbarlow, we might see in due course again, second year, reading history, previously involved in Hampshire. Hampshire's age group setup has been troubled a bit by injury, and therefore has dropped his pace somewhat at the moment, I think we could say.
Yes, I quite like the way it's been put, which is why you may see him bowl short, as he forgets he's not allowed to bowl his express pace.
at the moment.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thanks to our correspondent for details on some of these Exeter University lads who I'm sure are enjoying this whole experience of...
Certainly enjoying it a lot more now.
Yeah, well, they were leather chasing a bit yesterday, certainly before lunch, but came back a bit later in the day, and then having had some troubles with the bat this morning, fair to say, have again done better with the ball.
Goodman to continue into his 4th over, and Lace turns that one comfortably to mid-wicket. It will just be the single. Some snappy fielding there in the mid-wicket area, and 20 for 2, Lace on to 5, and Buren will take his guard for the bowling of Goodman.
Yeah, might be one more over after this before tea. Yeah, Barlow 2 for 11 he's got at the moment.
Yep, which to go with, what was it, 3 for 45 I think it was in the first, 3 for 47 in the first innings, so very tidy. Goodman bowls, and Van Buren will shoulder arms. You have to wonder, this is the old guessing game which we've been playing so often today. Is it a case of the batsmen being in different positions from what they've been used to? Is that why we've seen a couple of early wickets? Is it just that Barlow is clearly a decent bowler and has managed to grab a couple, or is it the fact that Gloucestershire are 300 runs ahead, and at this point, you know, how vital is it for personally for the likes of Bracey, and how obviously they're going to want to score runs every time they go out there, but is it a case of heads being elsewhere? I don't know, but either way I don't think Gloucestershire will get rolled over for nothing here. Goodman bowls, and Van Buren has to dig that one out, and that was a bit of a change up from Goodman. We haven't seen him try that before, and Van Buren was looking at something quite expansive through the leg side, and in the end had to just make sure he kept it out.
Yeah, we had a couple of very good Yorkers bowled this morning, which almost delivered wickets for Gloucestershire, but that was as good as Goodman has managed.
Deep square leg out now, and it's the bluff as it's outside the off stump on a length, and Van Buren leaves it alone and comes down to do a bit of gardening. Haven't seen very much gardening today. I can't imagine there would be too much that would be needed on a pitch at this stage of the season. Marking out the spot, perhaps.
Yes, ground staff will be putting the white lines back in place during the tea interval.
Goodman bowls to Van Buren, a back foot punch through point, and I think that's got the timing as a diving attempt, and it comes up just short. He gets applause rightfully for the effort from his teammates, because he absolutely threw himself at that one, but Van Buren gets a boundary, and it's 24 for 2.
Yeah, 3 or 4 of the Gloucestershire players not out in the middle, or maybe even not involved in the match, just watching on from backward point to the right-hander.
Make the most of the weather conditions whilst they are there to be enjoyed. Goodness knows we could be in single figures come the first championship match of the season.
There's a bit of a delay because the ball has gone somewhere underneath the covers of the square.
Oh, it's like that when you were a child and you had that that activity where you to crawl under various things, sort of assault course type activity. You know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what you call it, but
yeah, well,
yes.
Assault course is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But here they're having to.
We're basically having to put the covers on. This would be a good photo for somebody to get. Actually, just
it's a bright sunny day, and the
covers are coming on.
And the covers are now being lifted extensively by 2 members of the university's fielding 11, 3 members of the Gloucestershire squad who aren't involved.
Nobody can find it.
And all this is probably adding to the fact that
spot the ball.
This will now be probably the last over before tea, because time is being So in fact, we are beyond the 20 to 4 now, and still no sign of where that ball's gone, because the fielder chased it through. It must have bounced up off the rope and then somewhere got buried amongst that.
Well, he wiped the covers out, didn't he, when he went for that dive? And I guess it must have got buried way under them.
But it would seem very odd that the ball has gone to an area where it's completely out of sight. It wasn't a particularly fierce shot, but both umpires are staying in the middle.
In some ways, I'm surprised we haven't had situations like this more. Perhaps they have at other grounds, but without anybody patrolling and pointing out where it had gone.
It really is like a club game on a Sunday afternoon.
More reinforcements needed, I think.
And one of the...
We're just getting a new ball, are we, for
the players have...
Just so that we can finish the session.
I've come out with... I'll see who that might be. It's come out with a box of balls. We're only in the 8th over, so we will have another go, I think, unless somebody has found the one that we were started with.
I don't think they have.
They have, no. So someone
lost ball.
Somewhere under those covers. We may only find that out perhaps at the close of play when the ground staff may, I suppose that, or even maybe after the match is over, at some point when those covers are put in place on the outfield, there will be a reasonably new ball found under there, which will go back in the box.
That's probably quite useful, won't it? With you can never find a relatively newish ball to replace one with that may have been defective or something like that.
In 8 overs, but anyway, Goodman's going to continue in what will be the last over before tea.
So deep square and fine leg back, and Van Buren holds the pose for the cameras.
And that was the only ball
and
left.
That's it. Cricket is back. You would have had somebody shouting, "Get on with it," wouldn't you? For one ball, which Graham Van Buren didn't have to play a shot at. So 24 for 2 will be the tea time score for Gloucestershire.
So a slightly surreal finish to that mini session of 8 overs. Barlow 2 for 11 and Goodman none for 13. The two Exeter bowlers used, and Barlow's victims, if I can call them that, Bracey caught by Reed, the wicketkeeper, off may have been an inside edge actually for 7. He played it quite a long way away from his body, and the foot movement wasn't quite what James would have looked for. He was out for 7, and then Benny Howell caught at second slip by Goodman off Barlow for 8. That in reply to Exeter University's 99 all out today. They were 32 for 2 at one stage, and they looked as if Reed and Wells had just stabilised things after a poor start. 2 really wickets for David Payne, but thereafter really only Matt Doran, who was out last for 37, showed any prolonged resistance. Payne 4 for 19, Matt Taylor 3 for 25. The pick of the bowlers, a wicket each to Shaw and Harry Hankins, will rejoin you shortly before 4 o'clock. Gloucestershire are 24 for 2. They lead by 326, and 1 or 2, notably Layson Van Buren, who in the first innings of this match did not get a bat, will be looking to get some important batting practice, if we can call it that, against this University attack. We'll join you again just before 4. Join us then. the Bristol County Ground. Day 2 of this Red Bull friendly between Gloucestershire and Exeter University. Gloucestershire 2 wickets down at tea in their second innings, 24 for 2. Bracey and Howell, the 2 openers, both out to George Barlow, and therefore it's Tom Lace and Graham Van Buren who will resume after tea. I think that my overriding feeling about the first 2 sessions, Ed, has been it's just been nice to get back into the swing of watching 6 hours of cricket, because let's be fair, we haven't had a full day since last season.
Well, even before the last match of last season, because of how that ended.
Indeed, and I was at Edgbaston for the very wet Saturday of the T20 finals day, but not on the Sunday.
Yeah, I was there on the Sunday.
Yeah, so it was, that was our last genuine day of cricket. Felt like a very long time ago. So it's just nice to get back into that whole throw of watching 6 hours, and 6 hours played under almost unbroken sunshine. Not necessarily very warm or particularly bright, I suppose, but certainly welcome conditions to play in March. And the university side just back on their way out now for this final session. We did wonder what the approach from Gloucestershire would be, because they had a lead of 302 on first innings, 401 for 9 declared against 99. Obviously Gloucestershire could have asked the university to bat again, but there would have seemed little merit in that, because you want to get as much practice out of the game as you can, and therefore Gloucestershire have gone in once more. Graham Van Buren and Tom Lace did not bat in the first innings, so these are probably the 2 who could benefit most from spending 2 hours in the middle, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Lace got some runs in the Somerset match, batted nicely. I think he made somewhere in the 70s. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find that scorecard at the moment. It seems to have been taken down by Somerset, but in any case, he batted for a decent length of time there. But I think it's especially Van Buren, who didn't get too many in that Somerset match. You'd think that he might be somebody that would benefit from a good long knock here, wherever it is that he's going to bat come April the 8th.
Yeah, there's going to be a bowling change too at the start of the final session this second day. And Barlow had 4 overs, 2 for 11, but I think that is a change, unless he's tucked his shirt in during the tea interval. But that to me does not look like George Barlow. And indeed it isn't. And the first over after tea sees Lace leave the first ball, and the Gloucestershire lead at the moment, say 3:26. 4 sessions in the game to go. I would have thought, Ed, it's got to be not unreasonable to think that Gloucestershire would say bat until half an hour before lunch, maybe an hour look before lunch tomorrow, and then give the bowlers a second go.
Yeah, I mean, we shall see how much in their own hands it is, the decision.
Still in the first over after lunch.
I think it may be Oliver Thilo. He is 14 on the list of 15 that we've got for Exeter, and it is 14 on the scoreboard.
So that may be him then. But, doesn't look like Thilo on the graphic, I must be honest. 24 for 2, and punched away. And that may go all the way for 4. That's been pretty well timed actually by Van Buren. You can still see the shine on the ball, but he's got that away pretty well, and that's gone all the way to the boundary at Deep Extra go for 4.
Yeah, you certainly can't bowl there to Graham Van Buren at any level, really. He is so strong off the back foot through the offside. So really, if you give him the length and the width, and he will not hold back either. He'll throw everything at it, because if he gets an edge it'll just fly away over the slips. But yeah, you can't bowl there to him or to Tom Lace.
And 28 for 2. I think it's Jack Pearce actually who is bowling according to our colleague Chris Oliver, who's doing the Opta statistics for this match.
So they must have a different order than we've got, because the number 14 is clearly different, because of course they don't have numbers on the back of their shirts. But yeah.
Yes, certainly on our list, Thilo would be 14, but we believe it's Pearce, and again that's outside the off stump. So I suspect again we will see the bowling shared by the university.
Yes, and of course I got mixed up, and it is Tom Lace who hit the boundary, but the point does still apply. In general, shorter batsmen tend to be pretty good on the back foot, especially through the offside.
Yeah. Pearce in, that's let go outside the off stump. No shot played by Lace, who usually goes off, you say, to do some just gentle prodding of the pitch, but really that's nothing more than habit, particularly at this stage of the season. Has a brief chat with Van Buren as well, and looks like we're going to see potentially the long-haired left armour here. That is,
it is Dominic Morgan.
Bob Morgan, yeah, who we had a very colourful biography sent to us of him during the afternoon session. Another one of the history students in this Exeter team.
So Morgan left arm over, have a particularly long run up. But, first ball's punched away, backward point moves across to his right to field, and Van Buren will race through for a single. 29 for 2, Van Buren has 5. So continuing, I think they have more time really with bowlers bowling at a slightly lower pace, but it is something which certainly we talked about quite a lot last season, where Gloucestershire have got to try and find ways to rotate the strike better, as Lace is defending that one comfortably out towards cover, and it sort of felt as though there were times when Gloucestershire would get completely bogged down and struggle really to provide any pressure to the bowling attack at all, whether that was through sharp running or quick singles here and there. It felt a little bit as though it was either block or occasionally bust, as it's down the leg side. Lace can't get anything on it. But I mean, it certainly has been encouraging to see the way that Gloucestershire have batted in this pre-season in general, and you know, the season itself is a different beast, of course, but it's obviously got to be better to have the team runs under your belt than not. So
two scores of 400.
Indeed. So straight bat presented by Tom Lace out into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. But a bit of a change of angle for the two right-handers to have to deal with, and Morgan will have to make sure that he's very accurate in around the stumps on a good length. Can't really afford to be doing anything else. Full delivery and a nice middle of the bat sound on the forward press from Tom Lace out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Just looking at his approach, and I'm not sure I've got the right name here. Does he remind you a bit of, I want to say Luke Wood, who was at Notts?
Yes, I can see that. Luke Wood has a fair bit of pace about him when he gets going. Full and wide and driven by Lace, but he's not managed to get that where he wanted to. And so that ends the over. 29 for 2. Lace 9, Van Buren has 5. I can see what you mean. The sort of on the shorter end, left arm bowler off a shorter run up than
But a skiddy
average.
sort of action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Luke Wood does have, Luke Wood probably would get it up to at least low 80s, maybe a bit more. But yeah, I can certainly see where you're coming from with that.
29 for 2, and it will be Pearce to continue from the pavilion end.
He's up with Lancashire now.
Wood.
Luke Wood.
Yeah. I suspicion he started at Notts, but I wasn't sure exactly where he was.
Lanky.
And Pearce, quite a powerfully built young man, quite a thick set, and that's outside the off stump, and again nothing added to the score. Van Buren, who batted quite successfully at 3, of course, last season when James Bracey was away in the England bubble. Pearce at the end of his run, not a very long run, bit longer though than Morgan's at the other end. Quite an upright approach, and Van Buren goes back into his stumps and plays that away on the onside.
It's sort of a gentle kind of lope into the crease he's got. He's not sort of herring in maximum pace, maximum speed I should say, rather than pace, maximum speed through the run-up, but you'd think, as you say, with the build that he's got, strong action, should be able to get some bounce.
Van Buren waits once more and again plays that to the same position, man at short mid-wicket, and again there's no run. The pitch is quite a long way across towards the man stand side of the ground, so it doesn't take a lot to get the ball to the boundary on that side, but finding the ball when it gets there is another issue entirely.
Yes, well, if you went for an early tee, you will have missed that particular farcical scene where the covers were being moved even on a day like this.
Pearce in, and Van Buren plays that into the ground. He'll get 1, that's all. I think Morgan maybe does the fielding under the hat. Yeah, that was off the penultimate ball before tee, where it disappeared after a chase towards that boundary, a vain chase by the fielder, and the ball went under the covers and nobody could find it thereafter. We must have probably lost about near enough 5 minutes looking for the ball before one of the ground staff appeared with a box. They picked out another ball, bowled the 1 ball that was necessary until tee, and walked off. 30 for 2, and Lace gets up onto his toes and plays that delivery from Pearce out to mid-on. There's the wide angle view across towards the man stand from the apartments, and as last season here at the Bristol County Ground, there are 6 cameras in all to try and give you all the important views of what's going on. And just to confirm as well that obviously this system was set up when crowds were not allowed in. It will continue when they are. Here is Pearce in and down the leg side, and taken by keeper Reid, who had a catch to get rid of James Bracey early on in this Gloucestershire second innings. Benny Howell also caught in the slips, both off Barlow, and 30 for 2, and all the 4 Gloucestershire batsmen so far, the 2 of them that are out and the 2 of them that are still in, all the scores are in single figures.
Well, Tom Lace not too far off changing that, but at the moment it is a matter of getting the innings going, because the openers, as were in this innings, didn't manage to do so, and it'll be a new over from Morgan, as that's Van Buren trying to turn a ball down the leg side, away fine for 4 but not getting anything on it. I just wanted to bring up something that touched on very briefly earlier on in the day in terms of coaching pace. because we were talking about David Payne and as Morgan bowls, and Van Buren had a little bit of a flinch at that one, but in the end didn't offer at it. We were talking about David Payne, and I can't remember exactly what the words you used were, but along the lines of he was just allowed to bowl, basically. He wasn't worrying about pace or, you know, being a pace bowler or being an accuracy bowler.
To be particularly quick.
Straight drive from Van Buren, but he can't beat mid-off.
And this is as a youngster in Dorset, when he could have potentially gone to Hampshire, but he was spotted and recommended to come up here.
But I think, you know, there's been a lot of talk about, can cricketers add pace at this level? Morgan bowling and Van Buren leaving. And a lot of people are saying, no, pace is natural, you can't force it. Whereas I think you think about what other sports are doing with regards to sports science, technology, the use of things like biomechanics nowadays. There's Morgan bowls, and that's a nice looking shot from Van Buren, but he picks out mid-off again and doesn't get a run for it. And, you know, it almost seems as though nowadays maybe the thoughts on pace are changing because of that, and in a way it sort of needs to, because England aren't producing enough bowlers who can bowl quickly. As here's Morgan bowls to Van Buren, who drives hard, and this time he does manage to beat the dive of cover, and it's away for 4 runs, so Van Buren into double figures, 34 for 2. So, you know, Van Buren likes to get a few drives away early on in his innings, so there's one of them.
I mean, we probably saw 2 of the bowlers, one of whom has been in the England setup, albeit injury prone, and one who is thought highly of in the Bob Willis Trophy game here last year against Warwickshire. Ollie Stone, who clearly can bowl quickly, but fitness has been a bit of a problem for him. And Henry Brooks, who is thought of to be somebody who has the potential to be in the same bracket.
And has certainly been involved plenty in Lions matches, and would be the kind of, I guess, archetype of the bowler that England need really in the future, the type of bowler.
Here's Pearce to continue for Exeter University, and Lace on strike. Just not interested in playing any kind of an attacking shot at that. Lace obviously is number 8. That's his squad number for the year. Jared Warner, who we haven't seen in this game, isn't playing in this match, will be squad number 4. And
I was wondering with Lace actually whether the 8 was representative of a bow on a set of shoelaces or something, but apparently not. Frank Lampard apparently is the reason, according to James. There I was thinking it was something, you know, neat and no, it's football.
Of course, when squad numbers started, Gloucestershire conveniently had Mark Alleyne as their captain, so he was logically number 1, and the whole of the squad was listed in alphabetical order.
Right.
And that's why Martin Ball was number 2.
Uh-huh.
Etc. Pearce at 34 for 2 in Gloucestershire's second innings. Oh, where's that gone? Up in the air. This could be an easy catch for the keeper, and Reed takes it, and Pearce has his wicket, and Tom Lace has gone. He's thrown the bat on the ground and not even caught that, so he's not happy, A, with the shot, and B, with the way he's out. 34 for 3. This is getting in the wrong place to play that shot. He got awfully tucked up, and keeper Reed underneath it, as you would expect, with the gloves. Delivery that didn't look as if it was carrying any great pace, took a comfortable catch. So Lace is out. Another single figure score, and Gloucestershire 34 for 3.
Yes, I think he'll be very disappointed with that shot, and you could see that he was, because, well, it's not a ball that you should really be getting out to, because it was not particularly short, as you say, it was not particularly pacey, and he'll be livid that he's found a way to get out to it. And despite having got runs against Somerset, He won't be feeling particularly good about that one for a day or so.
No, and his former Middlesex colleague George Scott passes him on the way in, and Scott comes out at number 5 with Gloucestershire at 34 for 3, and several of the squad are at the far end in front of the sight screens, just sat on the wheels, in fact, of the sight screen units. 6 of them down there, all looking at what's going on out in the middle, and they've seen a couple of people who might have needed some time in the middle, Bracey and Lace in particular, get out quite cheaply here. So Scott and Van Buren it is, who are trying to do something to help their chances of selection for the Surrey game next week.
See, they judged that they didn't cross there. Van Buren was doing his bit to hurry down the other end, but Lace was so disgusted with the shot that he barely moved, so they obviously didn't quite manage to cross when the catch was taken.
So Pierce with the wicket comes into bowl to Scott, who gets the pad well in line, lets the ball go outside the off stump. I must confess, I did wonder whether Gloucestershire would play positively and score rather more quickly than this in this second innings, given there is so many runs ahead. But you have to credit the university boys. They've come out and tried to be disciplined about their bowling, and they've got 3 wickets already. Pierce in and Scott away on the onside, and there's a bit of keenness now too amongst the Exeter University fielders that's quite noticeable, having got Gloucestershire at 34 for 3. Scott in the first innings made 24, batting at number 3, so having only had 2 overs with the ball, which was understandable, he just could do with a useful knock here to perhaps make Ian Harvey think that at the lower order he'd be a handy man to have in the side. Pierce in again, Scott just gets that pad in line, and the end of the over. So a success for Pierce in his spell so far. He's taken 1 for 5 in his 2 overs, and Barlow has 2 for 11. All the 3 wickets have fallen from bowling from the pavilion end.
Well, there you go. It's obviously a reversal of last year.
And bear in mind
you're
that
getting all the wickets this year.
We did joke that last year Ed seemed to have a lot of the wickets from the Ashley Down Road end, so perhaps the balance has altered a bit. 34 for 3.
So it looks as if it will be Morgan to continue into his 3rd over. Van Buren on strike on 10. Morgan bowls to him, and Van Buren on the back foot, defending solidly out into the covers, and there's no run. There's just one other point on the whole pace thing, and I think we saw in the recent limited over series, with particularly the ODIs with England and India, as that's left alone by Van Buren, I think we really saw how much England missed Liam Plunkett in that side. And of course he's not somebody who's 90 miles an hour, but he is up there mid to late 80s, and he did that job of hitting the pitch hard in the middle overs and taking wickets regularly, as Van Buren's forward and defending that one out to point. England really need, I think, to find a replacement for him, and they looked under-paced to me particularly in the 50 over series, when you had 2 Currans and Stokes bowling in the middle overs, and I think it underlined the importance, as Van Buren will defend out into the cover point region for no run. It underlined the importance of actually emphasising pace at a very young age, and it used to be the case that you, I think that the general thinking was that you don't talk about pace for young cricketers, but I think there's a realisation perhaps now, as Morgan bowls to Van Buren, a punchy shot straight down the ground, and that will race towards the boundary and get there. So yeah, it certainly seems to be quicker right towards the sight screen than it is just to the mid-on side of the sight screen, because that one did race away, and Van Buren's on 14.38 for 3. But I do think that the thinking has changed, and it's probably a good thing.
Plunkett actually kind of filled a very niche role, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think of all the people that England missed as Van Buren leaves, they did, of course, they missed Joe Root's solidity at 3 in that series, but I think particularly they missed Plunkett and what he could do in the middle overs, because India just ran riot in the middle to later overs, and I think it's you would have had Plunkett making a breakthrough or two more, which would have led to the Hardik Pandyas, Krunal Pandyas of the Indian lineup coming in much earlier than they'd have wanted to. So, you know, it's a situation where we're obviously English cricket's developing players to perform in the championship, and to perform in the championship you tend to need to be a certain type of bowler, or you might well go for a lot of runs, but at the same time for white ball cricket you need a completely different type of bowler, and are England able to produce enough of those types of bowlers doing what they're doing at the moment, would be my question, or what has been done anyway.
Pearce to continue for the University, 38 for 2, and let go by George Scott. And I saw several opinions that said that of the winter tour, although it was right at the end, the ODI series was still a really competitive watch, and actually was as good as some of the other cricket we'd seen.
Definitely, and you know, England went into it having lost to Australia. They didn't want to lose to India as well.
Pearce in again, and again Scott just gets the pad well forward, but not interested in playing a stroke.
Benny Howell's in his T20 shirt already there.
Several of the players just out in front of us. Jack Taylor, David Payne, and Benny Howell, yes, in his T20 top. Pearce into Bolter Scott, who looking quite respectfully at Pearce at the moment, not taking any liberties with him. The overall lead obviously is still huge at 340. Five of the most experienced players in the Gloucester team actually wandering around in that group, along with one of the Hankinses. I'm not sure whether that is, it might be Harry, I think, actually there. Here's Pearce once more. Oh, that's quite wide. That's off the off stump. The keeper, Reed, goes a long way.
Scott showing his displeasure at having received that delivery.
He's not given as a wide.
Swatting the bat away at it, as if to say, what do you expect me to do with that?
Well, not get out to it would be a start.
True.
Scott yet to score, and that's still the way of it. Now the famous Bill Shankly quote was to a striker who said whether he'd I think he might have missed a chance, and there was a debate about whether he should have passed the ball to a teammate or not, and Shankly said, I think you should have put the ball in the net, and then we might have decided what else you might have done with it. Van Buren on 14 at the non-striker's end. Watches on as Pearce bowls to Scott, and he's off the mark, but it was a bit streaky to say the least. He looked concerned as he got an edge to that, and it flew away through the slips. Whether it was at a catchable height, we can see on the replay. It's just short of the
Yeah,
first
I
slip,
think
I
so.
think. It's an awkward height, and it's gone. Despite the long barrow, it's gone through and away to the rope for 4. So Scott's off the mark, though not altogether convincingly. 42-4-3. We've got about 90 minutes play to go tonight, and then all day tomorrow. So that the debate, unless Gloucestershire were to get bowled out, which clearly they wouldn't want, is really when Chris Dent decides enough is enough.
Full delivery to start the new over from Morgan, and Van Buren forward and defending it back up the pitch. So Scott, I believe Scott got a half century as well in that Somerset game, and a lot of the lower order really wagged in that game. Jack Taylor too, as that's turned away fine by Van Buren. He'll pick up a single down to fine leg, 43-4-3. But whilst the list of names that haven't got runs in the warm-ups is not very long, still think it's important not to end with your last innings being a low one, even if there may be circumstances surrounding it, such as a 300-run lead. As here's Morgan, bowls to Scott. Scott's forward and defending that one firmly back to the bowler. Perhaps I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, as somebody viewing his first day's cricket of the year, perhaps I'm reading more into it than I should read, but I don't know.
I think we've tried to, at certain points, I mean, we had a correspondent this morning who tried to pick the team for the first match. I think
Left
there are
alone by
quite a
Scott.
lot of areas of debate. I think, personally, one of the opening slots is nailed. Personally, 4 and 7, and probably 9, 10, 11, for me, would be the certainties at this point. That still leaves quite a lot of areas of either or.
Morgan in and bowls to Scott, and Scott plays a very strange looking shot at that, and it's been knocked down by mid-wicket, and brought out the Superman dive for that one, but I'm not quite sure what kind of a shot that was from Scott. I'm not sure he knows either. It looked like he was...
Well, it almost looked as if he was going to get out to it, wasn't it? Because
Yeah.
there was a really concerted effort, because that looped almost apologetically
Yes.
into the air.
Morgan bowls. It's clipped away by Scott straight to mid-wicket. Doesn't get a run for that, so a tidy over from Morgan, and 43-3 is the score, and they have bowled tidily here. I think they'll be very pleased with how they've bowled so far, well, Exeter, and you know, there's really not too much to fault about what they've done so far.
Oh, 16 overs they've had. They've split the overs between the bowlers, and they've all been economical. And if you look back at what happened yesterday morning, Gloucestershire, I think, were 153 for 1 at lunch, something like that. So, you know, racing along at 5 and over, and Chris Dent was clearly a heavy scorer in that total. But here, without Dent in the team, without him in the batting lineup in this innings anyway, things looked a bit different. Pearce in, that's short and cut away into the offside. That may go all the way for 4. There's a chase on for the fielder coming out towards this boundary at point, and he won't get there, and Van Buren adds another boundary to his tally. I think that might be Hipwell with the long hair, who's just launched the ball back in.
I put the curse on them there, really, didn't I? I said there isn't much to fault them with, but then offering up a short wide ball to Van Buren is a definite no-no.
He has 19. And this is Barlow, in fact, back into the attack, and that's 4 more, so his return has coincided with 2 boundaries from Van Buren.
Yep, really same spot. Van Buren picked a very slightly different spot to hit it, but hit it
The graphic
just as well.
The graphic still says Pearce. To me, that looks like Barlow back into the attack. He's a lighter frame than Pearce.
Yep.
And again, one more for Van Buren, who plays the ball into the same spot, and up to 52-4-3.
I'm not sure about dropping out the sweeper on the offside there. I think you've just got to bowl in the right area rather than try to protect against Van Buren playing a cut shot. The best way of protecting him, or the best way of protecting against him playing that shot, is not to bowl the ball there.
They've got Hipwell now out on the rope. Barlow in, and that's punched into the offside. They'll pick up 1. There's a slight misfield, but there's probably going to be 1 there anyway for George Scott. And
Booming voices.
The encouragement coming from our right-hand side.
The intensity has been there from ball 1 out there for
It has.
Exeter. They've really gone out with the idea of attacking in the field.
Barlow in once more, and Van Buren a quieter stroke this time. So apologies if the graphic still says Pearce, but we certainly think it's Barlow. I mean, his run is longer than Pearce's, for one thing, and yeah, it's been changed back now on the screen. And Van Buren quietly plays out the over. 24 he has. Scott has 5. The man out for Gloucestershire, both openers to Barlow in his first spell. Bracey for 7 and Hal for 8, and then Tom Lace caught behind off a, well, it was a top edge really, but he was in the wrong position to play the shot, and he also made 9. Pearce was the successful bowler on that occasion. There's the full details of the card, and Gloucestershire's second innings, which started 40 minutes before tea and started with a lead of 302.
Well, looks as though we have a change in the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Is this... It's not Barwell. Hipwell, excuse me, was the one I was trying to think that it is not. But unfortunately the number on the board will do me no good, because the order seems to be different that they're using. And unfortunately I was just talking at the point where they screamed encouragement for whoever it was that was bowling. So the new over is started anyway, and it started with a short wide delivery which is cracked out to deep point for a single. So Scott gets up the other end, and 54 for 3 is at number 12 according to the board, but
Well,
who that is
that might be Buckingham, I think, then, because
looks about the right height from what we saw earlier.
yeah, we haven't seen him bowl before.
Bowls now, and that is a thunderous drive through extra cover for 4 by Graham Van Buren. He absolutely dismissed that one from his presence, and moves on to 28, 58 for 3, and well, I mean, that was a pretty flashy shot from Graham Van Buren, but he was right behind it. He wasn't really playing away from his body. So he's on to 28.
Now this is
That's short, pull the way out to fine leg by Van Buren.
so Oliver Tyler is the, according to Opta, the bowler.
He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 46 in the first innings. Got rid of Ian Cobain, and at the moment hasn't managed to get his line and length right. And so far, these two have been able to profit from that. He bowls, and that's left alone by Scott, and encouragement from the fielders, and that's more like where he wants to be bowling. He can't afford to be bowling short, really, to county level batsman at that pace. Here he comes again, and bowls to Scott. Scott leaves it alone. So what have we got? We've got hour and a quarter left. I mean, depends, I suppose, what kind of rate Gloucestershire want to go at. Do you reckon they'll have a score in mind at the end of the day, or is it just a case of purely batting? Would they do something like that? Would they say, we want to get to this score by the close, do you reckon?
I think it's probably more important that the batsman looks to actually have some time in the middle. More than anything else, the score from this position is irrelevant, really. It's more important that Scott has, you know, he'd end up with 90 minutes, wouldn't he, and Van Buren with 2 hours potentially. And one interested observer on the ground today, Richard Dawson's here, coming to the end, of course, of his time as the head coach, passing on the baton to Ian Harvey for heading off to the ECB. But here's Barlow in again, and cut straight to that man who is hit well out on the, well, 3 parts of the way to the boundary at point. 60 for 3.
He just hasn't quite found it yet this spell, as Barlow certainly not found what he had in the first spell. Whether it's a case of the body just beginning to get a little bit tired, because as we've mentioned before a couple of times, they haven't been able to play very much cricket, and there's only a certain amount of bowling on other surfaces that you can do that will replicate this.
Barlow in once more, and that's through and taken by Reid, who's got 2 catches, the keeper. But Van Buren now has 30 from 35 balls, which is a little bit more, I'm sure, to his liking.
He would do this quite a bit last season, and then
Get
he
in
would
and
sort
get
of
out.
almost. Well, I was going to say when he did go on, he would almost slow down during his innings.
Barlow to Scott, and again that's taken by keeper Reid.
But he tried to. He was the one Gloucestershire batsman I felt who really tried to put the bowlers under pressure early, and I think that was, you know, yes, admittedly, we're only talking about the difference between averaging 30 and versus 25 here, but I think there was something to be said for that approach in the situations that he found himself in.
Didn't want to go and get bogged down at any point. Barlow in, and again Scott, just from the limited amount we saw of him in red ball cricket last year, seemed quite content to bat time when he was out in the middle. But when you're batting as, I mean, he was sometimes coming in at number 8, so often was just trying to eke out some runs with the tail. Barlow, quite a long run, right arm over the wicket. Bowls and Scott again. That's well pitched up, and he's dug that out, and the score remains on 63. And there is a bit of chat among the Exeter University field. It's just to keep their spirits up And Baron Barlow, as he's known. Not quite sure why that is. Perhaps he's.
Well, there are barons called George Barlow, which
there?
come up when you search. So yes, he may be an actual baron.
Oh, that's a full pitch delivery. Big appeal for LBW. Scott, though, stays in his crease, and he will stay there. Whether there was a tiny nick on that, I don't know.
Judging by their reaction, it looked as though there was.
Here is the repeat on the delivery. Oh, it's very full. And Barlow can't believe that he hasn't been given out. We may have a brief sanitisation break here. We haven't had one of those for a while because we've had a regular stream of wickets throughout the afternoon. And Barlow caught in his crease there. Scott caught in his crease, I should say, by Barlow. And the bowler very close to getting another wicket. 60.
That's, I reckon, inside edge, just because the bowler had his, the bowler was clearly disappointed, but he didn't seem to be directing the disappointment at the umpire. It was to the batsman. How did you just manage to get a nick on that? But I just on Scott, because I think it is a good thing to raise. You mentioned it. I can remember. I can't remember who it was against, unfortunately. But there was one time when Scott was trying to sort of marshal the tail, but he's not a sort of, from what we've seen so far anyway, may change, but he's not a sort of a counter-attacking lower order player in the mould of, say, a Ryan Higgins, the kind of role that he would be filling in that same situation. I think he was, I wish I could remember who it was against, but he was 40 odd not out, I think, at the end of that, having batted quite some time. And he bats like a batsman higher up in the order, but at the moment he hasn't shown the volume of runs to get up there. But maybe in the future he could see himself raised up the order, especially if Gloucestershire needs somebody to fill a top order role.
So the match you're thinking about, he got 44 not out in the game, in the win against Warwickshire.
Is that what
in
was
the
it?
second innings? That was probably the one you're on about, and obviously that was the game that Gloucester did obviously go on to win.
So, resumption of play. Van Buren defending the first ball from Thilo out to cover, and there's no run. But, you mentioned a couple of potential spots in the top order under question. It would be a left field solution, but then Gloucestershire has shown that they're perfectly willing to have left field solutions when it comes to red ball cricket. Talking about Benny Howell opening the batting, for example. Thilo bowls full, driven hard by Van Buren, but he can't beat mid-off. That's a good stop at mid-off, which is greeted by the rest of his teammates with encouragement.
There's the view from the pavilion camera. Almost behind the bowler's arm for this match.
Yes, so we are a long way over towards the moundstand side of the ground as the next delivery is clipped away by Van Buren. They're pushing it hard, but there's no way anybody's getting back for two there at all. Almost wiped out with a throw there was Scott, who he almost had to leave his ground for fear of his own safety there.
He went to ground really early because he could see that the throw was coming in on the bounce. He didn't want to be in the way of it.
There was a skimmer heading straight towards him in the end. I think all he could see was it was heading for him. He just didn't know at what height. Full delivery, and Scott deadens it out into the covers. And at least the beginnings of some sort of a partnership here, but it's mostly been Van Buren who's provided the runs, but they've still got plenty of fielders out on the boundary rope now for Scott even starting his innings. And you wonder if they could just bring one or both of deep point and deep square leg up. It's a fairly easy drop and run into the offside He doesn't want drop and run though, he wants to drive hard down the ground for 4. And Scott moves into double figures, 65 for 3, a flowing straight drive from George Scott.
Now this is a bit more what Scott would want. Philo just pitching it in the slot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just since that sort of punch drive we've seen, or the push drive almost, on a couple of occasions today. But not much has gone absolutely straight, has it? Certainly not towards the pavilion anyway.
Scott clips this one away into the wide open leg side, and deep square will come off the boundary rope to do the fielding. So Scott to 11, 66 for 3, and that's going to end that particular over. And another decent one for Gloucestershire as far as scoring's concerned. 31 for Van Buren, 11 for Scott, and things just beginning to tick along a little bit. And Exeter have kept the intensity out there, but I do question the decision to put out the fielders. I know they don't want to be going for boundary after boundary, but I feel it has just, if there was pressure building up on Gloucestershire, which who knows whether there was or not, but if there was, then I feel it's just released it a little bit.
Yeah, here's Barlow, and Scott will steer that carefully, and they'll look for 2, and they'll comfortably get it. And the throw went towards the bowler's end from hip. Well, had a lot of ground to make up, but from 34 for 3, these two have doubled the total now, 68 for 3, and also because we've got a ball that's 20 overs old, you've got an experienced attack where bowlers, in Barlow's case, are back for a second spell, there may be a little more freedom. And Barlow in, and Scott again comfortably forward, just again on the steer with that shot out on the offside. And once again, no run. If you've been out for most of the day and thought, oh, just catch the stream at the end of the afternoon, well, this is our test day during this pre-season red ball match, and to confirm, we will be with you for all the championship games and the Royal London Cup as well. There will be coverage of the T20, but the commentary team for that has not been confirmed as yet. But Ed and I will be with you for the red ball and the full old-fashioned 50 over.
Old-fashioned, yes.
In the sense that it's the longer form of the one-day game, isn't it?
I will say I am very much looking forward to the first game of that.
Not the longest, because obviously 65 overs when the old Gillette started. Scott gets that again off the edge, but it goes down into the ground. It's not a chance, and it's blocked in the slips. It doesn't go for a run. 65 overs when that started. 60 overs it became. Then the B&H at 55, and now of course we've settled on 50. Really, yes, right.
50 down to 40, back up to 50 again.
There was a 45 as well at one stage.
Oh yes, there was. Yeah. Yes, all over the place.
But 50 is now the established long form one-day international or one-day cricket. You just need to make sure that those games, and we touched on this earlier on today, it shouldn't really be taking you longer than 3.5 hours to bowl 50 overs. In fact, I would say in most of the domestic one-day cricket, they're bowling them in 3.25.
I must say, maybe it's just me, but I don't think I've ever watched a 50-over game and thought, gosh, they're bowling these overs too slowly. Maybe it's just me.
Down the leg side, and it's a good take by Reed. Not the most accurate delivery from Barlow, but his keeper got him out of jail there. 68 for 3 it remains, 31 to Van Buren and 13 to Scott. I mean, when the old games used to start at 10:45, it used to be 3.5 hours, 2:15 cut off, and the second innings would start at 3 o'clock. But most games the innings was over by 2 o'clock, so
Yeah.
they were at least 15 minutes inside. So you, in reality, you were starting at 2:45 and finishing at 6, and that struck me as a pretty reasonable call, just not to encourage the players to dawdle.
Yeah, and you occasionally see teams go over with the time in T20, but that doesn't really happen very much in domestic 50-over cricket, as Van Buren clips this one away through mid-wicket. It's into the gap. There's a huge chase on for deep square leg, who's got a lot of outfield to cover, and they'll take one on the arm as well, and just about making it is Van Buren for the third run. 71 for 3, Van Buren to 34. Picked the gap quite nicely there, did Van Buren.
That's probably the longest boundary on the ground during this match.
But I think when it comes to over rates, the biggest problem is that the penalties are not harsh enough at international level for slow over rates. That's the problem for me. You don't have strict enough, you know, what's a fine to a captain, as that's flicked away aerially by Scott for a little while. There was nobody anywhere near it, so it wasn't a problem that he hit it in the air, and they'll sprint back for 2 more runs. 73 for 3, Scott onto 15. But that's my feeling on the 50 over rate question. What does bother me is 13 overs per hour in test matches when it comes to over rates. That bothers me a lot more than the time that 50 over matches take,
Yes,
personally.
So you're talking about probably losing 5 overs on the allotted on a day when you're still taking 30 minutes more on the clock than you should be.
Back foot square drive from Scott, but there is protection out at deep point, and a single is taken. A high throw, which wicketkeeper Charlie Reid manages just about to knock down,
So
although there was backing up.
It should be 11 till 6. There's an extra 30 minutes allowed. Under your scheme, they're probably bowling 84, 85 maximum.
Yeah, and well, they're just going on very late, aren't they? And potentially, if there's time lost at any point during the day, then the public are getting, you know, they're having to bear the, yes, exactly, they're getting short-changed, they're having to bear the brunt of not having seen as much cricket as they should. As Van Buren defends that one out to mid-off, and there's no run. And then for me, it is all down to the penalties, and I believe, yes, I believe that in other leagues they can, say, suspend the captain even. They don't necessarily have the sort of 6 over penalty type thing, but I think that happens in the Big Bash, where if you are over on your over rate, I think it's twice, then the captain is suspended for the next match. There's just no incentive really to speed up, as Van Buren defends solidly to cover. And I do get the point, yes, there's bowlers at international level bowling from further back, longer run-ups, they take more time, they don't want to get injured, but it's got to improve, I think.
And to extrapolate your point, if the financial penalty is never enough, you have to do something that is non-financial.
Exactly. As Van Buren will, well, he'll run it off the outside edge, and it will go for 4 down to third man, because there is no third man in place. But well, I would say it was a controlled, soft-handed shot from Van Buren. Whether he was looking to hit it for 4, I'm not so sure, but he gets 4 for it anyway, and moves to 38, 78 for 3, and that's the end of the over.
There's the full card as it stands in this Gloucestershire second innings. According to our card, as you saw there, Chris Dent due in next, but it remains to be seen who will bat at the fall of the next wicket. You may see one of the spinners shortly, I think, one of the slow left armour who bowled yesterday, just warming up. But for the moment, the determined figure of Barlow is going to keep going, and he finds the middle of Scott's bat and it's out into the offside. Again, there's fielding is done, I think, by Buren, who, as we know, does bowl some slow left arm, so it may be that we may see him shortly. Had a pretty good day with the bat earlier on, made 37, he was last out.
Yeah, and you certainly felt could have potentially gone on to make more than that had he not run out of partners.
Barlow, the sun's just gone in for the first time today, driven pleasantly out through extra cover. That's probably going to go all the way to the rope, even with the enthusiasm of Hipwell won't allow that to be hauled in. So these two have put on 48 so far for the 4th wicket.
Fine shot from Scott. Admittedly, yes, the ball was there to be hit, but you know, you can still put it away nicely, can't you? You can still make it aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, certainly. I think we're going to see Doran shortly. So Barlow in. This is second spell, and maybe just feeling it a little bit, and that's worked out to deep square leg in front of the scoreboard for a single.
He certainly hasn't produced the same accuracy as he had earlier on, which is, you know, it's almost counterintuitive really, given that he was controlling a ball which was moving about a little bit more, and here he's not got the movement, but the control's gone a little bit, which would suggest tiredness.
Yeah, this is his 8th over. Comes in again and bowls, and again that's steered away neatly. That's going to go all the way for 4. That's well placed by Van Buren. He goes up to 42, and I suspect this might be this is the 4th over of his second spell, so he's bowled 4 in the first one. This might be it for the day for George Barlow. We'll see. But Gloucestershire had to come back to that phrase we sometimes used about Richard Dawson, we said about playing the long game. Just quantify that after Barlow's delivery, and again Van Buren looks for a single. He'll keep the strike. Actually, Scott's got the remainder of this over to face. You know, playing the long game can include a day when you think that nothing much has happened in the first 5 hours, but if the bowlers are tiring and you're batting, well, you might be able to profit a little bit in that last hour.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire's problem was that they weren't batting for long enough to exploit that ever last season, really.
Barlow in, and Scott drives but straight to mid-off, and that is indeed it. That's the end of the over. So Barlow is in. Take his hat. No, he's not. He's having a brief chat with the umpire, but there will be a lid called for, so good to see spin for the first time in this second innings. And a reminder that you can get in touch with us during the commentary. Our email, which will be open throughout the season, other questions, comments, we'll try and answer them. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Your interaction is very welcome, and or can always take the conversation off in another direction alongside the cricket. But here is going to be a bowling change for Exeter University. Thilo has gone off. He's only bowled 3 overs, but they did cost 22 runs, and therefore say there will be a change. And I think this is Doran.
I think it is as well. I was going to suggest that that was who it was. It build-wise, it certainly looks right. So we'll go with that for now, and it will be Doran bowling to Van Buren. Back of a length, punched away out into the point area by Van Buren. A single's taken. The throw comes in high, but there were 3 fielders wanting to back that up had it gone over the head of the wicketkeeper. 89 for 3. Van Buren closing in on a half century, and Scott beginning to find decent rhythm at the crease. We'll see whether that changes due to the spin, and it props forward and just pushes it out into the short cover region. So there is a catcher at cover, and mid-wicket is not really that short, not really catching, as full delivery is defended once more by Scott. And nice to see a bit of spin. I always like seeing a bit of spin.
Yeah.
And good to see it towards the end of the day. As Scott goes back, turns that one through the mid-wicket region. They won't come back for a second run. It was quite a short throw for Hipwell. It would have been pretty suicidal, the second run there. So Gloucestershire certainly saw some spin in their last friendly, as down the pitch comes Van Buren and clips it hard but straight to mid-on for no run. And particularly Jack Taylor took a real liking to the Somerset spinners to a very short boundary. Haven't got that here, but that is a short ball which is pulled high away over wide mid-on without, well, it's gone a long way up, but it hasn't gone very far at all, and mid-on's able to field it and stop them even getting a second run. That's how it was kind of plinked by Van Buren into the gap. But
it was almost it wasn't a sand wedge type shot by the time, but its aerial trajectory suggested that it was only ever going to just plop onto the outfield.
It was, so sandwich is probably a good way of describing it, because he certainly got plenty of loft underneath it, but yes, not very far in terms of distance, but at least from his point of view, he didn't manage to find a field. And I seem to remember now that he was dropped playing a similar shot last season, and I think it was early on in the season. I can remember he pulled one, rank short delivery, pulled one up in the air and got a very lucky reprieve off it. So yeah, something that maybe he's got to watch, just trying to do too much maybe with those short deliveries, trying to hit the ball miles for 6 when 4's just fine.
So bowling change then at the pavilion end, and I think Philo may have changed ends and come on at this pavilion end. That looks to be his frame. It certainly, Barlow has been taken off, and to allow Doran to have that Ashley down Redding, which just have the shorter, and it is Conway Gilbert in fact who has come on. He didn't bat in the Exeter University innings, but I say full squad's being used, so first action for him in the game. He's been punched away towards the boundary at extra cover. Again, Hipwell's having a lot of work to do out there. The throw is on its way, but it's not going to be right by the bails at the bowler's end, and they can come back for a further run. So he took 3 there, 1 on the throw.
Yeah, very much was 1 on the throw. This time he'd almost picked up the ball when they turned, or I think he had picked up the ball when they turned.
So 95 for 3, and Van Buren on to 46. Scott has 25, Van Buren on strike, and Gilbert to bowl to him again on off the back foot this time. Comfortably up to mid-off, and I think now that these two have got some sort of a platform, the 3 batsmen who are out cheaply will look back particularly at an opportunity missed, I think.
There was almost a point where a switch was flicked and it turned into, much easier batting.
Well, I think obviously Barlow had 2 wickets in his first spell. Lace was distinctly cross at his dismissal, because it was he got into a very tight position to play the shot, and it was, as a result, the ball went up in the air. But these two, Van Buren and Scott, is getting some valuable time in the middle. Exactly what this game is all about. And Van Buren punches away on the offside again. Hipwell is this time onto it quickly, but they're still going to take 2, because that's the longer part of the ground, and the throw more of a loopy throw than a real fizzer back by the bail. So 97 for 3.
He's got to have had enough of them taking 1 for his arm, really. It's got to annoy you so much as a fielder. My arm's not that bad. But it's a long throw out there, and these 2 are quick. Certainly quick enough.
Gilbert from the pavilion end, right on over the wicket. Bowls, and solidly behind it is Van Buren. It was felt last season when he did get those runs at number 3. It was sort of a. Could I refer to it as a late blossoming of his Gloucestershire career, because it almost felt as if he was, in red ball cricket he wasn't used very much as a bowler. When he was pushed up the order at number 4, he didn't make very many runs. His best season for runs was when he was batting at 8, almost in a position where he was out of the firing line, if you like. And then last year, as the players do take a sanitisation break, pushed up to number 3, albeit at a time of year when perhaps the atmosphere and the pitches were a bit different in August and September. He really did press on with quite an aggressive approach. Now, whether he can do that in April is a different question.
The only thing I would say to that was the time of year was different, but the pitches were still new pitches. They weren't the kind of, well, more dusty, maybe more abrasive kind of pitches that you might get later on in the season. So I think from that point of view, I think you probably have to hope that shouldn't affect him too much, but it's just a question of whether he can, back up the runs really. And I think he'd be encouraged by the innings that he's played today. He's kind of gone about things basically as you would hope that he would. Admittedly, he won't probably have as many bad balls to put away as he has in this innings so far. Has allowed him to score at quite close to a run a ball here, 48 off 52. But I think you'd have to hope that the signs are there that Van Buren can repeat some of the success that he had last season, and going about it in the way that he did, which I think is as important as the runs. So the first ball after the COVID break from Buren is pushed away calmly by Scott off the front foot.
We should say that the target, if Gloucester declared at this point for Exeter University, will be exactly 400, but they're not going to.
Scott clips leg side, sort of a almost one-day style shot, that really, the automatic one-day shot against the spinner, just turn it into the leg side for 1. 98 for 3, Scott to 26. That's Buren bowls and Van Buren leaves. The way he picked up his bat there, I thought he was going to have a massive hoik at it, and then that's where the bat stayed.
I think Higgins had a hoik at 1 or 2 last night, that's for sure.
Yes, and Messrs Goldsworthy and Van der Merwe were on the end of a few lusty hoiks. That one he does have a hard go at, and it's been deflected mid-off, set off to his left, and then had suddenly to move to his right as it was deflected away from him. But in the end, it was just a dot ball. An eventful one, though. Van Buren goes back onto his not back onto his stumps, back towards his stumps, and plays that one out into the point region for no run. So the footwork looks decisive this innings from Van Buren, and again content to play a fairly foolish delivery off the back foot, but then he's not the tallest of batsmen, and that ends another quick over. 98 for 3 is the score. Van Buren 48, still just potentially one shot away from his 50, and Scott 26.
Yeah, Goodman has come back onto the ground. I don't think he's been out there for all of this session. Had a stint with the new ball before tea, but he's easily spottable because he's by some distance the tallest member of the Exeter University team. But it will be Gilbert to continue from the pavilion end. I come back to your point about the spin. I suspect that there's not a huge amount of difference between pace of these university bowlers. The one slightly different one is Morgan, because he's a left armer, so he's got a slightly different angle, but the right armers are probably not hugely different in pace, I would suspect.
Yeah, I suspect the difference probably is more seam presentation, wrist, and therefore the ability to move the ball either through the air or off the pitch being the main difference.
Just 2 slips in now for Gilbert. In fact, there's only one, because the gully has moved a bit wider.
And they're persisting with that catching cover for the seamer as well for Scott. Interesting. I don't think we saw anybody use that for him, but I think what we did see, I can remember him getting out like this. He clipped one straight to a catching mid-wicket last season as well, so yeah, possibly a ploy.
Gilbert, and again to, in this occasion, mid-on, all the way along the ground, and no run. Scott, as they came in at number 5, he's hit 3 boundaries in 46 balls, and he's got 26 to his name, so it's a steady contribution. And Scott just gets a little bit of a jar there from that delivery from Gilbert. Kept it down all right. There was the cry of ooh, which you would have heard from the Exeter University fielders. Just suggested there was a little bit in that for the bowler.
We were talking about Scott getting that kind of occasional lift off a full length, and he was getting a bit of his own medicine there, maybe.
And Scott again carves that away, straight again to the man at point, and Hipwell bowls it in. Just one this time.
Things kind of shifted really, not too long after Scott came in. He must have still been in single figures when I talked about the switch kind of being flipped. All of a sudden, Gloucestershire started batting seemingly without any worries at all.
Gilbert, again, and there's a cry of wait from Graham Van Buren, who needs 2 for his half century. As you can see from the mini card at the bottom of your screen, Gloucestershire now having matched the Exeter University first innings total, but this is in their second innings, so 99 for 3 in reply to the University's 99 all out earlier today. So we've seen just over the 200 runs today, 213 in fact in all, and we've got 40 minutes to go until stumps.
Spin to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and down the pitch comes Scott, and has picked out mid-on, so is not able to get a run for it. So certainly seemingly not going to stay in his crease is Scott, and he's bowled. In fact, is he caught behind? He's caught behind.
Caught behind, I think.
Caught behind.
Judging by Reed's celebration, and Scott. Here's the replay. Buren behind the. There's the camera behind the pavilion, or from the pavilion, I should say, and he stays in his crease as George Scott tries to cut and doesn't get any more than a nick, which means he has to vacate for 27, and a little bit like the first inning. So he got 24 in the first innings, 27 in this inning, just starting both, and has then got out. And here's Ian Cobain coming out for Gloucestershire at number 6, a chance for him to get some red ball practice.
It just wasn't that short, and you know he's really collapsed down as low as he can get to try to cut the ball, but it just was not there for the shot. And I apologise for thinking he was bowled, because the problem I've got is that the covers are pretty much the same colour as the bails, and unfortunately, that's the second time where I've thought the bails were off and they weren't. Caught behind the result, and so Cobain will come in at 6, so he's getting his second knock of the match. 34 he made in his first one from 63 deliveries. As turning that one away is Cobain to get off the mark first ball and bring up the 100 for Gloucestershire. And I think there was one person applauding for all of half a second there. There's very little fanfare about Gloucestershire reaching the 100, as I guess you might expect. That is whacked by Van Buren straight down the ground, and it's away for 4. He didn't use his feet there, just content to stay in his crease, had a full swing of the bat at it, and that brings up the half century for Van Buren. Again, not a huge amount of fanfare, just a brief raise of the bat for Graham Van Buren, and he's there to his half century.
9 fours in his 50.
Yep, and he's timed the ball very nicely, as it's cut away by Van Buren out to the sweeper on the deep point boundary, and Buren, who managed to excel his teammates with the bat this morning, now has a wicket to his name as well as Cobain drives, but there's 2 fielders in the covers and he doesn't manage to beat the man at cover. 105 for 4 is the score. Van Buren 53, Cobain 1, and well, Cobain coming in late in the day. Certainly no thoughts of surviving for the close or anything like that, but it might be a good situation possibly for him to come in later on in the day, you'd think.
Yeah, with a limited amount of time at his disposal, in a way, he can only, in a sense, I won't say ruin is a hard word, but he can only. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Gilbert, who continues from the pavilion end. 105 for 4. Yeah, he can only, yes, ruin, waste, that sort of tone. An opportunity when you've got 40 minutes left. If he gets out, he's wasted the opportunity. If he's still there with 15 against his name tomorrow morning, well, that's no problem, because he can then do something with that opportunity tomorrow, depending on how long Gloucestershire bat. Nicely played away by Van Buren. Again, he's made a lot, as has been the case in his Gloucestershire career. And if he scores heavily, it tends to be square of the wicket, particularly on the offside.
Yeah, well, it's the width, isn't it? You just can't give it to him.
He and Chris Dent are the 2 big scorers square of the wicket, I would suggest, in particular. .55 to Van Buren out of 107 for 4, and he'll get at least another 1 here. He may get more than that. No, it's just picked up by the man at deep square underneath the shadow of the scoreboard. If the sun was out, it's not quite out at the moment, but it's still very pleasant conditions. You had a lovely day weather-wise for this stream test commentary, and if you've been with us for most of the day, some interesting cricket to watch. Not quite have quite the intensity of what you might call a really competitive game. But here is Cobain trying to put bat to ball, and that's good stop by Buren, who's out in the covers. I remember when watching Cobain, he hadn't been at Gloucestershire very long, and it almost looked as if all his short scoring shots found the fielder. And then there was a time when again he just accumulated runs almost in singles. So he really didn't have the aggressive streak that we now see in T20 cricket, and he looked, not being unkind to me, quite a plain batsman. But gradually over his career, particularly in white ball cricket, he has developed a really, a diverse range of shots now, and a much more powerful game than he had when he first joined the club.
Yeah, and nowadays he pulls off shots that few batsmen in the world, never mind the country, can pull off. I think particularly of that gigantic six he hit at Edgbaston over extra cover in the T20. I don't think there are too many players who could, in world cricket, hit the ball like that over extra cover, particularly not the way he did it, which was almost like he sort of sliced underneath the ball. That particular shot I'm thinking of, and it just went miles. You couldn't, very few players would be able to replicate that. And yeah, like you say, really, you wouldn't have thought that was going to come, as it'll be Matt Doran to continue to Van Buren, who is forward, correctly defending it back up the pitch. And going back to that point that you made about him finding fielders, I feel a little bit like George Scott might be saying the same thing about some of his innings, and today I think is another example, as Van Buren goes back and doesn't get a great deal of bat on that, and there's no run out into the covers. Today there were several shots that he, when the field was there to save the single, I think, as Van Buren will drive that one out to the deep point fielder for a single, 109 for 4. I think when they put the field back, he almost seemed far more comfortable, and he was able to get singles off shots that had been finding fielders. As the next delivery to Cobain is, he gets a little ahead of himself there, and that's when those either outside edges or potentially that catcher at short cover can come into play, but this time it falls safely. Doran bowls and Cobain forward and deadening this one much better and playing much later and underneath his eyes. No chance of danger with that one. Here is Doran once more, and off the back foot it's punched away out to deep cover, and Cobain will get a single, 110 for 4, and he certainly rattles through his overs, does Matt Doran. Cobain 2, Van Buren 57. I wonder if Van Buren will just continue to bat and bat and bat, or whether, I guess Higgins batted on into the 90s, so I don't imagine on the basis of that Van Buren will be retired anytime soon.
No, I would have thought with half an hour to go tonight, he would certainly, if he's there until the close, he will bat until the close. He wouldn't retire himself until that point. The question might be whether he comes out tomorrow morning with Gloucestershire 4 wickets down, whether there would be somebody else who would benefit from, certainly Jack Taylor and Tom Smith, you might argue, might benefit from a knock, but the order we've been given suggests that only Taylor may in fact bat. The order we've been given for this second innings has Dent, Hankins, George, Jack Taylor, Ryan Higgins and Harry Hankins as the remaining batsmen.
The interesting thing then is, we're talking about Tom Smith's batting being a vital reason for him being included in sides. He hasn't had much of a knockabout this pre-season.
No. So I wonder if that indicates that by and large he will be kept for the white ball cricket. We'll see. But say that's the order that we've been given for the rest of the second innings, albeit Chris Dent's name was dropped down after each wicket has fallen, so he may be deciding, he may still decide that others need a bat more than he does. Here is Gilbert in once more, and on the occasion Cobain gets something on it down to fine leg. Is there only off the bat? No, only off the pad. Did sound like a pad sort of sound. Nelson up, 111 for 4. 57 to Van Buren.
And then the other thing
And
along that
2 to Cobain.
along those lines with regards to do you read anything into it is the fact that Benny Howell has opened the innings in both of the innings in this match.
Gilbert into Van Buren. Will get one more. Again out to deep square, 3 parts of the way to the boundary. And one more to the total, 112 for 4.
I wonder, maybe they did just want to give Howell 2 goes at the top of the order just because they wanted him to get the time, but then again, perhaps not.
Gilbert in again to Cobain, who just plays that quietly back down the pitch. Gilbert has 0 for 11 at the moment. This is his first bowl in the match, didn't bowl in the first innings.
And I do wonder how also Cobain is viewed. I'm sure he wouldn't have shut the door on his red ball plans for the future.
I'm sure not. Well, I think it's a good shot from Cobain, and that's driven all the way up to extra cover for 4. And maybe actually wide, a bit wider than extra cover, more like a wide mid-off actually for 4. Although I did hear a conversation about at one point a potential move to Cobain to another county, and that his role in red ball cricket was part of that conversation. So clearly he stayed, so maybe that the red ball thought was not to his liking, and he still feels that he's got a chance to make something of his red ball career here, and that's gone. Well, I say, is that onto the?
Yeah, I think it's just played over the top of it.
It is a very ugly shot, to say the least. Here is the replay. It's a very odd one indeed.
I don't know how much that's actually really kept low. I think he.
But it's the completed the over from Gilbert, 118 for 4, and Cobain's still there on 6, albeit he would not have been particularly happy with the fluency or lack of it of that delivery, the way he played it. Doran's spin has been interesting to watch from the Ashley Down Road end.
It has, and I'm not sure. Is he continuing?
No, that looks like is that Hipwell?
He's still got spin, but
yeah,
it's not.
That looks like the long hair of Hipwell to me.
Yep, I think you're right. So we shall get our first look at his bowling in this innings, and he bowls. And that's swept away fine by Van Buren. He managed to get quite a bit of bat on that. It's racing away towards the fine leg region and probably should have been cut off, but wasn't, and it's away for 4. I mean, it was travelling at some speed. It looked as if he'd made the ground to get there, but just couldn't quite reel it in at the end. So 4 more to the total. 122 for 4. Van Buren on to 62, and it wasn't really a kind of a lap sweep. He really tried to get quite a lot of the middle of the bat on it.
So the graphic does still say Doran, but he is a left armour, so
Next delivery, and Van Buren just touches that one softly out into the square leg area, and a race through for 1. 63 to his name now, and Hipwell did bowl 7 overs for 49 in the first innings, so one of the Exeter bowlers who'd be really looking to improve from the first innings. Got a couple of attacking players to bowl to, though, and Cobain drives without much backlift, really. It was a very languid-looking drive from Cobain, but it went straight to the fielder, and there's no run as Cobain uses his feet but plays it straight back to the bowler. He knocks it down. It'll be picked up by mid-wicket.
I'm not actually sure. It doesn't look like an orthodox off-spin to me.
It's certainly an interesting action. As
might be a little...
tried to turn that one through the leg side was Cobain, but he missed it. Fortunately for him, it missed his gloves as well. He's wafting angrily into the leg side where he should have hit it. Long on going back now as Cobain slaps it hard down the ground to the fielder, who was just placed there, and it's a single, so Cobain will keep the strike. 124 for 4. Cobain has 7, and playing a couple of shots in that over in a style which is fairly unique to him. That very lazy would not be the right word, but he barely picked the bat up and he barely moved the bat forward, and yet the ball still went hard to the fielder. And then that one as well, that kind of flat bat power that we've seen so often in white ball cricket especially, illustrated there. It would have flown to the rope had there not been a fielder down there.
Well, Gilbert's going to continue. 124 for 4 from the pavilion end, and Cobain with that flourish of the bat that we often see in T20 scenarios, gets him just 1 run to the man out at deep square leg.
I suppose it's a little bit the conundrum that England have had quite a bit recently. Do you reward white ball runs with a place in the Test team? And sometimes the answer's been yes for England. For me, I think you have to pick the pitch. I think you have to know that it's not going to move about if you're going to do that.
Gilbert to Van Buren, who will have done his cause for a place in the team against Surrey no harm at all with this innings here. I think Ryan Higgins got a half century at Somerset. He's got an 82 in this game. Not that there was any threat, was just in his place anyway, but Van Buren looking to pick up from where he left off last season, batting at 3 in the Bob Willis Trophy. Into the ground this time from Van Buren to man at short cover. 125 for 4, so the overall lead is 427. Probably enough.
Yes, well, I think that might be the least controversial statement that we'll make in this marquee all season.
Gilbert. And again, and Van Buren punches down the ground. It's a good stop from Pearce, I think that is.
Apart from anything else from a time perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just before you say that I'm underrating Exeter at all.
So an hour, a day and 20 minutes to get 428 to win. Yeah, okay. All the best with that. Gilbert, and that's steered nicely by Van Buren. He'll look for 2, and the throw I think is from Buren, who's out on the boundary now at deep point, and they'll just take 1 because the throw is quickly back.
You feel it's sort of the day's, I wouldn't say drifting towards its conclusion, but the sort of rhythm of, despite the wicket of Scott, the rhythm of the match hasn't really changed for a little while.
No, and here's Gilbert in, and Cobain again solidly defensively with just 8 to his name. I mean, I think the scoring rate yesterday, when you consider Gloucester made 386 and they made 153 before lunch, so really they went out, as you made the point at various stages in the day, you know, is it an attitude of mind to go out and score aggressively? 153 before lunch, and then 233 in the other two sessions combined. And we're not going to be vastly different in terms of the number of runs here today than those two sessions. In fact, and you might argue that because the university have had batted for 40 overs, that was always likely, but Gloucestershire haven't been really racing along in this second innings.
The bowler, according to the scoring system, is Billy Buckingham, by the way, rather than Hipwood, as I've been saying, as that's a short ball which is cracked off the back foot through extra cover for 4 by Graham van Buren. So that is another boundary to his cause. That's 11 that he's hit now, and score 130 for 4. And yeah, you can't afford to drop short as a seamer to Van Buren. You can't afford to drop short, certainly not short and wide as a spinner. Drops short and straight, and Van Buren pulls it away, and there's no chance for deep square. He did not have far to go, but the ball was just hit too hard. 72 to Van Buren, 134 for 4.
I wonder, he could be in the Ryan Higgins bracket here of getting up towards 3 figures, but with time on the day possibly against him. Higgins got to 82 last night.
Next delivery's full, and inside edge from Van Buren as he was trying something very expansive through the covers and ends up squirting away to square leg for 1. So Van Buren 73 now from 75.
He's had just over an hour and hour and 35 minutes at the crease.
Here's Cobain. He took a shimmy down the pitch, and there's a peel, and well, I can imagine it'd be one of those ones where it was fairly straight, but possibly
he's bowling round the wicket though.
Possibly the angle then taking it past off stump, or maybe it did pitch outside leg, and that's a good bit of fielding by Buckingham off his own bowling. And the ball was hit hard by Cobain once more. Next delivery is turned away through mid-wicket by Ian Cobain for 1 out to the sweeper on the ropes. 136 for 4, and that is the end of the over. There seemed to be a bit of hesitation as to whether it was, and now the umpires are going to have a little get-together as we might be having another COVID break.
Last one of the day, I would think, with 15 minutes to go. 34 overs have been bowled in this Gloucestershire second innings, so they're actually, you said they haven't gone that quickly. They've gone up 4 and over. But I suppose the part of this is about where the boundaries have been scored and the intensity of the university. George Hankins just bringing a drink out for Graham Van Buren.
I think it has almost got to the point where you wonder if they believe that Van Buren is just a little too solid for them. It feels as though it will have to be a mistake from him rather than, you know, perhaps somebody will come along and bowl a magic ball, but he's looking very assured in his footwork in particular, I would say. He's timing the ball very well, but there haven't been, as you've seen from a couple of other players, particularly notably Cobain of late, that one that he just played over the top of, and then George Scott, who was out cutting to a ball that was too full. Van Buren has been very decisive from ball 1 basically about whether he should be playing on the front foot or the back foot, which, you know, if he's going to bat up the top of the order, I think that ought to please you even in this situation. And bearing in mind he did come out whilst things were still a little tougher as well. He did have to tough out a few overs whilst Exeter still had their tails up.
Yep, we've had 8 bowlers used at the moment by Exeter University. Barlow has bowled 8 overs, but nobody else has bowled more than 5. I think Gilbert may be making way as well. And this, we have talked about him a bit during the afternoon. maybe Rory Hipwell, judging by the
The scoreboard believes it's Thilo.
Let's have a look and see by his action.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it is Thilo actually. As he comes back into the attack. And it's quite an open kind of high stepping sort of run. And Van Buren has 73, Cobain has 10, 137 for 4 as we go into the closing moments of this second day. Thilo in and Van Buren away to deep square for a single. Not been, well, in fact, there's barely been a drive down the ground towards the pavilion end today. Most of the drives have been towards the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder whether that's size of the boundary or whether it's something to do with the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think of it being the longer boundary towards the pavilion. Thilo, quite a high stepping run, as we've said, and Cobain he was too early onto that really, but he stretched for it and he's pulled it behind square for 4. That was a very odd stroke, but he's got full value for it in the end. But this is an improvised one from Ian Cobain.
So I was
Kept it
thinking
down, right,
ungainly might be a little harsh, but actually looking at that
No,
replay, I think that's probably
I think not.
about the measure of it.
So he did get there a bit soon, but he kept the ball down. Thilo again, and Cobain down the leg side this time. Doesn't get a touch on it. Looks rather frustrated. He's missed out there, to be fair.
It just shows you that how good he is at hitting that kind of length, because he's so severe on anything kind of back of a length in white ball cricket. And, you know, admittedly this bowling is not going to be quick enough to trouble, you wouldn't think it would be quick enough to trouble any of the Gloucestershire batsmen in terms of the short pitch bowling, but it is another indication of even when Cobain gets defeated, he still puts the ball away somehow.
Was there a call? I think maybe that was Cobain's call for yes. I did wonder if it was the umpire's call for no ball for a moment, but no, it was the Cobain's call for a single. And Van Buren answered it. 44 these two have put on. And encouragement for Oliver Thilo. Thilo in, and Van Buren confidently behind it.
I think it's the shout as he releases the ball, or at least that certainly happened there. There's a distinct, well, I think
sort of a
unkindly called it a Sharapova shriek, I think.
Yes,
when
a tennis player's grunt, perhaps.
Yes.
That was equivalent.
Because I can't remember, I think it was Shahadat Hussain, a Bangladeshi international, who they described as having a Sharapova shriek when he bowled, but he certainly does let out some noise when he bowls. And, you know, apparently it has been proven with the tennis to increase the speed that they hit the ball at, so there we go. Perhaps everybody should be doing it.
Well,
somehow I can't see the likes of Jimmy Anderson delivering the ball with a shriek. So, Cobain using his feet, driving, but that's a good tumbling stop by cover to his left as Buckingham continues. 2 overs for 16 so far. It's been a bit of a tough go
I'm
for
just
him.
looking at James and Shane here. If
Driven hard down the ground, should just be the
supporters
one.
want to watch the stream tomorrow, it will be available, but without commentary. Is that correct? Will be available without commentary.
Yay, goes everyone.
So you can watch the play here on the Gloucestershire Cricket website tomorrow. But just with the natural sounds of the play, if you like, from the middle.
Turned away out to deep mid-wicket. They thought about 2 there, but they wisely decided against it because it was the left armour throwing the ball, so he didn't have to run around the ball at all and got a strong throw off. So good decision, I think, to turn down the second run. 145 for 4. It just begins to... It's not dark out there by any stretch of the imagination, but you can imagine that were there any more cloud cover, such as the difficulty of playing cricket in March, as Cobain turns that one straight to short fine leg. Be a little bit irritated that he's picked out the fielder there, because he could really have hit that anywhere. As here's Buckingham bowls, short cracked by Cobain straight to deep square, and just the 1-4-6 for 4, and just the lights over on the far side of the ground looking rather bright at this point. So yes, roll on the later days so we don't have to worry about light at all. That has been smacked by Van Buren, stand and deliver really through cover, and as soon as it beat a sprawling fielder there at cover, it was 4 runs, and Van Buren knew it. He had a bit of a strut on after he hit that one, and well he might. 150 is up for Gloucestershire, 79 for Van Buren.
Well, as I say, that will, one more scoring shot, and there'll be 3 batsmen who'll have got an 80 in this match. The 2 in the first innings, Dent and Higgins, and Van Buren now on to 79, and I accept it's relative compared to the opposition, who would not be the frontline university opposition, but still time in the middle, still getting the confidence of scoring and shot placement, and some others have got that as well. Benny Howe obviously made 51 in the first innings, and there have been some starts for others. George Scott has got a couple of those, and to come back to what we were saying about Cobain, there was, when he comes in with 40 minutes to go, he's kind of got everything to lose there, and at the moment he's 18 not out, so there's a chance to, I think probably now he will be thinking about making sure he's there for tomorrow, because there's only probably 2 overs after this one.
And he has been able to take advantage of, Exeter bowling some of their lower bowlers down the pecking order.
They've kept going though enthusiastically, having, it would not have been an easy team chat after being bowled out for 99. I don't actually think they probably thought they would be out there bowling this morning when Gloucestershire decided to bat on, but it was only for less than 3 overs, but still the point I think that would have been surprising to them. Tyler in again, and when Van Buren gets off the bottom edge, plays it into the ground. Didn't really go close to the off stump, but still didn't time that one. And actually mentioned about the light, I wonder if in a first class game against faster bowlers we might not be on the field at the moment.
Yeah, well it's getting towards that point, isn't it?
Philo in, and Van Buren just, again, he's probably seeing it well enough that he's no concern.
Yes, you think the way he's been batting, you could see it at midnight.
Yeah, but it's just in that sort of, particularly as we're actually out and we're looking at the game with the naked eye at ground level, all those factors come into play when you consider the light. Here is Tyler again from the pavilion end, and Van Buren chops that into the ground, and again it's fielded in the slip cordon on the bounce, but no run. So if Buckingham does bowl at the Ashley Down Road, it might be 2 more overs, but it wouldn't be more than that. It might only
of how much they want to hurry, I suppose.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it might only be 1.
They might make sure it's only 1.
In fact, are they going to give the ball to Morgan?
I don't think so. The keeper's still got his helmet on at any
it's
rate.
Buren coming back, in fact. So, yeah, he's probably been as impressive as anybody.
Well, yeah, bat and ball,
today.
and he's done what he's had to in the field as well. So he possibly the final over of the day, and pushing forward is Cobain out into the covers, and there's no run. I've had a tweet from Julie Morgan, I'm assuming, given the surname, that's a connection there, who's thanking us for the commentary, as that's sweep shot and a strangled shout. Not out, says the umpire. But yes, good to know that there are people out there. And as we've been mentioning, you can get in touch with us throughout the season as Cobain defends that one to sort of catching extra cover in the end. As Cobain uses his feet, and I'm not sure he really laid much bat on that. I think that maybe that came straight off the pad. It was kind of hard to see, but either way the ball didn't really go anywhere, and we are rattling through this over. Short pulled hard by Cobain, and that's 4 runs. He picked the gap at mid-wicket, and this particular time there was nobody out at mid-wicket, just a deep square leg, so only had the man inside the circle to beat. 155 for 4 and Cobain 22.
Now, if they're going to have a problem finding the ball again,
this is going to make sure it is the last over. Yeah.
As we had earlier on in the day, then yeah, thanks Judy for your kind words about the coverage today. Obviously, for the Exeter University boys, as we've said, it's quite a step up, but they've been enthusiastic and
full driven
and
bump
kept
ball.
going, and that's probably all that the coach would ask of them. So 155 for 4, 79 to Van Buren, 22 to Cobain, and we've now got to the point of the last over of the day, and at Thilo it will be to bowl it.
And once again, many thanks to our Exeter University correspondent who provided us with some very useful details, and it was certainly nice to have that, and they're wasting no time here.
Yeah, Thilo in and Van Buren out on the onside. So, I mean, the match position is that Gloucestershire are 457 ahead. So, I think the debate tomorrow is, you know, how long do they bat? On the basis of what we've seen in the first innings, they might bat for an hour or maybe an hour and a half, but he certainly wouldn't be batting after lunch, you wouldn't have thought. And here is Van Buren just pushing that out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. He'll go up to 80.
Adrian Thomas has been in touch, and he says realises it's only a university friendly, but Graham Van Buren has never made a century at Bristol. So a high score 93, which was in 2019 against Northants. So that, you know, yes, it is only university friendly, but I guess would be a nice thing for him.
Yeah, I think he may not have the final say on that.
He might not.
He might feel that there are others. He's had a decent knock today, and there may be 1 or 2 others who might fancy an hour in the morning, if that was possible. We should say thanks to James and Shane, obviously, for all the camera work today.
Yes, so they put in harder work than we do doing that, so especially keeping on top of everything else they have to keep on top of as well. So yes, must offer our congratulations to them for the job that they continue to do, and hopefully will continue to do for all the
technical
season.
production, I think we would call it.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Final in the last over of the day under quite cloudy skies now, and the light is going a bit, but Cobain gets another single, and he's probably done all he could have expected in that last 40 minutes. He's accumulated 23 and hopefully got a bit of confidence in his red ball batting.
Yep, and we will continue to watch with intrigue until the final squad announcement the night before the first championship match of the season.
Yeah, it may not be the night before, maybe the lunchtime before perhaps, but depends what Ian Harvey's protocol would be, but generally it's been released at the lunchtime of the day before the first game. That's generally, or the day before the match, in whichever case. So briefly we'll just tell you, as this last over is drawing to a close, the story of the day. Gloucestershire 386 for 9 overnight. They added 15 this morning, batting on. Clearly Chris Dent wanted to get to 400. Here is Thilo, and that's played into the ground by Van Buren, who just taps his bat in his crease as Goodman fields and walks off, removing his batting helmet with 80 not out against his name. Ian Cobain has 23, and Gloucestershire 157 for 4 in their second innings. That means there is a lead of 459. The lead was 302 on the first innings, so 401 for 9 declared. Higgins 93 and Matt Taylor 34, the not out batsman. And then in the Exeter innings they made 99 all out. It was quite a struggle for them in truth. They lost 2 wickets early on, then Reid, that's Charlie Reid, and Ben Wells steadied things a little bit for the 3rd wicket, but really only Matt Doran, who made 37, showed any prolonged resistance. He batted for an hour and 50 minutes and hit 7 fours. He was last out. Among the Gloucestershire bowlers, David Payne took 4 wickets and 3 for Matt Taylor. There was a 1 sharp run out from George Scott, a wicket each for Shaw and Hankins. And then when Gloucestershire replied, a good start to be fair from both George Barlow and Dominic Goodman. Goodman didn't take a wicket, but Barlow had 2 in his first spell. Bracey and Howell out cheaply. Tom Lace will not have been very pleased with the shot that he played, and Gloucestershire were 34 for 3 at one point, but then a good stand between Scott and Van Buren, only split when Scott was caught by keeper Reid off Doran for 27, having, as in the first innings, got a start but not able to go on and convert it, and then Cobain kept Van Buren company until the close. 23 not out he is, and Van Buren 80 not out with 13 fours. Overall, Ed, I think this has been our commentary test day, and we've probably, I guess, seen the most interesting day of the 3, because we've seen the University bat for the first time, and we've seen Gloucestershire get themselves into a position where they should compete a victory tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess if you forget the opposition, if you were a Gloucestershire supporter and sort of placed yourself in the shoes of somebody going to a day's cricket, they would say, yeah, it's been a very good day's cricket, and it hasn't been all grind. There's been periods of faster scoring, has been periods where there's been a bit of toughing out to be done, and some wickets, plenty of wickets have fallen, 14 in total. So yeah, and I think, just closing the book on the day, one of the few things that you probably would have wanted to see if you were a Gloucestershire supporter looking at the pre-season as a whole was Graham Van Buren getting some runs, getting past the 50 mark, and really he's probably one of the only couple who haven't got some kind of a score under their belt to take into the season, or hadn't, and now he's got it. So that's, I think, one of the more pleasing things to come out of the day. But yes, I don't think I've said it enough. I can't wait for the season to start.
No, indeed. We will be back with you. Just to emphasise that the stream is available tomorrow for the last day of this match, with natural sound effects, we'll call them. In other words, no commentary. But the stream will be available tomorrow in the usual place, and we'll be back at 11:15 on the day of the Surrey match. That's the 8th of April for the opening day of the Championship season, and it will be interesting. It will be very interesting to see, injuries permitting, and hopefully nobody comes out of this game with any kind of an injury, how Ian Harvey sets up that first team. We may get a clue, because the club are doing their pre-season media day later this week, and there will be no doubt some interviews available from that day to give us a hint towards Harvey's perhaps method and style of cricket we may watch during the season. Though thanks to Shane and to James for the technicals today. If you've been with us for part of the day, or indeed all of it, hope you've enjoyed actually just watching some cricket again at the start of this season. No crowds yet, obviously, but they may not be far away. Middle of May is the hope, if the rollout of all the plans goes on schedule. We'll talk to you again on the first day of the Surrey match, but don't forget you can watch the stream tomorrow on the last day of this pre-season friendly from the Bristol County Ground, where it's been a gloriously sunny day. Good evening.